Hello everyone and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Chapter 3551. The Return of the Blood God Clone, the Terrifying Blood God. When Wang Teng was heading deep into the universe, the vampire and the three dark apparitions were still engaged in a heated battle. Boom, boom, boom. The Sheephead Devil Race, the Devil Moth Race, and the Giant Devil Race dark apparitions released their force attacks frantically. They plummeted towards the vampire dark apparitions. Even the vampires were at a disadvantage under the combined attack of three dark apparitions. Many vampire dark apparitions were even seriously injured. They didn't die because of their strong vitality, but at this rate they would die sooner or later. Fortunately, Xalanbo came back in time, so the pressure on the vampires lessened. There was no doubt about Xalanbo's ability. He was able to fight with three high-tier Devil Emperors alone. With his addition, it was enough to resist half of the battle power of the three dark apparition clans. What's more, the three races lacked a few high-tier Devil Emperors. Hence, the vampires were barely able to survive until now. The high-tier Devil Emperors didn't come back, so the three dark apparition clans had a bad feeling. They attacked the vampires even more furiously. They wanted to end this battle as soon as possible, so that the vampires wouldn't have a chance to turn the tides. Xalanbo, where are the three high-tier Devil Emperors from my race? A Devil Moth dark apparition flapped its wings and congregated a large amount of poisonous powder. It swept towards Xalanbo as it shouted, "They're dead." The figure of the Blood God clone appeared in Xalanbo's mind. His gaze flickered. The Devil Moth dark apparition threw a punch at the poisonous powder and released his fist mark. All the poisonous powder was dispersed, and he charged towards the Devil Moth dark apparitions. The small world above his head vibrated. A terrifying power of laws of origin surged out and pressed down. Impossible. The Devil Moth dark apparitions' expression changed slightly when they heard Xalanbo's words. They didn't dare to fight head-on when they saw Xalanbo charging towards them. They retreated quickly. He was afraid of Xalanbo's ability. He knew that he wouldn't be able to resist his opponent's attack alone. At this moment, a giant Devil Race dark apparition charged over from the side. He swung his giant mace and formed a terrifying mace shadow behind him. He slammed it down viciously. Boom! Explosions resounded in the air. The terrifying mace was aimed at Xalanbo. "Go away!" Xalanbo shouted in anger. He held a battle blade in his hand and slashed it at the mace shadow. Clang! The next instant, a metallic clang resounded in the air. The collision of the two attacks caused the expressions of many dark apparitions to change. Their spirits were affected, and they couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, the violent residual impact swept out, turning the area within 1,000 miles into a forbidden zone. No one could get close to it. Bang! The mace shadow shattered and the giant Devil Race dark apparition flew back as if he was struck by lightning. Numerous blade marks appeared on his body. Gasp! Xalanbo is so powerful. Many vampire dark apparitions gasped when they saw this scene. They were invigorated and amazed. Zakins, Zanoski, and the other dark apparitions didn't look good. They didn't expect Xalanbo to come back so quickly. It looked like he had really taken care of the three high-tier Devil Emperors. Even vampire talents like them who just became high-tier Devil Emperors were astounded by his strength. Now when they saw the other party sending a high-tier Devil Emperor flying with a single slash, they were even more astounded. They couldn't calm down for a long time. The dark apparitions from the other three races stared at Xalanbo in bewilderment. "Die!" Xalanbo shouted. He slashed his battle blade out continuously, and terrifying dark red blade glows cut through the air. The dark apparitions around him were all within his attacking range. He wanted to fight multiple dark apparitions alone. You. The devil moth dark apparition that attacked Xalanbo was flabbergasted. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He could only hold his weapon and brace himself to receive the attack. Boom! The glow of a long whip blossomed in the air, forming the outline of a giant python. It plummeted down from the sky and bit Xalanbo's blade glow viciously. However, the instant the blade glow arrived, the giant python hissed in fear. Not only did it not bite the blade glow, but it also broke its fangs. Bang! The next instant the blade glow penetrated the giant python's mouth and tore it into two. The true form of the long whip appeared. Cracks had already appeared on it. You. The devil moth dark apparition was flabbergasted. He wanted to retreat. Die, Xalanbo said coldly. Boom. He released his fist, and the fist mark slammed heavily on the devil moth dark apparition. He didn't give them any chance to escape. Explosions resounded in the air. Blood mist exploded on the devil moth dark apparition's bodies, and they were thrown back too. They couldn't withstand the power of this punch. Ah! He screamed in pain and vomited blood. He was seriously injured. His gaze was filled with fear as he looked at Xalanbo. What kind of monster is this? Why did the vampire let the mid-tier devil emperor be the blood son? Why is Xalanbo hiding so well? Damn it, we were fooled. Xalanbo is probably the most powerful presence among the vampires. The three dark apparitions panicked. After seeing Xalanbo's explosive strength, they felt that he was the strongest talent of the vampire race. The vampire blood son was just a cover to distract the attention of the other races. Chapter 3552. The Return of the Blood God Clone. The terrifying blood god projection, suppressing the three races, too. He's so powerful. Some distance away, Zerosa, Zadia, Zasaloon, Zanir, and the other vampire talents were astounded. They were mentally prepared, but they didn't expect Xalanbo to be so powerful. The myriad races Devil Land. Is it so scary? Zasiri and Zanir glanced at each other and wondered to themselves. They had never been to the myriad races Devil Land, but they had heard of it. Hence, they were astounded when they saw Xalanbo releasing such powerful strength. Zakins, Zanoski, Zakiro, and the other dark apparitions were filled with jealousy when they saw Xalanbo stealing their limelight. At first, they thought that no one from the vampire race would be able to threaten them after Shui was killed. Who would have thought that a Xalanbo would appear? He was ridiculously powerful based on his ability. If they didn't receive Zhui Jue's blood of origin and the blood whale's legacy, they wouldn't be his match. In an instant, the dark apparitions felt that their plan was a joke. They lost their interest. In the end, there was still someone standing above them. There seemed always someone better than you. If he wasn't powerful enough, any schemes would be useless. Die. The vampire dark apparitions were filled with unwillingness. They charged towards the three dark apparitions frantically. They mustn't let Xalanbo steal all the limelight. They were the high-tier devil emperors of the vampire race. As long as they established their reputation among the vampire talents, they would still be the top talents of the vampire race. No one could touch them. Zakins congregated a terrifying blood-red bat. There seemed to be world power in the bat's body. It gave off a terrifying fluctuation as it charged towards a sheephead high-tier devil emperor, the dark apparition. The sheephead devil apparition snorted. The outline of a small world appeared above his head and dark flame force surged out. It turned into a giant sheephead devil apparition and roared at the blood-red bat. Roar. Amidst his angry roar, the sheephead devil race figure and the blood-red bat collided. Boom. Explosions resounded in the air. The residual impact swept through the air, and the two attacks exploded. It was like a black and blood-red star had exploded. Zakins and the sheephead devil race dark apparition flew back for a few thousand miles before they managed to stabilize themselves. Then they roared in anger and continued charging towards each other. Both parties were infuriated. On the other side, Zakiro congregated a huge blood wolf and dashed towards a giant devil race dark apparition at the speed of lightning. Fast. The giant devil race dark apparition's expression changed slightly. His gaze turned grave and he held a huge battle axe in his hand. Roar. The giant wolf formed by Zakiro suddenly appeared on his left. It gave a roar and opened its mouth to bite his body. Its fangs were like saws. If he was bitten, even the body of the giant devil race would be bitten into two. Ha ha, I've been waiting for you. A sly look appeared in the giant devil race dark apparition's eyes. He swept his battle axe out. Light erupted from the battle axe. A huge axe glow congregated and dark runes appeared on it. It was the power of laws of origin. The blood wolf's pupils constricted. It was appalled. Boom! The axe glow cut into the blood wolf's mouth. It was frighteningly sharp. It cut the blood wolf from its mouth all the way to its tail. The next instant, large amounts of blood spurted out from the blood wolf's body. It stained a large patch of space red. A shrill cry of agony came out of the blood wolf's mouth. It exploded, and Zakiro's figure appeared. He was thrown back, and his face was even paler. He had suffered serious injuries. Die. The giant devil race dark apparition wouldn't let go of this good opportunity. He dashed out and charged towards Wang Teng with his battle axe. Damn it! Zakiro's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect the giant devil race dark apparition to scheme against him. He underestimated his opponent. In the end, he got injured by the other party in a single move. In another space, Zanoski turned into a giant python and shot towards a devil moth dark apparition. The gale formed by his huge body blew away the poisonous powder released by the devil moth dark apparition. Then he tied the devil moth dark apparition up tightly. Crack! The giant python kept retracting its body. The devil moth dark apparitions couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. The shadow of a large blood mermaid appeared in the air. It was Zadia from the blood mermaid race. She was fighting with a sheephead devil race dark apparition blood shark race. A low shout came out of the sheephead devil race dark apparition's mouth. It echoed in the air as he sneered. He's a vampire slave. Xadia didn't say much, but there was a cold glint in her beautiful eyes. The long whip in her hand twirled in the air, forming circles in front of her. Outsiders couldn't get close to her. Boom! Suddenly she flicked her wrist, and the long whip turned into lingering shadows. It turned into numerous whip shadows in the void and lashed towards the sheephead devil race dark apparition opposite her. The giant blood shark shadow behind him moved too. It threw out countless whip shadows at the same time. Strange runes intertwined around the whip shadows, increasing its power. The sheephead devil race dark apparition's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the blood shark race to be so powerful. He held his trident and swept it at the whip shadows. Chapter 3553. The Return of the Blood God Clone. The terrifying blood god projection suppressing the three races. 3. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying explosions resounded in the void. The whip shadows were cut by the trident, but most of them were still aimed at the sheephead devil race dark apparition. The sheephead devil apparition was thrown off his feet. He screamed in pain and his body collapsed. Blood spurted out. He looked miserable. A huge shadow of Sasaloon appeared on his body. He was fighting with a giant devil race dark apparition. Both parties' battle methods were direct. Every punch was aimed at the physical body. It was a competition of physical strength. This was a shocking scene, after all. People at this level rarely used their bodies to fight with one another. Even the giant devil race, which was known for their powerful physique, rarely did this unless they were physique-refining presences who focused more on the development of their bodies. The vampire dark apparitions and the three dark apparitions collided violently. There were wins and losses, but they were still at a disadvantage overall. A large number of vampire dark apparitions were besieged. Their high-level battle power was held back, and they couldn't save the weaker vampire dark apparitions. If all the mid-tier devil emperors were killed, the remaining high-tier devil emperors would be treated as a joke on the battlefield. Come to think of it, if all the vampire dark apparitions below mid-tier devil emperor level were killed, the 3 dark apparitions would be able to drag the high-tier devil emperors to death. After all, the other party had the advantage in numbers. When the numbers reached a certain level, it was enough to shake the existence of a higher level. All the vampire dark apparitions were at a standstill. They wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they were held back. They couldn't do it. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the air. It sounded exceptionally conspicuous amidst the explosions of force attacks. Many vampire dark apparitions looked in that direction and were flabbergasted. A vampire dark apparition was killed. Ha ha ha! The laughter of the giant devil race dark apparition echoed in the universe. He was the one who killed the vampire dark apparition just now. This was a good start, so he was elated. The vampires can't hold on anymore. Kill them, a high-tiered devil emperor dark apparition from the giant devil race shouted with a hideous expression. Die, die, die! The 3 dark apparitions roared in anger and excitement. They felt that the time was right. Killing a vampire was a great achievement for them. They dashed towards the vampire dark apparitions. Damn it! The vampire dark apparitions were infuriated. They were noble vampires, but they were being hunted. How could they bear with it? Roar, die! The vampire dark apparitions roared in anger too. Their eyes turned red from killing, and they charged towards the 3 dark apparitions around them. Boom! Amidst the chaotic battle, Euphelia pushed her palm out and knocked a mid-tier devil emperor level sheephead dark apparition away. The dark apparition from the sheephead devil race was flabbergasted. This vampire lady was a low-tier devil emperor, and she was being suppressed by him just now. How did she suddenly release such power? He wasn't the only one. Xarosa, who had been secretly observing Euphelia, was flabbergasted too. Euphelia seemed a little powerful. Swoosh, before they could think further. Euphelia waved her hand and numerous blood-red droplets flew out of her body. They floated towards the mid-tier devil emperor level sheephead devil race like a blood mist. Ah! The sheephead devil race dark apparition squinted before he could dodge. He was enveloped by the blood mist formed by the blood-red droplets. He screamed in agony. What is that? Xarosa shuddered. She was flabbergasted. After some time, the sheephead devil race dark apparition had turned into a ball of blood mist and melted completely. Euphelia waved her hand again, and the blood-red droplets flew back at a fast speed. They merged into her sleeve and disappeared. Gasp! Xarosa gasped. She felt a little frightened. No wonder Euphelia was so confident. It looked like she was well prepared. What is that? Xarosa was puzzled. It was too fast and small, so she didn't see it clearly. Where are you looking at? A giant devil race dark apparition roared in anger. He felt that he was being looked down upon and swung his hammers at Xarosa. Xarosa's expression changed slightly. It was just a moment of absent-mindedness, but the other party had already found the loophole. It was Euphelia's fault for making her lose her composure. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. She held the blood-red trident in her hand, and the outline of a blood phantom appeared behind her. The power of laws of origin surged out, and she didn't show any mercy. This was because the dark apparition opposite her was at the peak of the mid-tier Devil Emperor stage. Boom, Bloodslayer Devil Halberd. Xarosa executed her Bloodslayer Devil Halberd, and a terrifying halberd glow erupted from the figure's hand. It stabbed towards the giant devil race dark apparition. How is this possible? The giant devil race dark apparition was in disbelief. This lady from the Bloodslayer race was so powerful. He looked as if he saw a ghost. They were both mid-tier devil emperors, but this lady from the Bloodslayer race was much stronger than him. Bang! In an instant, the attacks of the giant devil race dark apparitions shattered. The blood-red trident phantom slammed into his body, leaving 3 huge bloody holes. Fresh blood oozed out, almost claiming his life. Chapter 3554, The Return of the Blood God Clone, the terrifying Blood God projection, suppressing the three races. 4. Roar, the giant devil race dark apparition went berserk and activated his devil transformation. His huge body started expanding and became bigger and bloated. Xarosa turned serious. She stared intently at the giant devil race dark apparition. The trident in her hand gave off a frightening red glow. She was ready to attack at any moment. However, roar. At this moment, a loud roar came from the void. Then heat waves swept over. The originally cold space turned scorching in an instant. Boom. The next instant, a ball of black flames appeared on the giant devil race dark apparition's body and engulfed him. Roar. The giant devil race dark apparition gave a shrill and furious roar. However, it disappeared after a while. The frightening giant devil race dark apparition was burned into ashes and dissipated completely. Xarosa stared at this scene in a daze. She didn't know what happened. This flame. She found it a little familiar, but she couldn't think through just yet. What's going on? The expressions of the dark apparitions changed slightly. They stared at the giant devil race dark apparition in astonishment before turning to look at the sky. Boom, space trembled. A huge black flame giant python flew over at an unimaginable speed. A figure stood above the giant python's head. Blood Sun. The vampire dark apparitions exclaimed in surprise when they saw the figure. Their expressions were interesting. They were surprised and elated. It's him. Xarosa regained her senses. This was the dark flame. This Blood Sun possessed the dark flame. He must have acted just now. The sheephead devil race, the giant devil race, and the devil moth dark apparitions were appalled, their pupils constricted violently. The vampire Blood Sun was back. What about Gush, Saret, Movalon, and Hazley? Many thoughts flashed through their minds. They had a bad feeling. Gush, Saret, Movalon, and Hazley are dead. The blood god clone stood on the giant python's head formed by the dark flame. He placed his hands behind his back, and his voice resounded in the air. Are Gush and the others really dead? How's that possible? Isn't this vampire Blood Sun a mid-tier devil emperor? How can he kill Gouche and the others? Impossible. This is impossible. He must be lying to us. The dark apparitions from the three races were flabbergasted. Disbelief echoed in the air. Fortunately, the spiritual bone race dark apparition wasn't here. Only Gaucher came to kill the blood god clone. If not, they would find it even more unbelievable. Impossible. Zakins, Zanoski, Zakiro, and the other vampire dark apparitions widened their eyes in disbelief. They couldn't believe this result. You killed a talent like Gush. Impossible. He was just a mid-tier devil emperor. How could he kill a talent like Gush? No matter what, they didn't believe this result. Gush and the others are dead. Gasp. Xarosa, Euphelia, Zanyir, Zasiri, Zadia, Zasalun, and the other dark apparitions gasped. They were astounded too. Did the Blood Sun really kill Gush and the others? Those were the most powerful talents of the various races. They had been taken care of by the Blood Sun before they even entered the battlefield. This was astonishing. If this piece of news spread to the front lines, the dark apparitions would be astounded. They wouldn't be able to believe it either. Boom! The blood god clone rode the giant python formed from the dark flame and arrived in front of them. He glanced around him. The dark apparitions didn't dare to look at him in the eye. Suddenly, the blood god clone sneered. A bone-long spear appeared in his hand. He raised it above his head and shouted, "Gush's weapon is here." Silence. There was dead silence. All the dark apparitions looked at the bone-long spear. It was as smooth as jade. If it wasn't Gush's weapon, who else could it belong to? Although many dark apparitions didn't know what special weapon Gush possessed, they had seen him using this bone spear. This was the signature weapon of Gush. How could they not be astounded when this long spear appeared in the vampire Blood Sun's hand? Gush was really dead. This thought appeared in the minds of all the dark apparitions present, including the vampire dark apparitions. Even they believed him. The blood god clone smiled in his heart when he saw everyone's expression. This bone spear wasn't Gush's weapon, it was formed using his devil bone talent. No one knew that he possessed the devil bone talent and could form the same weapon. Hence, they had to believe him when they saw the bone spear. Xalanbo glanced at the blood god clone with a complicated expression. He couldn't suppress the astonishment in his heart for a long time. This blood son really did it. Among all the dark apparitions present, only he knew how the blood son killed Gush and the others, but even after knowing the process, he was still astounded. After all, the blood son was the only one who could do this. He didn't need any external help. This was his ability. How could they not be astounded when they saw a mid-tiered devil emperor killing a high-tiered devil emperor? Blood son. With this thought in mind, Xalanbo raised his fist and hammered it heavily on his chest. He let out an angry roar. Chapter 3555, The Return of the Blood God Clone. The terrifying blood god projection suppressing the three races. 5. Blood, Sun, Blood, Sun, Blood, Sun. Zanir, Zasiri, Zasalan, and the other high-tier devil emperors regained their senses and shouted in anger. The other vampire dark apparitions roared in anger too. Their voices merged together and echoed in the air. It was astonishing. In an instant, the vampire dark apparitions' atmosphere reached its peak. The expressions of the other three dark apparitions changed. Their expressions turned ugly, and their eyes were filled with fear. Even the most powerful talents like Gushe were killed by the vampire blood son. How could they resist him? Without Gushe and the others, these three races are nothing to be afraid of. The blood god clone looked at the three dark apparitions coldly and shouted, "Vampires, listen to me and follow my order. Kill them! Boom!" The moment he finished speaking, a blood-red altar appeared above the blood god clone's head abruptly. It zoomed in at a frightening speed and quickly covered a large area of space as it bore down on the dark apparitions. The blood god altar, the blood god clone used the blood god altar in front of so many dark apparitions. The dark apparitions from the three races heard the blood god clone's order to kill the vampire dark apparitions and wanted to fight with them. However, they realized that all the vampires were retreating. The enormous blood god altar appeared above their heads. They didn't manage to react in time. They were dumbfounded. However, as the blood god altar cast a shadow on them, the dark apparitions below felt their heads turning numb. They reacted quickly. Retreat? A devil moth dark apparition bellowed in anger. The dark apparitions started escaping in all directions. However, the blood god altar was still zooming in, and its speed wasn't slower than their escaping speed. Many mid-tier devil emperors were in despair. Dark apparitions below mid-tier devil emperors realized that no matter how they ran, they wouldn't be able to escape from the shadow cast by the blood god altar. An indescribable despair shrouded their hearts. Boom! The blood god altar bore down, compressing the space and giving off a deafening explosion. Terrifying cracks appeared in the space, and the power of space swept out. No. Angry roars came from the dark apparitions who couldn't escape in time. They sounded hysterical. These dark apparitions had never felt the shadow of death at such a close distance. They were appalled. Their eyes were filled with blood capillaries. Suppress. The blood god clone shouted. He showed no mercy to the three dark apparitions today. He would suppress all of them here. Don't panic. Let's attack together and block this altar. Finally, one of the dark apparitions reacted and shouted angrily to remind the other dark apparitions. After a moment of panic, the dark apparitions understood that they wouldn't be able to escape in this situation. They could only face the attack head-on. They roared and released their strongest strength. Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom, boom. Frightening force erupted from their bodies and formed a huge black palm above their heads. At the same time, the power of domain and the power of laws of origin merged into the palm and congregated into strange runes. They intertwined around the black palm like chains and pushed towards the blood-red altar. Boom. The next instant, the blood god altar finally landed and smashed onto the giant black palm. In an instant, terrifying force fluctuations swept out from the point of contact between the black palm and the blood god altar. It swept through the air. Space couldn't withstand the huge pressure. Cracks started to appear, and terrifying space power surged out. The entire area was in chaos. However, the giant black hand blocked the suppression of the blood god altar. It couldn't land anymore. With so many dark apparitions attacking at once, the blood god clone alone wouldn't be able to suppress them. But where are the vampires? The blood god clone expected this and shouted with a calm gaze. "Here! Here! Here!" The vampire dark apparitions replied instantly. They were already prepared. The moment the blood god clone finished speaking, they turned into rays of light and rushed towards the blood god altar Zakins, Zanoski, Zakaro, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed. In the end, they didn't dare to disobey the order and landed on the blood god altar. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying power erupted from their bodies and gathered above the blood god altar. The blood god clone didn't waste any time either. He moved his body and landed in the middle of the blood god altar, 5th rank. Blood god physique activated. Boom. An indescribable blood-red hologram congregated and appeared outside the blood god clone's body. He fell onto the blood god altar and formed seals with his arms. The blood god projection. This was the blood god projection. The power of all the vampire dark apparitions merged into the blood god's projection continuously, making it bigger and the aura around it thicker. An indescribable and terrifying aura erupted from the blood god projection. It filled up the entire space as if a real blood god had arrived. Chapter 3556. Deadlock. All out. The despair of the geniuses of the three races. Surrender. 1. A terrifying blood-red shadow landed in the void and fell on the blood god altar. The blood god altar didn't seem huge, even though it was covered by the shadow. Instead, it fit well with the figure like a throne. As the blood-red figure appeared, a terrifying aura spread out. The entire space was enveloped by this aura. The dark apparitions below the blood god altar immediately felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if a terrifying devil god had reached out from the void and pressed down on their heads. Boom, boom, boom. The dark apparitions screamed in pain. They were weak, so they couldn't resist the pressure of the blood god altar. Their bodies exploded on the spot and turned into blood mist. Damn it. What is this? A high-tiered Devil Emperor sheephead Devil Race dark apparition shouted. They didn't expect the vampire blood son to have such a powerful ability. He was able to gather the power of all the vampire dark apparitions to suppress the three dark apparitions' blood god altar. This is the vampire's blood god altar? Suddenly, a high-tiered Devil Emperor Devil Moth dark apparition remembered something and exclaimed in astonishment. Blood god altar? Many dark apparitions had heard of the blood god altar before. They were flabbergasted. In the history of the vampire race, the blood god altar had appeared many times. Every time it appeared, the vampire's ability would increase tremendously, threatening the other dark apparitions. The blood god altar wasn't just a powerful attacking method. It could also groom vampire dark apparitions and make use of the blood of the various races to strengthen the vampires. Many dark apparitions were sacrificed by the blood god altar and turned into fertilizer for the vampire dark apparitions to become stronger. Thinking back about it, it was still bloody and terrifying. At this moment, all the dark apparitions present remembered the fear of being controlled by the blood god altar. They didn't expect the blood god altar to reappear in this generation, and it was on the vampire blood sun. At this moment, the dark apparitions from the three races finally believed that the talents like Gouche and Sari might have died in the hands of this blood sun. The other party had this skill. However, they didn't know that Gouche didn't die under the blood god altar, but these dark apparitions didn't have the time to think about other things. The blood god altar above them kept dropping. A huge pressure invaded their bodies and wanted to crush them. Roar, devil transformation. A loud roar came from the mouth of a high-tier Devil Emperor Sheephead Devil Race dark apparition. He knew that he wouldn't be able to break free from the suppression of the Blood God altar, so he activated his devil transformation first. After someone set an example, the other dark apparitions reacted and roared in anger. They triggered their devil transformation. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful and evil aura erupted from the Blood God altar. The black hand holding the Blood God altar became more solid. It was like a real devil's palm holding the Blood God altar up and preventing it from falling any further. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They felt the resistance below them getting stronger, and their hearts became more and more serious. All vampires' devil transformation. The Blood God clone stood in the middle of the Blood God altar and scanned all the vampire dark apparitions. As if there were anyone who didn't know devil transformation. Boom, boom, boom. The vampire dark apparitions immediately activated their devil transformation without any hesitation. Now, most of them had no doubts about the Blood God clone. They only had deep respect for him. He was able to kill an ultimate stage presence like Gaucher and return to lead them to suppress the 3 dark apparition clans. Who in the entire vampire race could do this? Even Xalanbo couldn't do it. Didn't he believe in the Blood Sun too? When the Blood Sun returned, Xalanbo was the first to respond. This action explained everything. At this moment, even Zakins, Zanoski, Sekiro, and the other vampire talents who didn't get along with the Blood God clone didn't dare to cause trouble. They could only cooperate with him obediently. As the vampires underwent their devil transformation, the Blood God altar's hologram became more and more terrifying. It gave off a powerful aura. Both parties were at a standstill. There were many dark apparitions from the 3 clans. Even if they were accidentally suppressed by the Blood God altar and regained their senses, they wouldn't be exterminated so easily. They even had the power to turn the tides. The vampires were at a disadvantage this time. If not, they would be suppressed easily. The Blood God clone noticed this problem too. His expression turned grave. He moved his thoughts and force surged out of his body. Blood wail, an angry roar came out of his mouth. Boom! The space vibrated and a huge creature was formed. It opened its mouth and released a powerful suction force at the 3 dark apparition clans below. Of course, the Blood God clone didn't want to absorb the dark apparitions that hadn't died. His target was the dead dark apparitions. After the bodies of these dead dark apparitions exploded, a large amount of blood mist was left behind. There must be the blood of origin inside. It was a great supplement to the Blood God altar. There was also the vampire dark apparitions who just died. This was a good chance for them to make some contributions to the living vampire dark apparitions. Roar. The giant blood whale roared in anger. Strands of origin blood scattered in the void gathered together and merged into the blood whale's mouth. Then it started refining the origin. Chapter 3557, Deadlock, All Out. The despair of the geniuses of the 3 races. Surrender. 2. What is this? Some dark apparitions didn't recognize the blood whale. They were shocked and furious when they saw the outline of the giant beast appearing and absorbing the blood of origin frantically. The dead dark apparitions were unable to revive Blood Whale. This is the Blood Whale. Blood Whale, is that the universe behemoth that's closely related to vampires? Yes, it's the legendary Blood Whale. Damn it, this vampire Blood Sun didn't just make the Blood God altar appear, he also has the Blood God physique and the legacy of the Blood Whale. No wonder the vampire made him the Blood Sun. Some experienced dark apparitions finally recognized the Blood Whale. A commotion echoed in the universe. They finally knew that the Blood God clone wasn't a puppet Blood Sun. He was the real Blood Sun. The ability and methods he displayed proved that he had the right to become a Blood Sun. If he didn't become the Blood Sun, the vampires would be blind. No, they should be the blind ones. They didn't notice the extraordinariness of this vampire earlier. If they had, they wouldn't be in this state. The dark apparitions from the three races were filled with regret. They even felt resentment towards Gush, Sarit, Hazley, Movalon, and the other dark apparitions. Why did they attack the vampire? These talents were digging a hole for them. But this wasn't the time to consider who was right and who was wrong. Staying alive was the most important. They knew that the vampires wouldn't let them go, so they could only resist with all their might and try to overturn the blood god altar. But was it really that easy? The blood whale released a powerful suction force and sucked all the blood of origin into its mouth. It flowed into the blood god clone's body continuously. Boom. The blood god clone appeared outside the body of the blood god clone. The blood god's holy grail appeared in his hand on the terrifying blood god's projection. Blood of origin congregated in it. Then the blood god holy grail poured down. A large amount of blood of origin landed on the blood god altar buzz. A buzzing sound was heard on the blood god altar. Blood-red patterns spread out from the center and quickly spread in all directions. This is... Xalanbo and the other vampire dark apparitions had devil transformation, but they were still conscious. They weren't affected. Hence, they were shocked when they saw this scene. Blood-red patterns appeared on the blood god altar. Instantly, a terrifying power was revived. Even high-tier devil emperors like them were flabbergasted by its power. If they faced the blood god altar alone, they wouldn't be its match and would be suppressed immediately. No wonder there were rumors that this blood sun used the blood god altar to resist a devil titan. It looked like they were speaking the truth. Terrifying. But they were thinking too much. The blood god clone was able to release the full potential of the blood god altar because of their power and the blood of origin it absorbed under normal circumstances. It was impossible for the blood god altar to release such power. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from the blood god altar. The blood god altar, which was already blocked, sunk down again. Ah, cries of agony were heard. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a large number of dark apparitions below mid-tier Devil Emperor couldn't withstand the frightening force and exploded. This was terrifying. Dark apparitions had powerful physiques. Normal human martial warriors couldn't be compared to them. Yet, in the face of this frightening pressure, their bodies exploded and they died on the spot without any chance of struggling. It was chilling. These dead dark apparitions would be absorbed by the blood whale immediately. There was no possibility of revival. Any remnant flesh and blood of the dark apparitions could let them be revived using some special skills. However, all their flesh and blood had been absorbed and refined. This was equivalent to cutting off their chances of revival. There were very few people who could do this. Without powerful skills, it was hard to destroy a dark apparition completely. What's more, the blood god clone possessed this skill. What's more, it was a large-scale skill. It was extremely rare. Now, with the influx of origin blood, the power of the blood god altar became more and more terrifying. On the other hand, the dark apparitions below were dwindling in numbers. The scale was tilting towards the vampires. This is great. They can't hold on much longer. Xanier, Sasiri, and the other vampire apparitions felt the resistance below decreasing too. They were elated. From the desperate situation at the start to the return of Xalanbo, there was gradually a glimmer of hope. Now that the blood sun was back, the tides were turned. All the vampire dark apparitions saw hope. This feeling of surviving a calamity and turning defeat into victory caused all the vampire dark apparitions to fall into an indescribable happiness. Zakins, Zanoski, Zakiro, and the other dark apparitions had complicated expressions on their faces. They were unwilling and astounded. They found themselves a joke. They schemed and schemed, all for the benefit of the blood sun, allowing his name to become more ingrained in everyone's heart. What's more, the other party's ability astounded them. He was able to suppress the dark apparitions from the three races. This was astonishing. If they continued to oppose him, who knew what would happen? Boom! Bang! Bang! Explosions kept coming from below the blood god altar. The dark apparitions from the three races gradually fell into despair. Chapter 3558. deadlock, all out, the despair of the geniuses of the three races, surrender 3. They could sense that there were lesser and lesser dark apparitions around them, although they were all mid-tier devil emperors and below. This unstoppable trend was enough to prove it. The tides had turned. The vampires had an absolute advantage. It was too difficult for them to turn the tides. Without overwhelming battle power, their resistance was useless. This was the use of the strongest talents from the various races. Sometimes a talented presence could turn the tides. This wasn't something an ordinary warrior could do. What's more, the explosions around them were like a death warrant. The surviving dark apparitions were astounded, and their heads turned numb. The dark apparitions might be cruel and apathetic, but they couldn't bear with this feeling when they saw their fellow dark apparitions exploding and turning into blood mists. It was like someone killing their comrade beside them. It was a huge blow to their mentality. "Vampire blood son, do you have to kill all of us?" A high-tier devil emperor finally couldn't help but roar in anger. "Kill all of you." The blood god clone's gaze turned cold. "Aren't you the ones who want to kill all of us? If I didn't have so many skills, I would be dead today with all the vampires. How can you say that I want to kill all of you?" "That's right. Your three races stopped us here. There's no turning back. You must die today." Xalanbo shouted too. "Kill them. Many vampire talents have died because of them. We mustn't let them go easily." "That's right. Kill them and let the dark apparitions know the power of our vampires." "Your Highness, we can't let them leave. They have no chance of winning now. If we, the vampires, lose, they would not let us go." The other vampire dark apparitions shouted too. All of them supported killing these 3 dark apparitions. They were infuriated by the 3 dark apparition clans. If the Blood Sun didn't have enough skills and ability, the vampire race would be in trouble today. The vampires would become the laughingstock of the dark apparitions. The winner takes all. Now that the 3 dark apparitions had lost, the tides were turning. "You heard it. This is the trend. Even if I want to let you go, the talents of my vampire race won't let you go," the blood god clone said calmly. "In that case, we will fight with you to death. Do you really think you can defeat us?" The Devil Moth dark apparitions roared in anger. "Let's fight with these vampires. If we die here today, the formidable warriors in our race will take revenge for us. Let's fight. Even if I die, I will drag some vampires down with me." Roar! Die! The dark apparitions from the 3 races went crazy. They knew that they couldn't end this peacefully, so they could only give it their all. There might be a chance of survival if they went all out. These dark apparitions shouted loudly as if they were facing death. However, they were just using this to boost the morale of the dark apparitions so that they could have a chance of survival. Unfortunately, their opponent was the blood god clone. In terms of endurance, they weren't his match. Boom! As the dark apparitions attacked, a loud explosion was heard from the Black Hand. It pushed the blood god altar up and caused it to stop sinking. It even showed signs of rising. The vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They didn't expect the dark apparitions from the 3 races to have the ability to resist. They immediately released their most powerful strength and merged it into the blood god clone's projection to help the blood god clone suppress them. A desperate struggle. The blood god clone sneered. He didn't panic. He knew that these dark apparitions had no chance of turning the tides. When they died, the scales of victory had already tilted to his side. He wasn't in a hurry. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. When he came back, he noticed that the void was filled with attribute bubbles, which were probably caused by the battle between the dark apparitions. However, the situation was critical, so he didn't pick them up immediately. Now he had exhausted much of his force and spiritual power. This was a good time to replenish them. The blood god clone could also pick up attribute bubbles. However, after picking them up, the attributes would appear on Wang Teng's body. Then, through the connection between Wang Teng and the clone, the force and spiritual power would be transferred into the clone's body. It was a little troublesome, but it was just a matter of changing hands. Origin of life, 1200. Origin of Soul, 1500. Constellation Force, Dark, 56 Heaven Realm Spirit, 320 Circ. Constellation Force, Fire, 8500. Dark Constellation Force, Dan O 8000, 8 Rock, V Rock. A large number of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. He was stunned. In a certain part of the universe, Wang Teng was flying at high speed. After he regained his senses, he smiled and said, "It looks like the blood god clone has a good harvest. But it won't be easy to suppress the 3 dark apparitions." After sensing the blood god clone's needs, he immediately transferred his spiritual power and dark constellation force over without any hesitation to replenish the blood god clone's exhaustion. The blood god clone shuddered. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He stopped picking up attributes when he felt his spiritual power and dark constellation force filling up again. Chapter 3559, Deadlock. All out. The despair of the geniuses of the 3 races. Surrender. 4. Blood whale skill suck. He laughed in his heart and immediately activated his blood whale skill to the maximum. He started absorbing the blood around him frantically. The dark apparitions died one by one. Their blood of origin turned into energy for him to activate the blood god altar. Boom. The blood god altar bore down, and the dark apparitions were at a disadvantage once again. They couldn't resist the power of the blood god altar. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions kept resounding in the universe. A large number of dark apparitions died. At first, they were low-tier devil emperors and some normal mid-tier devil emperors. But as time went by, mid-tier devil emperors started to die too. Someone at the peak of the mid-tier devil emperor stage couldn't be compared to a normal mid-tier devil emperor. Some of them were talents among the ultimate stage imperial-level dark apparitions, while others were high-tier devil emperor reserves. However, everybody was the same below the blood god altar. There was no difference. They were all suppressed and were about to die. Spare me. Suddenly, a giant devil race dark apparition felt that he couldn't resist anymore, and his body was about to explode. He started begging for mercy. Boom! But in the next moment his body still exploded and turned into a blood mist. Then it got absorbed by the blood whale phantom. This scene stimulated a large number of dark apparitions. They suddenly understood a principle. Begging for mercy should be done quickly. If you begged for mercy at the last moment, it might be too late. Thus, "Please, spare me, vampire blood. Son, I'm willing to submit to you. Spare me, and I'm willing to submit to you. I'll follow the vampire's lead from now on. Vampire blood, son, I'm at the peak of the mid-tier devil emperor stage. I'm only a step away from the high-tier devil emperor stage. Let me go, and I'm willing to help you on the battlefield." "Me too. If you let me go, I'm willing to lead a giant devil clan to be your vassal. I'm willing to lead an army of Devil Moth Race to join with you." In an instant, a chain reaction occurred as if a fuse had been lit. A large number of dark apparitions started begging for mercy. Some dark apparitions were afraid that the blood god clone wouldn't agree, so they even gave him their conditions. They didn't just plead for mercy. They chose to submit and were willing to lead their troops to the blood god clone. The blood god clone was stunned. His expression turned strange. How is this possible? Where did their dignity go? He wasn't the only one. Even Xalanbo, Xanier, Sasiri, and the other dark apparitions were stunned. They wondered if they heard wrong. Are these dark apparitions serious? They're willing to surrender to the Blood Sun. Zekens, Zanoski, Zakiro, and the other vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They found it unbelievable. Thunder roared in their minds. The dark apparitions from the 3 races wanted to seek refuge with the Blood Sun. What was going on? This wasn't as simple as giving Shu the benefits. They were sending troops to him. Traitor. A shout came from the mouth of a high-tiered devil emperor sheephead dark apparition. He didn't expect his clansmen to beg for mercy from the vampire Blood Sun. This was a humiliation. Don't you have some dignity? How can you beg for mercy from the vampire Blood Sun? A high-tier devil emperor from the giant devil race shouted angrily. "Bastards! Do you really think that vampire blood son will let you go? Why are you begging for mercy? This is ridiculous." A high-tier devil emperor Devil Moth dark apparition was infuriated. Cough, the blood god clone coughed awkwardly. Actually, it's negotiable. The high-tier devil emperor dark apparition, the high-tier devil emperor sheephead devil race dark apparition, the high-tier devil emperor devil moth dark apparition, the vampire dark apparitions, Xalanbo, Xanier, Zasiri, and the other dark apparitions were speechless too. However, they didn't refute the blood god clone. They wanted to see what this blood son wanted to do, really. The dark apparitions begging for mercy shouted in joy as if they saw their last hope. "That will depend on whether you're really willing to submit," the blood god clone said calmly. "I'm willing." "I'm definitely willing," a giant devil race dark apparition shouted hurriedly. The vampire dark apparitions were speechless. They didn't expect these dark apparitions to surrender so quickly. They had no intention of bargaining. "In that case, hand over your origin of soul," the blood god clone said. "Let me see your sincerity." "Okay, I'll hand it over immediately." "Me too." The dark apparitions fought to hand over their origin of soul flames without any hesitation. They were afraid of being a step too late. The blood god clone was caught between laughter and tears as he looked at the origin of soul flames floating up from the bottom of the blood god altar. However, he didn't hesitate. He immediately kept their origins of soul. He sensed the origins of soul carefully and confirmed that no one was lying. Fortunately, his origin of soul was powerful enough. He could tell if it was real through the connection between the origins of soul and the dark apparitions' souls. No one knew if these dark apparitions were scared out of their wits or if they were honestly speaking the truth. None of them were lying. They obediently handed over their origins of soul flame. With the origins of soul, the blood god clone could control their life and death. He didn't have to worry about them betraying him. Chapter 356. Deadlock. All out. The despair of the geniuses of the three races. Surrender 5. Besides that, he would plant the enchantment seed for them later and add another layer of insurance. It shouldn't be a problem. "Good," the blood god clone nodded his head in satisfaction. "Those who hand over the origin of soul flame can leave the blood god altar." He waved his hand and the aura on the blood god altar changed. The dark apparitions that chose to surrender immediately felt relieved. They were elated and immediately broke free from the blood god altar. They looked as if they had just survived a disaster. "You?" The remaining high-tier devil emperors were dumbfounded. What the hell? The vampire blood son accepted the surrender of the traitors. That way, only the high-tier devil emperors and the hard-core devil emperors were left. In an instant, they felt abandoned. The pressure above them grew stronger and stronger. How could they resist the terrifying blood god altar? They had no hope left. "Don't blame us. We don't want to die." A giant devil race dark apparition that had left the blood god altar said, "We don't want to die either. I feel that we can trust the vampire blood son. He's really willing to let us go. Why don't you surrender too?" "That's right. Surrender. The vampire blood son is a victim too. If Gaucher and the others didn't ambush him, things wouldn't have turned out this way." The dark apparitions from the three races persuaded the high-tier devil emperors from their races to pull them down. That way, they wouldn't be the main force of the traitors. The high-tier devil emperor would be the main force at that time. Even if the clansmen blamed anyone, they wouldn't be the ones to blame. Silence. On the blood god altar, the blood god clone was caught between laughter and tears. He found this scene a little funny. He didn't do anything, but these dark apparitions took the initiative to persuade others. Those who didn't know might think that he gave them some great benefits that made them work so hard. Xalanbo, Xanier, Zasiri, Zadia, and the other vampire dark apparitions had strange expressions on their faces. Honestly, they had never encountered such an absurd thing in their lives. This was an eye-opener for him. Zakins, Zanoski, Sakiro, and the other dark apparitions' expressions kept changing. They felt like clowns. Everything they did benefited Suyu. They almost vomited blood from frustration. Below the blood god altar, the expressions of the high-tiered devil emperors changed. They wanted to beg for mercy, but they couldn't bring themselves to do it. No one wanted to die, especially a genius. At first, they thought that the vampire blood sun wouldn't let them go, so they decided to be tough. But now, the other party was telling them that as long as they surrendered, they could stay alive. What the fuck? You should have said earlier. If you had said it earlier, we would have surrendered. Why did you have to make things so awkward? The atmosphere tensed up. It looks like you have to be firm. I'll fulfill your wish, the blood god clone said calmly. Boom, the power on the blood god altar congregated and shot towards the remaining dark apparitions. Bang! A dark apparition at the peak of mid-tier Devil Emperor finally couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded on the spot. The other mid-tier Devil Emperors were in no better state. Their bodies might explode at any moment. It was just a matter of time. The blood god clone sneered. He wanted to see how long they could last. Bang, bang, bang. A few more dark apparitions died. The entire space was shrouded in the shadow of death. Even the dark apparitions that escaped couldn't bear to look at them anymore. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably when they saw their fellow dark apparitions exploding one by one. Stop! A high-tiered Devil Emperor roared, unwillingly. I'll be embarrassed if I stop just because you ask me to. The blood god clone said calmly. He showed no signs of stopping. The high-tiered Devil Emperor didn't know what to say. He vomited a mouth of blood in frustration. He was already injured and infuriated by the blood god clone, so he couldn't control himself. The vampire dark apparitions looked at the blood god clone and felt that this blood sun was a little black-hearted and vengeful. They mustn't provoke him. Stop, we're willing to submit, another high-tier Devil Emperor said unwillingly. You might be willing to submit, but I might not be willing to accept you. The blood god clone said, continue to deal with it. He sat down cross-legged on the blood god altar and even called out, come on, have a seat. Don't keep standing. Cancel your devil transformation. They can't hold on much longer. Silence. Xalanbo, Zanir, Zasiri, and the other vampire dark apparitions were speechless. However, when they sensed the situation below the blood god altar, they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the dark apparitions couldn't do anything, so they sat down cross-legged. The high-tiered devil emperors below the blood god altar were stunned. They felt that they were belittled. Chapter 3561, making an example of them, unparalleled blood sun, breeding for the future. One below the blood god altar, the remaining high-tiered devil emperors felt frustrated. They felt that they were belittled. Damn it, they stopped devil transformation and even sat down to rest. We are fighting. Can you give us some face? As high-tier devil emperors, they felt humiliated. But what made them even more frustrated was, even so, they couldn't resist the pressure above their heads after the traitors left. Their strength was completely suppressed. They couldn't turn the tides. Boom, the blood god clone sat on the blood god altar. The blood essence from the blood whale flowed into the altar continuously, making it even more powerful. PFP. The high-tier Devil Emperor dark apparitions couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. Cracks started to appear on their bodies and spread out. Fresh blood spurted out. Their expressions changed. Their faces turned ugly and their bodies cracked. This was a bad sign. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. What do you want? A high-tiered Devil Emperor shouted in anger. Let me show you the situation, the blood god clone said calmly. If you want to live hand over the origin of soul fire like the previous dark apparitions, I'll only give you one chance. If you continue talking nonsense with me, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You, the high-tier Devil Emperors, felt exasperated when they heard this. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Think about it carefully. I won't give you much time. The blood god clone continued, increasing the power of the blood god altar. Boom, boom, boom. The pressure increased and the blood god altar kept sinking. The high-tier Devil Emperor dark apparitions couldn't raise their heads. Blood mist spurted out of their bodies continuously and got absorbed by the blood whale. They gradually became weaker. The high-tier Devil Emperors turned pale. Fear suddenly appeared in their eyes. Their blood of origin was sucked out uncontrollably. They were injured and suppressed by the blood god altar, but the blood whale's skill must be terrifying to be able to do this. This sudden change was an overwhelming factor. The high-tier Devil Emperors finally lost their will to resist. They handed over their origin of soul flame. Even a high-tier Devil Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand this torture. Once too much blood was used up, they would be crushed by the blood god altar. At that time, there would be no turning back, and they would be absorbed by the blood whale and die. The blood god clone looked at the origin of soul flames floating in front of him and smiled. This was within his expectation. If these dark apparitions were really so unyielding, they wouldn't have begged for mercy. He didn't hesitate. He released his spiritual kinesis and put the origin of soul flames into his small universe. He locked them in the center and restricted them with his spiritual power. Once the dark apparitions moved, the flames of the origin of soul would extinguish with a single thought, injuring the dark apparitions. Even if it was a high-tier Devil Emperor, his origin of soul would be heavily injured, and he wouldn't be far from death. Huh? Suddenly, the blood god clone squinted. He sensed something and sneered. "You can come out now." He waved his hand and removed the pressure on the dark apparitions' heads. They were released from the blood god altar. The high-tier Devil Emperors heaved a sigh of relief and flew out from the blood god altar. But soon they realized that there were still a few dark apparitions below the blood god altar that hadn't rushed out. They were still suppressed below. "I've already handed over the origin of soul fire. Why are you still suppressing me?" A high-tier Devil Emperor suddenly shouted. "You know it yourself." The blood god clone sneered. The high-tier Devil Emperor dark apparition's expression changed. "I said that I would only give you one chance. It's a pity that you don't cherish it." The blood god clone stood up from his cross-legged position and stepped on the ground. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from the blood god altar and pressed down. Wait. The high-tier Devil Emperor was appalled. He wanted to say something, but it was too late. Bang! Under the frightening pressure, his body finally exploded and turned into a thick blood mist. A high-tier Devil Emperor was crushed to death just like that. The remaining dark apparitions that resisted until the end exploded one after another. They were only mid-tier Devil Emperors. How could they resist such a terrifying attack? Boom, boom, boom! Balls of blood mist blossomed in the air like blood-red flowers. They were beautiful and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. The expressions of the high-tier Devil Emperors who surrendered changed slightly when they saw this scene. He already handed over the origin of soul fire. "Why do you still have to kill him?" A Devil Moth dark apparition couldn't help but ask. "Are you questioning me?" The blood god clone glanced at him and asked calmly. The Devil Moth dark apparition was speechless. He suddenly remembered that he had already submitted to this guy. His origin of soul was under his control, so he had no right to question him. His origin of soul was fake, right? A sheephead devil race dark apparition glanced at the blood god clone and asked, Chapter 3562, Making an Example of Them. Unparalleled blood, son, breeding for the future. 2. Fortunately, not everyone is stupid. If not, I will regret keeping you. The blood god clone said calmly, the Devil Moth dark apparition. Was this guy saying that he was stupid? He was being looked down upon. As a high-tier Devil Emperor, he was called an idiot. How could he bear with it? He was infuriated. He looked at the blood god clone, but when he saw his calm and indifferent gaze, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on him. He froze on the spot. All the anger disappeared and turned into disappointment. At the same time, the sheephead devil race dark apparition's words stunned the surrounding dark apparitions. Fake, no wonder. It was the fake origin of soul. He was too naive to think that he could fool the vampire blood sun using this method. Many dark apparitions sneered. He was seeking death. Suddenly they felt fortunate. They had thought of this method before, but they rejected it in the end. In the end, they obediently handed over the origin of soul fire. From the looks of it now, their choice was the right one. The Devil Moth dark apparitions were seeking death. The blood god clone didn't care what they were thinking. The Devil Moth dark apparition thought that he was smart, so the blood god clone decided to make an example out of him. If not, these high-tier devil emperors wouldn't be so easy to educate. As high-tier devil emperors, they must be the cream of the crop. All of them were unruly. Even if they were forced to submit, they would have other thoughts, hence he needed to frighten them. Killing a dark apparition at the same level as the high-tier devil emperors would let them know that they didn't have the right to bargain just because they were powerful and talented. Even a high-tier devil emperor would still die if they provoked him. There was no difference. He scanned his surroundings and saw that the high-tier devil emperors had become obedient. There was fear on their faces. Even if they had other thoughts, they wouldn't dare to reveal it. The blood god clone didn't care if they were honestly working for him. He just needed to scare them with his strength. These dark apparitions had given up their origin of soul flames. If he planted the enchantment seed on them, there wouldn't be a problem. Then the blood god clone's gaze landed on the vampire dark apparitions around him. His gaze flickered and he suddenly had a plan. At this moment, all the vampire dark apparitions finally reacted. They looked at the three dark apparitions before turning to look at the blood god clone. They felt unreal. He actually succeeded. He turned the tides single-handedly. The blood sun did it. Even in the long history of the vampire race, they had never achieved such a huge victory. The Devil Moth Race, the Giant Devil Race, and the Sheephead Devil Race had always been arch-enemies of the vampire race. There was always friction between them. Every time the vampires fought with these three races, there were wins and losses, but they had never won so thoroughly, so refreshingly, and so exhilaratingly. At this moment, all the vampire dark apparitions felt as if they had drunk a bottle of ice-cold Coke in the middle of summer. Only one word could describe how amazing it was. Too amazing. They were elated when they saw the sorrowful expressions on the dark apparitions' faces. Blood Sun's devil aura is unparalleled. Someone suddenly started shouting fanatically. The other vampire dark apparitions regained their senses and looked at the blood god clone. Their gazes were scorching and filled with respect as they shouted, "Blood Sun's devil aura is unparalleled. Blood Sun's devil aura is unparalleled. Blood Sun's devil aura is unparalleled. Blood Sun's devil aura is unparalleled." In an instant, the entire space was filled with ear-shattering cheers. The vampire dark apparitions looked at the blood god clone with extreme fanaticism and respect. This was something that could only be seen in front of devil titans. This was the real blood sun, the blood sun of vampires. At this moment, almost all the vampire dark apparitions recognized him as their blood sun, whether they knew the blood god clone or saw his deeds personally. He was so powerful and reliable. If he didn't become a blood sun, who would? Many vampire dark apparitions had never seen the deeds of the blood god clone personally, so they had their doubts. Now, all the doubts were gone. Zarosa and Euphilia stood some distance away and looked at the blood god clone in the center of the blood god altar. An indescribable glow appeared in their eyes. Their choice was right. Before entering the front lines, this blood sun had already displayed such power. He would definitely shine in the real battlefield. Zakins, Sakiro, Zanoski, and the other dark apparitions had complicated expressions on their faces. They were filled with envy and unwillingness. If their plan succeeded, everything would have belonged to them. Yet it had nothing to do with them. Shui Yue became the center of all the vampire dark apparitions. They could only stand at the side and watch. No one cared about them. This was tragic. As vampire talents, they paled in comparison to him. There were also the dark apparitions from the three races. They were at a loss for words when they saw the vampire dark apparitions cheering, Chapter 3563, making an example of them. Unparalleled blood sun, breeding for the future. 3. Who would have thought that 3 dark apparition clans would end up in this state when they tried to stop the vampires? Even they gave up their origin of soul flame and became slaves. While all the dark apparitions were having different thoughts, the blood god clone was in a daze, unparalleled devil aura, to hell with unparalleled devil aura. They made it sound like he was the ultimate antagonist. Can't these vampire dark apparitions use a better word? The cheers lasted for a long time before they died down. All the vampire dark apparitions looked at the blood god clone as if they were waiting for his order. The blood god clone could only suppress his complaints and maintain the majesty of the blood sun. He opened his mouth and said, "You did well. This time I wouldn't have been able to defeat the sheephead devil race, the Devil Moth Race, and the talents from the giant devil race alone. You have worked with me to restrain them successfully. I'm relieved and grateful for your trust. Let me thank everyone first." He raised his hand abruptly and cupped his fists at all the vampire dark apparitions. The vampire dark apparitions were stunned. They didn't expect the blood god clone to thank them. This was out of their expectation. In an instant, all the vampire dark apparitions had the urge to die for the leader who appreciated their efforts. The blood sun was the reason why they were able to defeat the 3 dark apparition clans, yet he remembered them and even thanked them voluntarily. They had never enjoyed such respect. These high-tier devil emperors were all insufferably arrogant and had never looked down on dark apparitions who were lower in rank than them. Compared to the blood sun's respect towards them, this was a completely different feeling. Wasn't supporting such a blood sun better than supporting arrogant talents? Before the vampires could react, the blood god clone continued. You must have a deep understanding from the battle just now. When facing other dark apparitions, we vampires should work together to release our greatest power. Even a high-tier devil emperor at the peak of the devil emperor level might be suppressed. Everyone, don't underestimate your own strength. Even if you're a low-tier devil emperor or a mid-tier devil emperor, as long as you contribute, you will be able to make the blood god altar even more powerful. I hope that, after entering the light universe battlefield, you will be able to maintain this mentality. Then the day when the vampire race will rise in power will not be far away, the voice echoed in the universe. All the vampire dark apparitions were in a daze again. Suppressing someone at the peak of the devil emperor stage, in the past, they wouldn't believe it. However, after participating in the process of suppressing the dark apparition clans, they believed it. As long as there were enough people, they could use the blood god altar to suppress an even more powerful presence. This wasn't a joke. On the battlefield, the blood god altar would definitely be able to release its greatest power. All the vampire dark apparitions were invigorated when they thought about this. They were eager to give it a try. They wished they could head to the battlefield immediately and let the other dark apparitions witness the power of the vampires. The blood god clone smiled secretly when he saw this scene. These vampires were easy to fool. Everything was on track. The more the vampire dark apparitions respected him, the more they trusted him. The remaining dark apparitions from the 3 clans turned grim when they heard this. This vampire blood sun wasn't simple. He easily used the residual impact of the battle just now to win the hearts of the vampires. He even made a huge deal out of it so that these vampire dark apparitions would follow him wholeheartedly and work for him. On the battlefield, these vampire dark apparitions were the greatest help to the vampire blood sun. Not everyone possessed this skill. This vampire blood sun was not only powerful and talented, but he was also scheming. This was horrifying. Where did the vampires find this monster? When they heard that the vampire blood sun came from the lower realm, they couldn't help but wonder if he was really a vampire from the lower realm. He didn't look like one at all. Even the talents from the 6th level of the Darkland couldn't be compared to him. It was hard to imagine how the lower realms could groom such terrifying talents. The vampires were extremely lucky. The high-tiered devil emperors from the three races looked at the blood god clone with complicated emotions. They couldn't help but sigh. The vampire race had such a monstrous blood sun. He would definitely be able to shine in the war against the light universe and surpass most dark apparitions. However, they didn't know how far he could lead the vampires. Suddenly, they were filled with anticipation. The three races had lost. What would happen if the other dark apparitions lost to this vampire blood sun? The high-tiered devil emperors from the three races exchanged glances with one another. Surprisingly, they saw the same thought in each other's eyes. It might be a good choice to follow this blood sun into the light universe. The same thought appeared in their minds. Compared to Goucher and Sarit, this blood sun was more monstrous. He should be able to do what Goucher and the others couldn't. All right, that's all I have to say. How much power our vampire talents can release will depend on you. The blood god clone's tone changed. He smiled and continued. Based on your performance just now, I will not treat you badly. Prepare yourselves. Chapter 3564, Making an Example of Them, Unparalleled Blood Sun, Breeding for the Future. 4. The vampire dark apparitions were stunned. They didn't know what he wanted to do. Boom. The blood god altar suddenly vibrated. The blood-red patterns on it started changing. They squirmed like blood snakes and started crawling towards the vampire dark apparition on the altar. This is Xalanbo, Xanier Sassiri, and the other dark apparitions were stunned. A sharp glint appeared in their eyes as they exclaimed, "This is the blood of origin congregated by the blood god altar." They raised their heads abruptly and looked at the blood god clone in astonishment. The blood sun wanted to transfer the absorbed blood of origin to them to raise their ability. What? In an instant, all the vampire dark apparitions were in a daze. They didn't expect the blood god clone to do this. If he allowed himself to absorb the blood of origin, his ability would rise. Even if he couldn't break through to the high-tier devil emperor stage, he could strengthen his foundation. He gave it to them just like that. Your Highness, blood sun, no. Xalanbo, Xanier, and the other vampire dark apparitions regained their senses and shouted at the blood god clone. They wanted to stop his actions. They didn't want to accept this gift. In the past, they would have accepted it readily. After all, anyone would be an idiot if they didn't take this opportunity. However, after seeing the blood god clone's skills, they suddenly felt that the rise in the ability of the blood sun was the most important thing. They were secondary. Only when the blood sun's ability rose would he be able to lead them around the battlefield and display the power of the vampire race. What's more, the blood sun was willing to share the blood of origin with them. Would he forget about them on the battlefield? That was why they opened their mouths and wanted to stop the blood god clone. However, they didn't know what the blood god clone was thinking. Close your eyes and focus on absorbing the blood of origin. He disregarded the thoughts of the vampire dark apparitions and shouted. Under his control, blood seeped out from the runes on the blood god altar and flowed into the bodies of the vampire dark apparitions. Xalanbo, Xanier, Sassiri, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They knew that they couldn't change the blood god clone's mind, so they sighed and sat down cross-legged. They focused on absorbing the blood of origin that surged into their bodies. They mustn't disappoint the blood sun. In an instant, the entire blood god altar was enveloped by the thick stench of blood. It was hazy and shrouded all the vampire dark apparitions. The condensed blood-red energy formed a light shield around the altar, isolating it from the outside world and locking up all the blood of origin. There were strange and occult runes shimmering on the light shield. They connected to the blood god altar below, making it look even more divine. This is the real power of the blood god altar. The gazes of the dark apparitions from the three races flickered. They couldn't help but feel envious. The blood god altar could extract the blood of origin and use it to nurture vampire dark apparitions to become stronger. In the past, they had only heard of it. Now they finally saw it personally. No wonder every time the blood god altar appeared, the vampire dark apparition's ability would increase tremendously. With this divine weapon, their ability would definitely increase too. The vampire blood son is actually willing to share this thick blood of origin with other vampires. He's just trying to win people's hearts. You and I might not be able to win people's hearts. If he absorbs the blood, he will be able to raise his cultivation for a long time. After all, he's only at the peak of the Devil Emperor stage, yet he gave it to other vampires. This is a huge gift. I'm convinced. The magnanimity, the blood son, is extraordinary. The high-tier Devil Emperor dark apparitions couldn't help but started discussing using voice transmission. Even they were in awe when they saw what the blood god clone did. If it was them, they would have enjoyed this huge amount of blood alone. They wouldn't share it with others. In the blood god altar, the blood god clone looked at the vampire dark apparitions around him as if they were red chives growing healthily. He worked so hard to groom them, not because he wanted to raise their ability. He wanted to leave some skills in their bodies so that he wouldn't lose control of the vampire dark apparitions on the battlefield. No matter what, he was on the side of the light universe. He could only apologize to these vampire dark apparitions. No one noticed the inconspicuous and obscure runes silently entering the bodies of the vampire dark apparitions. These runes were too small to be seen with the naked eye. Even devil titans wouldn't be able to detect their presence. Once the blood of origin was absorbed, the tiny runes would enter the vampire dark apparition's body and merge into every inch of his flesh. Blood god rebirth skill. This was the power of the divine level scripture, the blood god rebirth skill. At that time, the vampire dark apparition wanted to use the blood god rebirth skill to control the blood god clone and snatch his body so that he could be reborn. Unfortunately, Wang Teng saw through it and used it to obtain a blood god clone with extremely powerful talent. Now the blood god clone was using the same method to plant this skill in their bodies. If they were disobedient, this skill could turn all the vampires into his nourishment. Although the blood god clone didn't need the rebirth, he could still use the nourishment. To others, he seemed extremely generous. He shared his blood of origin with the vampire dark apparitions. However, only the blood god clone knew that he was grooming crops during the harvest season. He would only earn more, of course, if these vampire dark apparitions listened to his every order. He could spare their lives. After all, the vampire identity was quite useful. He needed to use it properly, as the blood of origin flowed into the bodies of the vampire dark apparitions. The aura around them got stronger. They were exhausted from the previous battle, and many vampire dark apparitions were injured. Now, their injuries were healing gradually. It wouldn't take long for them to return to their peak state, and their ability would increase. Time passed slowly. The runes of the blood god rebirth skill only needed to merge into the vampire dark apparitions' bodies step by step. The blood god clone didn't have to worry about it. He had nothing to do, so he used his spiritual kinesis to pick up the attribute bubbles scattered in the void: Origin of Soul 3000, Origin of Life 42000, Heaven Realm Spirit 860, Dark Constellation Force 15,500. Poison Constellation Force 18,000, Giant Apparition Physique 5,000, Giant Apparition Battle Mace 1,000, Dark Constellation Force 21,000, Fire Constellation Force 17,000, Devil Sheep Physique 35,000. Chapter 3565, a huge increase, Toxic Face, Vision Arrival. 1. A large number of attribute bubbles were collected and surged into Wang Teng's body. On the other side, before Wang Teng could find the final place where the equilibrium was born, his body suddenly trembled slightly, and he stopped in mid-air. It looks like the blood god clone has solved the issue. His eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, "This is much faster than I expected." There were many attribute bubbles this time. Wang Teng didn't look at them carefully. Instead, he looked at the attributes board. The first two attributes to rise were the origin of life and the origin of soul. There were many of them. The bodies of the dark apparitions that were suppressed by the blood god altar exploded, and their souls scattered. Hence, these two attributes were dropped. In total, it was no fewer than the origin attributes dropped by the top talents. It might even be more. Wang Teng savored the pleasure of the two powers of origin. He felt refreshed. This time, his origin of life and origin of soul improved tremendously. His foundation became stronger. Then there was the Heaven Realm Spirit attribute and the Constellation Force attributes. There was nothing much to say about the Heaven Realm Spirit. Wang Teng's main body was stuck at the peak of the Cosmos Realm, so he couldn't break through to the Heaven Realm in terms of force. He had used up much of it to help the Blood God clone. Now, he had replenished it. It was faster than his own recovery. Flying in the void consumed a lot of force. If he didn't get replenishment, he might be stuck in the void and couldn't leave. Why didn't most living creatures dare to enter the depth of the void? The fact that he couldn't replenish his force was a huge factor. There was force in the void, but it was extremely thin. To a powerful martial warrior, it was a drop in the bucket. He was like a person lost in the desert. How could a cup of water save his life? Of course, if he had enough energy stones or some treasures that could replenish his force, he could hold on for some time. Wang Teng wasn't at the end of his rope. He could use his attributes to replenish his exhaustion. Also, he had stored most of these force attributes. He would continue absorbing them the next time he exhausted all his forces. However, he only picked up a few attributes. They were the poison, fire, and dark constellation forces. He continued looking at the other attributes. His eyes lit up. Moth Emperor Divine Scripture, Devil Titan, 3,510,000, specialized. Devil Sheep Divine Scripture, Devil Titan level 4,210,000, specialized. Giant Apparition Divine Scripture, Devil Titan stage, 3,510,000, specialized. Blood Shark Divine Scripture, Devil Titan stage, 5,110,000, specialized. Blood Slaughter Devil Scripture, Devil Titan stage, 3,010,000, specialized. Blood Bulk Divine Scripture, Devil Titan stage, 5,610,000, specialized. Blood Wolf Divine Scripture, Devil Titan stage, 3,010,000, specialized. Blood Bat Divine Scripture, Devil Titan stage, 4,310,000, specialized. Blood Bat Divine Scripture, Devil Titan stage, 3,810,000, specialized. The scriptures were all Devil Titan level scriptures. If other people saw them, their eyes would probably pop out. The value of those Devil Titan scriptures were immeasurable. However, to Wang Teng, each one was just like a normal scripture. Wang Teng was much calmer. He looked at the Devil Titan scriptures calmly. The first 3 scriptures came from the 3 dark apparition clans. All of them went from well-versed to specialized. Not bad. As for the other 8 scriptures, they were from the Bloodslayer race, the Blood Shark race, and the Vampire race. All of them had reached the specialized stage from the well-versed stage. His mastery had increased by an entire level. On the other hand, the Blood Python Divine Scripture was already at the specialized stage. Although there was an increase, it was still at the specialized stage. If Wang Teng remembered correctly, the Blood Python Divine Scripture was the scripture Xalanbo practiced. It looked like that guy's mastery of this scripture was still at the specialized stage. If not, he wouldn't only have this amount of attributes. Huh. Suddenly, Wang Teng gasped. His gaze landed on one of the scriptures. This scripture was a little unfamiliar, but he had already picked it up. Blood Bat Divine Scripture. This is Zakin's scripture, right? Wang Teng touched his chin and finally remembered. He received this attribute when he was at the Blood Whale's nest. However, the situation was a little chaotic, so he didn't notice it. What's more, his attention was all on the legacy of the Blood Whale, so he neglected this scripture. Wang Teng's attention was attracted by this scripture attribute. The Blood Bat Divine Scripture is the scripture that allows one to turn into a blood bat. There are all kinds of vampire scriptures, but all of them lead to the same destination. Besides some that are more powerful, the rest are similar. Wang Teng's eyes were shimmering as he contemplated the Devil Titan scripture. Suddenly Wang Teng burst out laughing. Zakin's, Xalanbo, and the other dark apparitions had always been at loggerheads with him. If they knew that he took all their most precious scriptures, would they jump in anger? It must be interesting to think about it. Wang Teng shook his head and smiled. He felt that he had a bad sense of humor, so he shifted his attention away. Actually, among the 8 scriptures, the one that Wang Teng was looking forward to the most was the Blood Devil Divine Scripture. This was a scripture from Xalanbo, which corresponded to the cultivation of the Blood Devil physique, chapter 3566, a huge increase. Toxic face, vision, arrival. 2. Now that it had reached the specialized stage, Wang Teng's understanding of this scripture had reached a new level. It was beneficial for the cultivation of the Blood Devil physique. The Blood Devil physique was indeed extraordinary. If he could absorb enough devil chi, it would be extremely powerful. The only problem was, if he absorbed too much devil chi, he would be affected by it. Once he activated his Blood Devil physique, he would become agitated and lose his mind. This was a troublesome problem for the dark apparitions after all. When they were undergoing devil transformation, there was a risk of falling into chaos. If they cultivated the Blood Devil Divine Scripture, it would increase the probability of them falling into chaos. Thus, only those with a strong willpower could practice this scripture. Thinking about it, Xalanbo was indeed extraordinary. Of course, the dark apparitions didn't care about this. Chaos and darkness were their home. Also, it wasn't impossible to recover after falling into chaos. Those dark apparitions with powerful bloodline talents could reverse the chaos state. It would be easier for them to recover from the chaos state than normal dark apparitions. Wang Teng possessed the Heart of Darkness, the Nether God physique, and the Blood God physique. Even if he fell into chaos and darkness, there was a high chance that he could recover. He wondered what price he would have to pay. This was why Wang Teng was worried. Hence, he didn't dare to let himself fall into chaos and darkness in case something irreversible happened. Wang Teng's attention went back to the attributes board. Besides these Devil Titan scriptures, some Devil Emperor scriptures had improved too. But he only took one look and stopped paying focus to it. It wasn't that he didn't like Devil Emperor scriptures, but these Devil Titan scriptures were enough for him. There was nothing worth paying attention to. However, he might be able to use them when he created the Chaos Constellation scripture in the future. Learning from the experiences of others is a way to master new skills. Wang Teng had always emphasized this point, so he didn't mind reading all the primary rank scriptures. He didn't reject anything, then he looked at the battle techniques attributes. He was interested in the dark apparitions' battle techniques. Some of them were extremely powerful and would help the Blood God clone to increase his ability. With the help of the Blood Whale skill and the Blood God altar, the Blood God clone would be able to execute more skills. Hence, he didn't have to worry about not being able to support the force requirements of the advanced rank battle techniques. Devil Flame Halberd, High-Tier Devil Emperor, 2,700 10,000, small achievement. Giant Apparition Battle Mace, High-Tier Devil Emperor, 5,000 10,000, small achievement. Giant Apparition Battle Axe, High-Tier Devil Emperor, 4,500 10,000, small achievement. Giant Apparition Fist, High-Tier Devil Emperor Stage, 6,000 10,000, small achievement. Dark Venom Dust Growth, 5,000 3,000, big achievement. Toxic Face, Devil Titan Stage, 3,000 5,000, well-versed. Blood Devil Battle Blade Devil Titan Stage, 4,500 10,000, specialized. Blood Devil Fist, High-Tier Devil Emperor Stage, 5,500 10,000, small achievement. Blood Mist Claw Mid-Tier Devil Emperor, 4,000 5,000, specialized. Blood Blade Skill Mid-Tier Devil Emperor, 3,300 Devil 5,000, specialized. Blood Blade Skill Mid-Tier Devil Emperor, 3,300 5,000, specialized. Blood Plyod Slayer Blood Python Sword Skill Mid-Tier Devil Emperor, 2,800 5,000, specialized. Blood Slayer Devil Halberd, Peak Devil Titan, 4,500 1,000, specialized. Blood Shark Whip Devil Titan Stage, 3,800 10,000, specialized. Another series of battle technique attributes appeared in front of Wang Teng. He was slightly surprised. He felt that there were more battle techniques attributes than scriptures. However, most of these battle techniques had been obtained before. Only a portion of them were new. The Devil Flame Fist and the Devil Flame Halberd were battle techniques of the Sheephead Devil Race. They could reach the high-tiered Devil Emperor level. He had received the Devil Flame Fist before, but it was at the specialized stage at that time. Now it had reached the small achievement stage and was a level higher. As for the Devil Flame Halberd, it was a halberd battle technique he just received. It was a fire and dark element battle technique too. It was powerful and had reached the small achievement stage. There were many Sheephead Devil Race dark apparitions who used the Devil Flame Halberd. Their attributes allowed Wang Teng's grasp of this battle technique to reach the small achievement stage. Next was the Giant Apparition Clan's battle techniques. There were 3 of them: the Giant Apparition Battle Mace, the Giant Apparition Battle Axe, and the Giant Apparition Fist. He just received the last 2 battle techniques. However, these 3 battle techniques were all at the small achievement stage. Their mastery was the same, so there was no difference. Also, they were high-tiered Devil Emperor battle techniques too. They were powerful and were good offensive skills. These 3 battle techniques suited the characteristics of the giant apparitions. They could fully utilize the advantages of their physical bodies. This was also Wang Teng's advantage, including the Blood God clone as his clone. How could his physical body be weak? Then there was the Devil Moth Race's battle technique. There was no need to explain the dark venom dust. This was a special battle technique of the Devil Moth Race. Almost every Devil Moth dark apparition knew this skill. Once it was executed on the battlefield, it would be troublesome. This battle technique was a little special. It was a growth-type battle technique that could increase as the Devil Moth dark apparitions got stronger. For instance, the dark venom dust of a high-tiered Devil Emperor dark apparition was definitely more powerful than a mid-tier Devil Emperor's. Its poison was even more terrifying. Wang Teng was surprised that this battle technique had reached the big achievement stage. Its mastery was higher than most other battle techniques. Chapter 3567. A huge increase. Toxic face. Vision. Arrival. 3. Also, after reaching the big achievement stage, he needed 30,000 points of attributes to break through to the next stage. This upper limit of attributes wasn't inferior to a high-tier Devil Emperor's battle technique. From this one could see that the power of this battle technique was comparable to a high-tier Devil Emperor's high-tier Devil Emperor level battle technique. The battle technique attribute was called Toxic Face. Wang Teng immediately remembered the black face battle technique Hazley used when he was fighting with the Devil Moth Race's most powerful talent. This Blood Tornado was a special battle technique that could devour him. After all, the Blood Tornado was a battle technique at the peak of the Devil Emperor stage. It couldn't be swallowed easily. Of course, if Hazley wasn't stronger than Wang Teng, he wouldn't be able to do this so easily. Wang Teng retracted his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. He studied this battle technique carefully and was astounded. Power of space. This battle technique was instilled with the power of space. No wonder the guy was able to devour his Blood Tornado, which seemed to have entered another space and couldn't break free. This was the effect of the high-tiered Devil Emperor on space. He imprisoned his enemy's attack in the space formed by the toxic face. Actually, it wasn't complicated. The theory was relatively simple. Even if you didn't have the space talent, you could still understand and use this battle technique. As the possessor of the space talent, Wang Teng had no difficulty executing this battle technique. However, this battle technique also contained poison and dark forces. It was a combination of 3 elements. Fortunately, it wasn't a problem for Wang Teng. This was because he already possessed these attributes. If he was a martial warrior from the light universe, he wouldn't be able to practice this battle technique even if he had it. If the other dark apparitions didn't have poison attributes, they wouldn't be able to cultivate this battle technique either. This special battle technique was a filter for the cultivators. There was something special about this special battle technique that the Devil Moth dark apparitions were able to cultivate. The Toxic Face was a Devil Titan level battle technique. Among the Devil Moth dark apparitions, it was an extremely precious and rare battle technique. Only high-tier devil emperors and above had the right to cultivate it. Now, Wang Teng had reached the specialized stage for this battle technique. This was not bad. Wang Teng continued looking at the battle techniques below. The next two battle techniques came from Xalanbo. They belonged to its blood devil legacy, and they were the battle techniques he had previously received. This time, both his battle techniques rose. They broke through a level. The Blood Devil Battle Blade was a Devil Titan level battle technique. It had jumped from well-versed to specialized stage. The Blood Devil Fist was a high-tier Devil Emperor's high-tier Devil Emperor level battle technique. It had jumped from specialized to small achievement. Xalanbo's grasp of the Blood Devil Fist was undoubtedly higher. This was normal. It wasn't easy to raise a Devil Titan level battle technique. He was already a genius among geniuses since he was able to reach the specialized stage when he was at the high-tiered Devil Emperor level. Special presences like Wang Teng were rare. Even in the entire universe, they could be counted on one hand. Wang Teng was still elated. It wasn't easy for his Blood Devil Fist to reach the small achievement stage. If the Blood God clone executed this battle technique, it would definitely be able to shake a first-level high-tiered Devil Emperor. This was terrifying. Fighting someone a level higher than him wasn't just a joke. Without a strong foundation and powerful skills, it was impossible to achieve this. The last few battle techniques came from the Vampire Race, the Blood Slayer Race, and the Blood Shark Race, the Blood Mist Claw, the Blood Blade Skill, and the Blood Python Sword Skill were all vampire battle techniques. They were mid-tier Devil Emperor level battle techniques, too. Wang Teng had received these battle techniques before. He had already reached the specialized stage for the Blood Mist Claw, but he didn't achieve a breakthrough this time. It was still at the specialized stage, but his attributes increased. As for the other two battle techniques, he had already mastered them to the well-versed stage. This time he picked up many attributes and raised them to the specialized stage. The Blood Slayer Devil Halberd was a battle technique of the Blood Slayer race. It had reached the peak of Devil Titan level and was much more powerful than the other Devil Titan level battle techniques. Wang Teng had received this battle technique before and had even mastered it to the specialized stage. This time, his attribute rose by 3,000 points, which was not bad. He was another step closer to the small achievement stage. It was undoubtedly difficult to raise the level of this battle technique. Even Zerosa and Xasalun didn't manage to reach the small achievement stage. Xasalun was a high-tier Devil Emperor from the Blood Slayer race. He was still at the specialized stage. This showed how hard it was to cultivate the Blood Slaughter Devil Halberd. The Blood Shark Whip was a battle technique from the Blood Shark clan. Zadia had grasped it, so his understanding of it increased again. It had reached the specialized stage. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles she dropped, and his mastery of the Blood Shark Whip had reached the specialized stage. What would she think if she knew? After Xadia advanced to the high-tier Devil Emperor stage, she spent a lot of time cultivating and enlightening herself before she managed to raise the Blood Shark Whip to the specialized stage. She didn't know that this was to offer attributes to others. Wang Teng was elated when he saw the rows and rows of battle techniques attributes. That way, most of the dark apparition battle techniques he mastered improved greatly. His ability took another step forward. Chapter 368, A Huge Increase, Toxic Face, Vision Arrival, 4. This wasn't all. Wang Teng's ability didn't just increase, he continued looking at the other attributes. Talent. Devil Moth Physique, 16,000, 30,000, 3rd rank. Devil Sheep Physique, 25,000, 30,000, 3rd rank. Blood Devil Physique, 4,500, 15,000, 5th rank. A few talent attributes appeared in Wang Teng's mind. The relevant enlightenment appeared too. Devil Moth Physique? Huh. Wang Teng gave a look of disdain. The Devil Moth Race was even more disgusting than the Devil Sheep Race. He felt a chill down his spine just thinking about the appearance of the male Devil Moth Race. Terrifying. If he became like this, he would rather die this time. Wang Teng really looked down on this physique talent, seriously. Wang Teng immediately glanced at the other physique talents. Fortunately, the attributes of the other physique talents had increased. He felt relieved. Not bad. He touched his chin and looked at the 3 physique talent attributes below. He couldn't help but smile. The devil sheep physique and the giant apparition physique were still at the 3rd rank, but their attributes had reached more than 20,000 points. They were very close to the upper limit of the 3rd rank. They might be able to break through at any time. What surprised Wang Teng the most was the Blood Devil physique. The Blood Devil physique increased by more than 30,000 points and reached 45,000 points. This was less than 1/3 of the 150,000 points, but it was a miracle that it increased so much. Unfortunately, I didn't get any other talent attributes. Wang Teng was a little unsatisfied. Dark Flame Domain 2000-3000 3rd level integration phase. Giant Apparition Domain 2500-3000 3rd level integration phase. Giant Apparition Domain 2500-3000 integration phase. Giant Apparition Domain 2500-3000 integration phase. Blood Slayer Domain 3200-3000 3rd level integration phase. Blood Slayer Domain 2000-3000 integration phase 3rd level integration phase. Blood Slayer Domain 2000-3000 integration phase 3rd level integration phase. Blood Wolf Domain 1200-3000 integration phase 3rd level. Blood Bat Domain 1500-3000 3rd level integration phase. Gasp. Wang Teng took a deep breath when he saw the domain attribute. They were all at the 3rd rank and above. As the attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Teng, most of his dark apparition domains had reached the 3rd level integration phase. Even his 3rd level integration phase domain had improved greatly. He had more enlightenment. The only unfortunate thing was there was only one integration phase 4th rank domain, which was Xalanbo's Blood Devil domain. Among these high-tier devil emperors, the integration phase 4th level domain was still extremely rare. Very few people were able to grasp it. Wang Teng had merged the last 5 domains into the Blood Sea domain. Now there was an increase, and so did the Blood Sea domain. Blood Sea domain, 28,000-3000 integration phase 3rd level. 2,800 points of attributes. It looks like my Blood Sea domain will reach the 4th level integration phase soon. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. His Blood Sea domain was exceptionally powerful now. Every time he faced an enemy, he would use his Blood Sea domain. Along with his Blood World, the power was astonishing. Finally, there was an increase in the power of Laws of Origin. Origin of Poison. 6/5 Sif times, 30,000, 3rd rank. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and was stunned. Only one power of Laws of Origin attribute rose. As compared to the previous attributes, the difference was huge. For a moment, he couldn't accept it. Wang Teng was speechless. He shook his head and felt a little disappointed. Never mind, I received enough attributes this time. He stopped thinking about it and looked ahead with shimmering eyes. Then he turned into a beam of light and shot towards the depth of the void. His speed was even faster than before. Wang Teng, what are you looking for? Have you found it? Round Ball's voice appeared in his mind. I don't know what I'm looking for either, Wang Teng replied. You don't know? Round Ball was speechless. That's right. I had a premonition that there might be something I need here, so I came to take a look. Wang Teng smiled calmly. But I'm not sure what it is. Round Ball was astounded. Was there something in the depth of the void that attracted Wang Teng? It's good enough that you can sense it. It looks like you're really lucky to be able to find an opportunity in the void. Another voice was heard. It was Isith. As a divine-level presence, she had a better understanding of such mysterious things. Wang Teng smiled and kept quiet. He wouldn't tell them that he was searching for the Chaos Constellation scripture. Round Ball and Isith kept quiet, but they were filled with anticipation. They wondered what Wang Teng would encounter. Time passed slowly. In this void, the concept of time seemed a little blurred. It felt extremely slow and dull. Fortunately, Wang Teng was a person who could withstand loneliness. He could bear with all these for the sake of cultivation. On the other side, The blood god clone looked at the remaining dark apparitions after absorbing the attribute bubbles. "Come over." A calm voice came out of his mouth. The dark apparitions from the three races didn't dare to disobey his order. They flew over immediately, but they couldn't get too close because of the power of the blood god altar. Chapter 3569, a huge increased toxic face. Vision, arrival. 5. The blood god clone frowned. He stepped out and arrived outside the blood god altar. He placed his hands behind his back and stood in front of the three dark apparitions. He wasn't tall. In front of the sheep-head devil race, the giant devil race, and the devil moth dark apparitions, he looked like a small man. However, when the dark apparitions from the three races faced him, they had complicated expressions on their faces. They didn't have the arrogance of a high-tier devil emperor facing a mid-tier devil emperor. Instead, they were filled with fear and frustration. Other people would be flabbergasted if they saw this. "You come over." The blood god clone scanned the crowd and pointed at a giant devil race dark apparition. "Me?" The giant devil race dark apparition pointed at himself in confusion. He didn't know what Wang Teng wanted to do. "Who else can it be? Why will I point at someone else so big?" The blood god clone replied angrily. The giant apparition didn't look very smart. However, he chose this guy because the other party wasn't very smart. "Oh." The giant devil race dark apparition was puzzled. He didn't dare to disobey the order and immediately walked towards the blood god clone. The other dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another. They didn't know what the blood god clone was planning either, but no matter what, they weren't the first to be picked. They could let the giant devil race dark apparition to scout the area. "Kneel," the blood god clone said. This giant devil race dark apparition was a high-tier devil emperor. He was infuriated when he heard the blood god clone's words and felt humiliated. "Do you want to resist?" The blood god clone squinted and asked calmly. His tone was calm, but the giant devil race dark apparition felt a chill down his spine. He remembered how this guy killed a high-tier devil emperor because of a disagreement. He had no thoughts of resisting. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and kneel down. That's more like it. The blood god clone nodded in satisfaction. "Look at my eyes." The giant devil race dark apparition looked into his eyes instinctively. His vision turned red, and before he could think further, he felt an abundance of spiritual power seeping into his mind from the pair of dark red eyes. "You." He was flabbergasted. He wanted to resist, but it didn't last long. In front of the other party's powerful spiritual power, he quickly lost his consciousness. The dark apparitions who were watching the show suddenly felt a chill running up their spines and right to their heads. Their hairs stood on their ends. They had a strong sense of foreboding. What is he doing? It looks like a spiritual skill. The vampire blood sun doesn't believe us. He might have other plans up his sleeve. The remaining dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another. They saw astonishment in each other's eyes. The dark apparition from the giant devil race was a high-tier devil emperor, yet he lost his consciousness within a few seconds. They knew that this was mostly because the guy's origin of soul was controlled, so he didn't have any thoughts of resisting at the start. That was why the vampire blood sun succeeded so easily. But even if they knew, could they resist? The answer was obvious: no. They couldn't reject him either. Their expressions were ugly. They had never felt so helpless. After some time, the giant devil race dark apparition woke up. He was confused. What happened to me? The remaining dark apparitions felt a chill in their hearts when they saw his expression. This was horrifying. What kind of skill was this? "It's your turn now." The blood god clone turned to look at them and smiled. The remaining dark apparitions took a step back uncontrollably. Their expressions kept changing as they looked at him fearfully, as if there was a monster in front of them. "Don't be afraid. It won't be painful." The blood god clone consoled them softly. "Look at him. It's like a dream. It will be over soon. The remaining dark apparitions were speechless. Do you think we will believe you? In their eyes, the vampire blood son wearing a blood-red, faceless mask was like a devil. He was even more frightening than dark apparitions like them. The blood god clone ignored them and looked at the devil moth dark apparitions again. You, yes, you, come over. The devil moth dark apparition wanted to cry. Wang Teng didn't know what the blood god clone was doing. He didn't know how long he had been flying. He felt the sense of balance getting stronger and stronger, as if the source was not far away. Almost there, I feel it. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. He increased his speed and dashed forward. The feeling got stronger and stronger. He knew that he came to the right place. This place would definitely give him a different enlightenment. Boom. He activated his space flash and shuttled back and forth in the void. Anyway, he had received a large number of space attributes, so he didn't need to worry about not having space attributes to use. He used his space flash again and again. The closer he got, the thicker the feeling became. After some time, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. Light! Wang Teng was stunned. He suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, in the direction where the light came from. An astonishing scene appeared in front of him. Chapter 3570, A Strange Palm, a request from Iseth, unsealing again, a breakthrough in the magnetic domain. Colorful rays of light shot over from afar. They weren't strong, instead they felt gentle. The source of the light was a huge palm erected in the void. The palm was too big. It was like a piece of land or a planetary sector. It laid horizontally in the void. Even from afar, one could still see its appearance clearly. Actually, there was still a huge distance between Wang Teng and the palm. Even so, the palm was still huge. You could tell how big it was originally. A palm. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. He was stunned for a moment before activating his real eye to take a closer look. The original appearance of the palm gradually appeared in his vision. It turned out that this wasn't a real palm. It was formed by tiny particles of different colors. They congregated into the shape of a palm like a gas. There were all kinds of strange things inside the palm. Wang Teng couldn't see them clearly. Even with his eternal stage real eye, he couldn't see the situation inside. The colorful gas outside seemed to have formed a veil, making everything hazy. Honestly, this scene was out of Wang Teng's expectation. Shocking. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable that there was such a strange presence in the universe. However, when he sensed the different force fluctuations, he suddenly understood a little metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, light, darkness. Here he could sense all the force fluctuations. These force fluctuations maintained their balance in a subtle way. For the time being, Wang Teng couldn't sense how they maintained this balance. However, he could clearly feel that these forces were in a state of equilibrium. There were no conflicts, and they seemed to have formed their own system. They were operating silently in the depths of the void where no one could see them. He couldn't help but feel excited. He seemed to have found the right place. Wang Teng, this place is amazing. Iseth suddenly opened her mouth after a moment of silence. You could tell that her tone wasn't very calm. Of course, if not, why would I search so hard and take such a huge risk to come here? Wang Teng replied. This place is strange. I feel that I can get some enlightenment from it. Iseth's voice suddenly changed. It was majestic, holy, and cold like a goddess sitting on ice. You're Iseth's host soul? Wang Teng was stunned. It was rare for the host soul to come out. Most of the time, the branch soul would move outside. Anyway, the branch soul could see, hear, and feel everything. The host soul could feel everything. There was no difference. Yes. Iseth's palm-sized body appeared on Wang Teng's shoulder. She looked at the strange palm with shimmering eyes. That's rare, Wang Teng smiled. This place might be of some help to me, Iseth said directly. That means that you took advantage of Wang Teng. Round Ball appeared on Wang Teng's other shoulder and chuckled. Good job. Wang Teng gave Round Ball a thumbs up. the importance of a smart teammate. It wouldn't be nice if Wang Teng had said what Round Ball said. On the other hand, Round Ball did Wang Teng a favor. Iseth had already signed a spiritual contract with Wang Teng, so it didn't matter if she owed him a favor. However, there was a time limit for their spiritual contract. 300 years later, if Wang Teng didn't reach the eternal level, would she be willing to acknowledge him as her master? This was something that couldn't be confirmed. Now Iseth owed him many favors. Even if she rejected Wang Teng in the end, she would still feel indebted to him at that time. It wouldn't be easy to reject him. Of course, Wang Teng wouldn't give her a chance to reject. As long as she was his dragon once, she would be his dragon for life. She couldn't run away. Iseth turned silent for a moment. She stared at Round Ball coldly. Round Ball felt goosebumps on its head and smiled in embarrassment. Indeed, you shouldn't provoke a lady, especially an immortal-level female dragon. Iseth retracted her gaze and said, "I did take advantage of you. You're too polite. We're friends. You're treating me like an outsider." Wang Teng smiled and waved his hand. Iseth rolled her eyes uncontrollably when she heard his shameless words. Who was the one flirting with Round Ball? Did he think she was blind? Wang Teng looked at her in surprise. He asked, "Branch clone the host soul," Iseth said coldly. "Gasp!" Wang Teng gasped. The way the host soul rolled its eyes was more charming than the branch soul, even though it was a female dragon. "What's with that look?" Iseth glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "Nothing." Wang Teng immediately turned around. "I have something to discuss with you." Surprisingly, Iseth didn't continue questioning him. She changed the topic. "What is it?" Wang Teng was surprised. "With your current ability, you won't have to worry even if you release a portion of my ability," Iseth said. "You want me to help you release more of your power?" Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and stopped in mid-air. Chapter 3571. A Strange Palm, a Request from Iseth. Unsealing again, a breakthrough in the magnetic domain, too. Round Ball looked at Iseth in surprise. This female dragon wanted to release more of her power. What was she planning to do? That's right. Iseth stopped hiding and nodded. This place is special. I need to release more of my power and reach a higher realm to understand it. That way, I might be able to gain more. Wang Teng touched his chin. His eyes shimmered. He wasn't in a hurry to reject. Iseth was right. Higher stages would give you greater gains in certain special places. This was something many people knew. It was understandable that Iseth wanted to release more of her power. After all, this kind of place was hard to come by. Since she had found it, she couldn't bear to let it go. "I don't know what you're doing, but I have some guesses. With my Heaven Realm ability, I won't be of much help to you. But if you're at the universe level..." Iseth didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was obvious. What Wang Teng needed now was universe-level battle power. There was still a huge difference in Heaven Realm battle power. "You've convinced me." Wang Teng suddenly smiled. Since he wanted to do Iseth a favor, he might as well do it properly. If not, he would be infuriating. What's more, with his current ability, he wasn't afraid of universe-level martial warriors. Even if he unsealed Iseth to the universe level, it wouldn't affect her much. What's more, she was bound by the spiritual contract. Even if he had to consider these issues, it would be 300 years later. Really? Iseth's eyes lit up. She looked at him in surprise. At first, she thought that Wang Teng would hesitate for a long time and might not even agree. She didn't expect him to agree within such a short time. He was bold, of course. Wang Teng smiled. "Thank you." Iseth looked at him intently. "I said that there's no need to be so polite between us," Wang Teng said. He had high hopes for this immortal-level martial warrior, so he didn't mind spending more effort on her. "He's doing it again." Round Ball pouted. It was 100% certain that this fellow was trying to pull someone over. Wait. Pull Dragonheart over. Iseth didn't say anything else. At her age, she had seen too many things, so she understood Wang Teng's thoughts. However, she had a whole new level of respect for his boldness. She was already in her spirit state, so she didn't have many choices. A talent with powerful talent and heaven-defying luck might be able to help her return to her peak. In that case, let me unseal it for you. Wang Teng pondered for a moment and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He took out the hornless ice dragon pearl and placed it on his palm. Iceth's eyes flashed. She turned into a ray of ice-blue light and flew into the hornless ice dragon pearl. A golden glow appeared on Wang Teng's forehead. His spiritual body immediately surged into the hornless ice dragon pearl. At his stage, his spiritual body could leave his physical body. His spiritual power was getting stronger, and his spiritual body was getting more solid. It gave off a faint golden glow and looked divine when he appeared on the ice plane of the hornless ice dragon pearl. Iceth was astounded. What a solidified spiritual body! Iceth exclaimed in her heart. She was at the immortal level and had seen all kinds of talents. However, Wang Teng was different. She had never seen such a terrifying spiritual body in her life. The spiritual body of a martial warrior at the peak of the cosmos stage was comparable to a universe-level martial warrior's. Even if he was only at the third level of the universe level, or below, it was still incredible. You're flattering me. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the ground. Then he floated up and looked at the ice plane below. A huge ancient runes array appeared in his vision when he unsealed Iceth. He had already investigated this array and knew what it was. However, to be safe, he still checked it again. With Wang Teng's current saint-level rune mastery, he could unseal more of Iceth's ability. His attention was immediately placed on the crack that was opened. Spiritual kinesis swept out from his forehead. Under Wang Teng's interference, the ancient ice runes around the dimensional rift gradually stopped moving. Previously, Wang Teng had already stopped a portion of the ancient ice runes. Now he was just following the flow. It was much simpler. Crack. As the runes stopped spinning, the dimensional rift grew bigger and bigger. Cracking sounds were heard. A powerful aura gradually seeped out from the bottom of the crack. A terrifying and huge golden figure was swimming below the ice plane. It seemed a little restless. Boom. More than an hour passed in a blink of an eye. The entire ice plane suddenly vibrated. Crack, crack, crack. The ice cracked. The small crack had already spread to 1/10 of the entire ice plane. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Mind you, Iceth was at the divine level before she died. Even if only her soul was left, she was still at the divine level. Now, after releasing the universe-level aura, the dimensional rift only expanded to 1/10 of the size of the ice plane. If it was released completely, how terrifying would Iceth be? Wang Teng didn't dare to imagine. His gaze flickered slightly before he retracted his spiritual kinesis and retreated to the side. Boom! The next instant, a loud explosion occurred. A golden pillar of light rose from the crack below the layer of ice and shot straight into the roof of the hornless ice dragon pearl. Roar. Iceth's huge body was fully displayed. Bathed in the golden pillar of light, her aura became more and more majestic. Chapter 3572, A Strange Palm. A request from Iceth. Unsealing again, a breakthrough in the magnetic domain. 3. Within a few seconds, she advanced from the peak of the Heaven Lord stage to the universe level and continued climbing. First level, universe level. Second level, universe level. Third level, universe level. Fourth level, universe level. Iceth's aura only stopped when she reached the fourth level, universe level. It stopped rising. Fourth level, universe level. This should be enough for now. Wang Teng's spiritual body floated in mid-air as he looked at ice in the distance. Normal martial warriors couldn't compare to Iceth. Even if she only had her spiritual body left, the universe-level hornless dragon pearl could still release terrifying power. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be her match at the same stage. She could even skip levels and fight with someone at the 5th or 6th level of the universe level. The current stage was still within Wang Teng's control. If she was too strong, he wouldn't be able to control her. After some time, the golden glow below the layer of ice dissipated gradually. Iceth's body shrunk and returned to Wang Teng's shoulder. Thank you. This time, Iceth was exceptionally calm. She wasn't as exasperated as before and thanked him again. He had probably gotten used to it after staying outside for a long time. After all, he was sealed for a long time and got tricked by Wang Teng. He was a little unhappy. Now she had gradually accepted it. It was already out of her expectation that she was able to unseal herself to the universe level. Again in such a short time, she had a feeling that the next unsealing wouldn't be far away. Wang Teng's ability rose too quickly. It was unimaginable at this speed. She wouldn't have to worry about not being able to unseal it. Let's go. Wang Teng turned into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky. He disappeared from the hornless ice dragon pearl. Iceith followed closely behind. She turned into a ray of ice blue light and disappeared too. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. Iceith appeared on his shoulder again. Round Ball hadn't disappeared. It was waiting in boredom on the other shoulder. When it saw Wang Teng waking up, it was invigorated. Then it looked at Iceith with surprise. Universe level, suddenly his expression turned bitter. He felt even more fearful. He couldn't afford to offend her when she was at the peak of the Heaven Lord stage. Now that she had reached the universe level, he couldn't afford to offend her either. When will Wang Teng increase my ability? Roundbaugh muttered uncontrollably. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was caught between laughter and tears. Was it feeling unfair? Iceith turned to look at Roundball with a meaningful gaze. What is he doing? Is he rebelling? Roundball felt its head turning numb. You need opportunities to advance. It won't happen so quickly. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. All right. Roundball knew this too. It was dejected. Wang Teng smiled and ignored it. After some time, it would recover on its own. Then he looked ahead helplessly. Good things happen all the time, only with obstacles. The thing was right in front of him, but he was delayed again and again. Fortunately, everything was settled now. There wouldn't be any more trouble, right? He shook his head and activated his speed without any hesitation. He shot forward like a shooting star. Iceith was filled with anticipation, too. She wondered what gains that area would bring her. The colorful area seemed to be right in front of him, but it was actually a long distance away. Wang Teng flew for a few hours before he finally arrived in front of the palm. At this moment, he was even more astounded. There was an indescribable astonishment in his eyes. The palm in front of him was no longer visible. Only the plentiful colors entered his vision. It was like a hazy mist, full of mystery. Iceith was astounded. Even with her experience and knowledge, she had never seen such a magical place. An indescribable feeling emerged in their hearts. Be careful. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm down. Yes, Iceith nodded. She didn't move away from Wang Teng's shoulder and remained on it. She felt that she would be luckier if she worked with Wang Teng. The gains might be greater. She never counted on luck, but she mustn't lack it. Wang Teng looked at Iceith, who was sitting motionlessly on his shoulder. He suddenly felt that his reminder was a little unnecessary. However, this wasn't the time to think about such useless things. He looked at the area in front of him and released his spiritual kinesis from his forehead. It moved forward slowly and carefully. After coming here, the sense of equilibrium became more and more obvious. However, Wang Teng had a strange feeling. He seemed to have caught something, but at the same time, he felt that he didn't catch anything. This made him uncomfortable. He felt as if there were tens of thousands of ants crawling on the ground. He wished he could annihilate them immediately. He knew that he wouldn't be able to see anything from the outside. He could only enter. However, no one knew what was inside this unfamiliar place. Hence, he had to be careful. He used his spiritual kinesis to scan the area, but he didn't sense any danger. However, the range was limited, so he couldn't extend it too far. Chapter 300-573, A Strange Palm. A request from Iceith unsealing again. A breakthrough in the magnetic domain, 4. Wang Teng frowned. In the end, he still decided to enter. Since he was already here, he wouldn't just stay outside to take a look. He stopped, hesitating. He tapped his feet lightly and slowly moved forward. The colorful mist was inches away from him. He stepped into it without any hesitation. The hornless ice dragon pearl floated above Iseth's head. Her gaze turned serious. Suddenly, the human and the dragon felt a change in their vision. They seemed to have stepped into another space. Boom! At the same time, a special domain enveloped them, causing them to pause for a moment. This is... Wang Teng was astounded. He glanced around him. The power of magnetism. There's something wrong with the domain here. It can affect universe-level martial warriors. Iseth was astounded. Wang Teng sized up his surroundings. As expected, he saw attribute bubbles floating around him. Pick them up. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubble's magnetic domain. 500, magnetic domain 400, magnetic domain 550. A large number of magnetic domain attributes merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into strange enlightenments. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. His understanding of the magnetic domain rose continuously. His magnetic domain was at the 5th rank, but it skyrocketed and reached the 6th level within a few seconds. Then it continued rising. Normal 7th rank, normal 8th rank, normal 9th rank, the perfected stage. Wang Teng only picked up a round of attribute bubbles on the spot and raised his magnetic domain to the perfected stage. It was terrifying. What's more, the magnetic domain was quite rare. Many martial warriors wouldn't be able to grasp it. If other people knew how fast Wang Teng's magnetic domain was, their eyes might pop out. Continue. Wang Teng was elated. He didn't expect to gain so much here, although he hadn't found a way to solve the scripture problem. He had already raised his magnetic domain to this stage. It was not bad. If he was right, there were more magnetic domain attributes in this area. He didn't have to worry about not being able to raise his magnetic domain to the actualization phase or even the integration phase. Iseth was surprised. She could feel that Wang Teng was getting impatient. What did he understand? She was extremely curious and found it unbelievable. Wang Teng had already gained some enlightenment the moment he entered this place. This level of enlightenment was even more frightening than an immortal-level martial warrior like her. Wang Teng didn't hurry to pick up the attribute bubbles. Instead, he observed his surroundings. There was a large amount of colorful mist floating in this area. It was hazy and dreamy. The mist seemed to be formed from all kinds of forces. They congregated together and formed a special system. My feeling was right, Wang Teng muttered to himself. Wang Teng, did you notice the vitality here? Iseth suddenly asked. Vitality? Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. Suddenly a sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he sensed his surroundings carefully. There really seems to be vitality. After some time, he sensed something. A look of astonishment appeared on his face uncontrollably as he exclaimed in disbelief, There's life here. This aura was very weak. Or rather, if he sensed it here, it wasn't very strong. It was also covered up by the colorful mist, so he didn't notice it immediately. If it wasn't for Iseth's sharp senses, he would have to go deeper to discover it. Wait, vitality? Wang Teng regained his senses. A spiritual light appeared in his mind and enlightened him a little. However, it was only a little. It was still far from perfecting his thoughts. Let's go deeper and take a look, Iseth replied instantly. Okay. Wang Teng nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to do. He didn't waste any time and dashed into the depth of the forest. He was still very careful. His spiritual kinesis spread out. He sensed danger while searching for more attribute bubbles and inspirations. Wang Teng had a feeling that this place would definitely allow him to achieve a breakthrough in his chaos constellation scripture. After arriving here, the thoughts in his mind became clearer. He might be able to start merging the Heaven Lord level chaos constellation scripture soon. Iseth didn't know what Wang Teng wanted to do, but she had a guess when she saw his expression. This fellow must have a great goal. As he went deeper, more attribute bubbles appeared. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up without any hesitation. Magnetic domain 600, magnetic domain 800, Constellation Fire Force 2000, Constellation Wood Force 1800, Constellation Water Force 2020 watt, Magnetic Domain 500. Huh? There's a force attribute. Wang Teng was astounded. He thought that there would only be magnetic domain attributes, but there were more than one. He sensed his surroundings carefully and realized that the attribute bubbles he picked up included a few force attributes. Fire, wood, water, he had all 5 elements attributes. At the start, he only managed to pick up 3 of them. However, the attributes he picked up later included the other 2 force attributes. Within a few seconds, he collected all 5 elements. Wang Teng was even more surprised. All the 5 elements had appeared. How far could the other special attributes go? He felt that lightning force, ice force, light force, dark force, and many other special forces would appear here. It was just a matter of time. Wang Teng's eyes were shimmering. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, the enlightenment of the magnetic domain appeared in his mind. It was more profound than the attribute enlightenment he received just now. Suddenly, Wang Teng's mind shook. He felt something breaking. A breakthrough. His eyes lit up. He immediately looked at the attributes board magnetic domain, 1200, 3000, actualization phase 3rd stage. Good riddance. Wang Teng was astounded. The magnetic domain attribute had advanced from the normal stage to the 3rd level actualization stage. This was surprising, but he remembered the attribute bubbles that would appear occasionally in this area. He understood. Before this, he was certain that the magnetic domain would achieve a breakthrough here. Now, it looked like he was right. Wang Teng looked at the attribute bubbles floating around him. He was elated. He didn't expect there to be so many attribute bubbles here. This was a huge gain collect. He released his spiritual kinesis continuously and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. He was like a bandit entering a cave filled with treasures. He picked up all kinds of precious gems. Why are you so happy? Isith rolled her eyes and asked when she saw his happy expression. Nothing. It's just a few 100 million points of enlightenment. Wang Teng kept his smile and replied calmly. Isith, why didn't she believe him? Chapter 3574. Huge ice ball. Continue tracking. Terrifying. Mecha race. Star. Mecha king. 1. For some reason, Isith felt a little envious. This fellow's enlightenment was abnormal. Among all the talents she had seen, even those that had reached the immortal level were no better than him. What's more, they were definitely the highest level of immortal level martial warriors. How could she not be envious when a Cosmos stage martial warrior had such enlightenment? Fortunately, she was at the immortal level, so these emotions only appeared for a split second before they disappeared. She wouldn't stoop so low as to be jealous of a junior. That's right, to her. Wang Teng's talent was indeed powerful, so much so that she had to acknowledge him as her master. However, Wang Teng was too young, and there was a huge difference between them. Hence, she always treated him as her junior. Wang Teng didn't know what Isith was thinking. He went deeper into this strange space as he picked up the attribute bubbles. Time passed slowly. His magnetic essence attribute rose step by step. It had jumped from the 3rd level actualization phase to the 6th level actualization phase. His speed was amazing. He also received many 5-element attributes, but it was just the 5-element attributes. There were no other attributes. While he was roaming around, some spiritual light would appear in Wang Teng's mind occasionally. It collided with the star formula scripture and enlightened him. The Chaos Constellation scripture he created in the past was referenced to it. They were like a jigsaw puzzle, constantly perfecting what he was thinking. This was a huge project. Creating a scripture was extremely difficult, much less a heaven realm scripture. This wasn't something a Cosmos stage martial warrior should do. If universe level and eternal level martial warriors knew about this, they would think that he was overestimating himself. What's more, the scripture he was going to create was the Chaos Constellation scripture. This was a heaven-defying scripture. Even eternal-level martial warriors wouldn't dare to think about it. He would do it. He was crazy enough. Wait, there's something ahead, Iceth suddenly said. Wang Teng sensed something too. Something seemed to be closing in on him. However, it was still outside the range of his spiritual power, so he couldn't see it clearly. The temperature seems to have dropped. Suddenly, Wang Teng was stunned. With his physical talent, he immediately sensed something amiss. That's right. Iceth nodded. She was surprised. Your ice-sensing ability is not bad. Wang Teng didn't say much. The object was getting closer and closer at a fast speed. It was heading in his direction. The temperature around them got colder, too. He turned serious. He was already very careful, so he didn't dare to be careless. Suddenly, he sensed something. His expression changed slightly, and he cursed uncontrollably. Fuck planet. This was a planet, and it was sealed in ice. He finally understood why Iceth could sense it in advance. Fuck. This is an ice planet. As an immortal-level ice talent, Iceth was able to sense it in advance. Wang Teng's ice talent was at the immortal level, and he had the divine frost physique. However, it was still a little weaker than Iceth's. Anyone who could reach the immortal level wasn't easy to deal with. Be careful, Iceth reminded him immediately. Wang Teng moved his body and wanted to dodge. However, as the planet got closer, an extreme chill swept towards him. His body tensed up uncontrollably. The frost in the ice ball could freeze a heaven-stage martial warrior's body. Wang Teng immediately used his divine flame without any hesitation. Boom! A black flame surged out of his body and engulfed him. The coldness around his body subsided, and Wang Teng's body recovered. He wanted to dodge immediately. But, boom! A loud explosion was heard. The ice ball suddenly increased its speed and slammed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. This sudden change gave him no time to dodge. The surrounding space was also affected by the frost, so he couldn't use his space flash. He could only resist it. Second rank, Nether God Physique, activated. Second rank, Heart of Darkness, activated. Fifth rank, Blood God Physique, activated. Fifth rank, Blood Devil Physique, activated. Fifth rank, Devil Armor Divine Physique, activated. Third rank, Devil Rock Divine Physique, activated. Wang Teng activated his physiques one by one. Then a powerful and evil dark aura erupted from his body. His body expanded multiple times like a small giant. Also, there was a layer of black armor around his body. This was the defense ability of the Devil Armor Divine Physique. In an instant, Wang Teng's body turned into a terrifying dark figure. There was a dark aura around him. Even Iceth felt a little uncomfortable. She frowned and spat out the hornless ice dragon pearl. It floated above her head and gave off a cold aura to resist the dark aura. However, the coldness didn't affect Wang Teng at all. As these physiques were activated, Wang Teng clenched his fists uncontrollably. He immediately felt that his body was filled with strength, as if he could punch a martial warrior at the peak of the Heaven Lord stage to death. There were many more physiques than before, especially the last 3 physiques. Wang Teng received them recently, so this was the first time he executed them. All 6 physiques were activated at the same time. This was undoubtedly a terrifying thing. Chapter 3575, Huge Ice Ball, Continue Tracking, Terrifying Mika Race, Star Mika King. 2. Some dark apparitions didn't even dare to think about it. How could there be such an outrageous thing in this world? Boom, he didn't hesitate. Just as the ice ball was about to hit his body, he released his fist. The Devil Titan level dark battle technique, Dark Devil Fist. A terrifying black fist mark congregated on his fist. He hurled it at the ice ball. Boom. The air vibrated and the colorful mist dispersed. It couldn't withstand the frightening punches anymore. At the same time, dimensional rifts appeared, disrupting the equilibrium of this small area. Boom! In an instant, Wang Teng's fist mark collided with the huge ice ball. A loud explosion was heard. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds were heard continuously from the ice ball. Cracks started spreading out with Wang Teng's black fist as the center, Iceth's eyes shimmered. She was flabbergasted. This fellow was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, but he was able to release such a terrifying fist mark. This was impressive. Compared to his blood god clone, the true form was even more terrifying. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion and a black fist mark exploded. Terrifying force swept across the surface of the ice ball. The speed of the ice ball was forcefully decreased by this punch. Wang Teng took this chance to execute his space flash. The space in front of him trembled slightly, and Wang Teng disappeared. He appeared outside the range of the ice ball. The black glow from the fist mark dissipated gradually. A huge hole materialized on the ice ball as if it was hit by a meteorite. However, Wang Teng's pupils constricted. He was well aware of the power of his punch, but it was only able to cause a hole. It wasn't able to shatter the ice ball completely. This was unbelievable, mind you. With his current ability, he could destroy a normal planet with a single punch. Iceath raised her eyebrows too. She was astounded. Puff! The ice ball spun again and swept past Wang Teng's eyes at its original speed. It gradually merged into the colorful mist and was about to disappear. Wang Teng regained his senses and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to follow them, he realized that many attribute bubbles had dropped in the area where the ice ball swept through. Pick them up. Wang Teng didn't hesitate when he picked up the attribute bubbles. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up. Ice Constellation, Force 25 own. Ice Constellation, Force 32 own Drid. Ice Constellation, Force 35 own Drid. You're right. Wang Teng wasn't surprised when he felt the ice constellation force in his body. When he saw the ice planet, he could guess what it was. The attributes he picked up in the past were all of the 5 elements. Now, there was finally a special force. Wang Teng's thoughts were confirmed. There must be other special force attributes here. Also, these forces might have already materialized and turned into different celestial bodies. Follow it, Iceath reminded him. Wang Teng nodded after picking up the attribute bubbles. He immediately caught up with the ice planet. It didn't take long for him to pick up the attribute bubbles. The ice planet didn't go too far either. Wang Teng caught up with it in a blink of an eye and landed on the planet. What a thick ice force, Iceath exclaimed in surprise as she flew up from Wang Teng's shoulder and felt the aura on the ice planet. Wang Teng saw many attribute bubbles again. He immediately picked them up and realized that they were all Constellation Ice Force. He was even more surprised. Then he strode towards the other parts of the planet. This ice element planet was huge. It was comparable to the Earth. However, with Wang Teng's current ability, he didn't need much time to circle it. There's nothing special. After some time, Wang Teng stopped. He frowned and shook his head. It's just a planet made of force, Iceath said. Wang Teng didn't stay any longer. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the planet and reappeared in the void. He looked at the ice planet as it disappeared in front of him. I feel that I've neglected something. Suddenly, he touched his chin. Many thoughts went through his mind, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Oh, right. I shouldn't place my attention on the planet. I should focus on its operations. Iceath was stunned for a moment. Then she nodded and said, You make sense. But what do you plan to do? This place is shrouded in colorful mist, which interferes with the spread of spiritual power. It's very difficult to scout further. Even I can't sense too far away. I have this. Wang Teng smiled. Beams of starlight flew out from his forehead. This is void mayflies. Iceath was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She saw Wang Teng using these void mayflies, so she was familiar with them. That's right. Let's leave the void mayflies on that planet. Wang Teng waved his hand and sent this thought out. The void mayflies received the order and flew towards the ice element planet. With these eyes, Wang Teng felt that his vision was broadened again. He wasn't as blind as before. Let's go. Wang Teng didn't waste any time and flew in the opposite direction of the ice planet. Chapter 3576, Huge Ice Ball. Continue tracking, terrifying. Mecha Race, Star Mecha King. 3, the human and the dragon started roaming aimlessly in the void again. This was undoubtedly a boring process. Other people would have given up. There was nothing in the colorful mist. It didn't look like an opportunity. Ever since he met the ice planet, Wang Teng didn't meet any other planets. From the information sent back by the void mayflies, he couldn't find any patterns on the ice planet. If it wasn't for the fact that he could pick up attribute bubbles and keep collecting all kinds of force attributes, and the magnetic domain attribute kept rising, he might not have been able to hold on. Icyth frowned too. She was in a dilemma. She felt that she would gain some enlightenment here, and she was just a step away from it. She couldn't step into it no matter how hard she tried. It was uncomfortable and frustrating. Fortunately, she was at the immortal level, so her mentality couldn't be compared to a normal martial warrior's. Hence, she was able to persevere. While Wang Teng was exploring the strange area, the blood god clone had planted the enchantment seed in the dark apparitions so that they couldn't resist anymore. The sheephead devil race, the giant devil race, and the remaining dark apparitions from the Devil Moth Race looked at the blood god clone with fear in their eyes. What did this vampire blood sun do to them? Why couldn't they resist anymore? This thought appeared in their minds when they woke up. They didn't even know what happened. They were flabbergasted. They remembered the entire process and knew that they were captured, but they didn't have any thoughts of resisting. This was contradictory and strange. They seemed to have been enchanted. Wait, enchantment. The high-tier devil emperors exchanged glances with one another. There was disbelief in their eyes. They remembered the devil ovum's enchantment ability. As the talents of the various races, they were familiar with the devil ovum. They even knew its enchantment ability. But how could a vampire blood sun possess such an ability? The other party was just at the peak of the devil emperor stage. The devil titan and some special materials were needed to form the devil ovum. The difference between the vampire blood sun and the devil ovum was huge. This didn't make sense. Whether it is or not, we can't resist now, a sheephead devil race dark apparition said bitterly. Damn it. Why does this vampire blood sun have so many strange skills? Another giant devil race dark apparition roared unwillingly. Forget it, there's no point talking about this now. We are already tied to the vampire blood sun. Even if the devil titan asks us, we won't be able to say it. A high-tier devil emperor shook his head. For a moment, the high-tier devil emperor dark apparitions turned silent. The blood god clone glanced at the dark apparitions and heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a sense of exhaustion in his spirit. If he didn't receive enough spiritual power from the main body, he wouldn't be able to withstand the cost of casting the enchantment seed on so many high-tier devil emperors. The main body should break through quickly. If not, I won't be able to suppress these high-tier devil emperors. He thought to himself helplessly. He didn't expect the high-tier devil emperors to consume so much spiritual power when he planted the enchantment seed on these high-tier devil emperors. There were even signs of them losing control. It was obvious that with his current spiritual power cultivation, it was a little difficult for him to give the high-tier devil emperors the enchantment seeds. His martial arts stage was at the peak of mid-tier devil emperor, and his spirit was also at the peak of mid-tier devil emperor, which was equivalent to the peak of heaven lord. He was restricted by the main body's spiritual power. His martial arts cultivation could surpass the main body's, but his spiritual power couldn't. If the clone's spirit surpassed the main body's, was he still a clone? Fortunately, the main body's spiritual power was strong enough. Otherwise, his clones would be even weaker. Boom! Suddenly there was a tremor on the blood god altar. The blood god clone regained his senses and looked in that direction. Is it over? He waved his hand and the light shield around the blood god altar dissipated gradually. As expected, the blood of origin inside had disappeared. The vampire dark apparition sat cross-legged on the blood god altar. Their auras had returned to their peak and were even stronger than before. Swoosh! The vampire dark apparitions opened their eyes abruptly. There was a sharp glint in their eyes. Happiness flashed past them. They reacted quickly and stood up. They fell on one knee in front of the blood god clone and said in unison, "Thank you, blood son, for your reward." The blood god clone was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Get up." "Yes, sir," the vampire dark apparitions replied in unison. Then they stood up. "Blood son, what should we do now?" Xalanbo, Xanier, Zasiri, and the other high-tier devil emperors gathered around and asked. "Since the matter has been resolved, we will naturally head to the light universe immediately." The blood god clone said with a glint in his eyes. The main body had already made his decision. The blood god clone would head to the light universe first. As for the main body, he would head there after settling his matters. Chapter 3577, Huge Ice Ball, Continue Tracking. Terrifying, Mecha Race, Star Mecha King. 4. Anyway, as long as his connection with his clone remained, he could return to the light universe safely without worrying about getting lost in the void. Also, this dimensional rift wouldn't disappear for some time. At that time, he might be able to use this dimensional rift to come back. Xalanbo and the other vampire dark apparitions nodded. They had no objection. But soon they looked at the 3 dark apparitions and asked, "What should we do with them?" "Don't worry. They have already submitted to me. They won't cause any trouble." The blood god clone smiled gently and said to the 3 dark apparition clan's members, "Come over." Yes, the 3 dark apparition clan's members didn't dare to let down their guards and replied instantly. They flew over and knelt respectfully in front of the blood god clone, afraid that they would be a step too late. They looked like lackeys. Xalanbo, Xanier, and the other talented vampire dark apparitions were stunned when they saw this strange scene. What was going on? Why did these 3 dark apparitions seem more respectful than them? Why did they feel that they were surpassed? Even if they gave up their origin of soul flame, they wouldn't be able to surrender so quickly, right? Wouldn't these dark apparitions be unwilling? Wouldn't they feel frustrated? Wouldn't they feel humiliated? Where's the dignity of a high-tier devil emperor? Something doesn't feel right. Xalanbo and the other vampire dark apparitions were puzzled. They were stunned by this scene and turned to look at the blood god clone in a daze. Did the blood son do something while they were cultivating? It was unbelievable that a high-tier devil emperor was willing to submit to him. The blood son was amazing. Zakins, Sanoski, Zakiro, and the other vampire talents who didn't get along with the blood god clone felt a chill in their hearts. For some reason, their hairs stood up. This blood son's methods were a little scary. They didn't know how he did it. There seemed to be a layer of mist covering his body, preventing them from seeing him clearly. Take your warships and head to the light universe. Don't expose your relationship with me. Wait for my instructions. The blood god clone didn't know what Xalanbo and the others were thinking. He ordered the dark apparitions calmly. "Yes, sir." The high-tier devil emperors from the 3 races replied to him instantly. They followed whatever the blood god clone said. Xalanbo, Xanier, and the other dark apparitions were speechless again. Their perspective of the world changed entirely. They didn't know what expression to give go. The blood god clone waved his hand. The dark apparitions from the 3 races got up and bowed at the blood god clone again. Then they flew towards the dimensional rift in the distance and returned to their warships. They set sail again and headed towards the light universe. "Let's go," the blood god clone said. "Okay." Xalanbo and the other vampire dark apparitions regained their senses and nodded in agreement. The blood god clone put away the blood god altar and flew towards the dimensional rift without any hesitation. Xalanbo and the other vampire dark apparitions followed him. This place was not far from the dimensional rift. After some time, they returned to the dimensional rift. The vampire's coffin spacecraft was still stuck in the dimensional rift. It didn't suffer any damage, and the warships from the 3 races had already left. The vampire dark apparitions boarded the spacecraft and set sail again. They turned into a beam of blood-red light and shot towards the light universe. Light universe. Tianlin territorial domain, Solar Dragon territorial domain, Mecha territorial domain. The three territorial domains were engulfed in a terrifying battle. During this period of time, dimensional rifts kept appearing and large numbers of dark apparitions emerged. The light universe had already sent out a large number of martial warriors to search for the dimensional rifts, and they would immediately repair them once they discovered them. If they discovered dark apparitions, they would surround and kill them immediately. All the high-tier civilizations in the Tianlan territorial domain, the Solar Dragon race in the Solar Dragon domain, and even the Mecha race in the Mecha territorial domain had sent a large number of martial warriors. But it was useless. Large numbers of dark apparitions always appeared out of nowhere. They swarmed into the life planets like locusts, reaping lives and damaging everything. Darkness invasion. The people were plunged into misery and suffering. The prosperous and renowned three territorial domains had turned into a terrifying, dark, forbidden zone. The martial warriors outside were appalled, especially the planetary sector that used to belong to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It was now completely covered by darkness. No light could enter it, much less the human martial warriors. Even eternal stage martial warriors didn't dare to approach that area. In the three territorial domains, a large part of the planetary sector had fallen, and the territory of the human race kept shrinking. The worst thing was the humans only managed to break a small portion of the dark apparitions' blockade. Only universe stage and below martial warriors could pass through. There was no way an eternal level martial warrior could pass through the dimensional rift that was forcefully opened. The human martial warriors didn't believe it. They sent many eternal-level martial warriors to force their way through the dimensional rift. But this caused a huge change. The dark force around them swept over, and the eternal-level martial warriors couldn't resist it. They got contaminated by the dark force and almost turned into devils. Fortunately, the divine-level martial warriors acted in time and saved the eternal-level martial warriors. They also allowed the light element martial warriors to deal with the dark force. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 3578. Huge Ice Ball. Continue tracking. Terrifying. Mecha Race. Star Mecha King. 5. Any eternal-level martial warrior was an extremely precious battle power. Nothing must happen to them. But the attempt dispelled the other faction's intention to force eternal-level martial warriors into the three territorial domains. Before there was a breakthrough, the factions wouldn't try again. In that case, all the factions could only stay outside the three territorial domains. They couldn't do anything when they saw the wall of black mist rising outside the three territorial domains. This was frustrating. All the factions were gathered here. Numerous battlecrafts and warships were gathered outside the three territorial domains, but they were unable to break the Dark Seal. This was a humiliation for all the factions. This was because many different factions had sent their immortal-level martial warriors. Even the immortal-level martial warriors couldn't break the Dark Seal. This was a huge blow to the human martial warriors. Solar Dragon Territorial Domain. Outside Solar Dragon Planet, on a huge piece of land, the temporary base of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was situated here. Currently, the Solar Dragon Territorial Domain was occupied by dark apparitions. A large number of human martial warriors had shrunk into the planetary sectors around the Solar Dragon planet. These planetary sectors were the most important places in the Solar Dragon Territorial Domain. The life planets they belonged to were the main planets controlled by the Solar Dragon race. They were rich in resources and groomed many powerful martial warriors. This was why they were able to resist the invasion of dark apparitions. What's more, there was a direct teleportation array between these planets and the Solar Dragon planet. It could allow the martial warriors on the Solar Dragon planet to rush over quickly to reinforce them. The Solar Dragon planet was the main defense ground. It resisted large numbers of dark apparitions. The most powerful martial warriors of the Solar Dragon race was here. They could temporarily resist the invasion of the dark apparitions. At this moment, on the Solar Dragon planet, the formidable warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters and the Solar Dragon race, as well as the formidable warriors from the Tianlan territorial domain, were all gathered. They seemed to be discussing something. In a great hall on the Solar Dragon planet, the figures of these formidable martial warriors sat around a long table. The atmosphere was exceptionally solemn. They weren't here in person. Some powerful martial warriors had to guard their planetary sectors so they couldn't leave easily. Hence, there were only projections. The number of dark apparitions has increased again. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence in the great hall. It sounded like metals rubbing against each other. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. It was a strange creature with a silver-white, metallic luster. It was human-shaped, and its face and most of its body parts were extremely smooth, like human skin. However, one of its arms was mechanical. You could see all kinds of mechanical structures inside. It was full of punk style. Even one of its eyes was mechanical. It gave off a cold blue glow, making it impossible to look at it directly. However, the other eye was no different from a normal human's. It was deep and profound. Everyone's heart sank when they saw the appearance of this presence. This was because they knew that he wasn't speaking empty words. He had done the statistics. Star Mecha King, a name flashed past their minds. This was the name of this person. The other party was an eternal level mecha from the Mecha race. What's more, he was an eternal stage duke. The Mecha race was extremely mysterious. They specialized in collecting all kinds of information and intelligence. Since the Star Mecha King said this, it meant that the Mecha race had at least completed their initial statistics. How much did it increase? Another presence asked. This was a formidable martial warrior from the Solar Dragon race. He was tall and lofty with dark red scales on his face and a pair of solar dragon horns on his head. Everyone's attention was attracted by this question. This was undoubtedly the question they were most concerned about. Our initial estimate is 30 million troops. The Star Mecha King replied. 30 million. All the powerful martial warriors present were astounded. Is there a specific level distribution? A human martial warrior asked in a low voice. There are around 20 million devil lords, 8 million devil kings, and more than 1 million low-tier devil emperors. We can only collect this information temporarily, the Star Mecha King replied. Gasp. The powerful martial warriors gasped uncontrollably. They were eternal-level martial warriors, so they normally wouldn't take these low-ranked dark apparitions seriously. However, this was a huge war. This frightening military strength was a catastrophe for the human martial warriors. It was obvious that the dark apparitions had sent more mid-tier and high-tier devil emperors. There were even devil titans. These dark apparitions were the ones eternal-level martial warriors needed to face. They didn't have the time to deal with these low-ranked dark apparitions. For a moment, the atmosphere turned heavy again. The situation wasn't optimistic. Even the eternal-level martial warriors found this battle difficult to fight. There was only darkness in front. Also, the Star Mecha King waited for everyone to digest the information before continuing. But the moment he said this, everyone's heart sank. This wasn't good news. Also, the dark apparitions seemed to have sent a large number of talents. The Star Mecha King remained expressionless and stiff. He went straight to the point. My Mecha race discovered a mid-tier devil emperor who single-handedly killed 3 martial warriors at the peak of the Heaven Lord stage. He only used a few dozen moves. He's definitely a genius. Chapter 3579, Light Universe Mobilization. Bloodslayer. It looks like the genius of the vampire race can't come. 1. Everyone turned silent again after hearing the Star Mecha King's words. 3 peak Heaven Lord martial warriors were killed within a few moves, yet their opponent was a mid-tier devil emperor at the same level. This ability was extremely rare, even among the talents of the human martial warriors. However, they didn't care about this dark apparition talent. They cared about what this piece of news represented. The Star Mecha King said that there was more than one dark apparition talent. The dark apparition sent so many talents. This showed how much importance they placed in this battle. This wasn't good news for the Light Universe. The talented martial warriors from the Light Universe should be here soon, right? A human martial warrior asked, a part of them. A formidable warrior from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters said, "The Virtual Universe Corporation, the Universe Bank, and the Mercenaries Alliance sent their talents." "What about the 7 stellar academies?" a formidable warrior asked. "They're almost here," the Solar Dragon Race martial warrior replied. Everyone nodded. There was finally some good news. Their mood wasn't so heavy anymore. It's too early to be happy. The Star Mecha King opened his mouth again. The powerful martial warriors present felt their hearts skipping a beat. They looked at the Star Mecha King. "Star Mecha King, can you explain everything at once?" The Solar Dragon Race martial warrior said angrily. Cough. The Star Mecha King's mechanical eyeballs moved. He coughed awkwardly and said, "The dark apparition talent we found is from the Lazy Mist race." From what he said, he might not be the strongest dark apparition talent. He's at most at the 5th level. What? The martial warrior's expressions changed slightly. "Did the dark apparitions send the strongest talents?" a human martial warrior exclaimed. "That's possible." The Star Mecha King said, "In summary, I've already sent the information over. Everyone, get ready." The powerful martial warriors were silent for a moment before someone opened his mouth. "Send the news out. Since the dark apparitions sent such a talent, normal talents like us won't be their match. We need stronger talents." "That's right, especially the top factions and the 7 stellar academies. We must inform them." "We mustn't be careless," a formidable warrior from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters said. The formidable warriors discussed some matters before leaving with heavy hearts. Only the formidable warriors from the Solar Dragon Race and the Secondary Career Alliance were still sitting in the Great Hall. Their main bodies were here, unlike the projections of the other formidable warriors. "Everyone, how's the medicine made by the Secondary Career Alliance?" The Solar Dragon Race martial warrior suddenly looked at the martial warrior from the Secondary Career Alliance and asked, "We can send a batch first, but there aren't many of them. The headquarters was destroyed, so we don't have enough spiritual herbs. We can't make too many medicines that can curb the dark force." The formidable warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance exchanged glances with one another and sighed. "If you need any more spiritual herbs, you can inform us. We will help you to find them," the Solar Dragon Race martial warrior said grimly. "All right, we will send you the list of herbs we need later," the formidable martial warrior from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters replied immediately. "This isn't just about us. It's a huge matter for the entire light universe. We might inform the other factions and ask them to help us collect spiritual herbs and send them here." The Solar Dragon Race martial warrior contemplated before saying, "Difficult." The formidable martial warrior from the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters shook his head and said, "Many areas are taken over by dark apparitions. Some areas are even unknown to us. Transportation is too difficult. Once the dark apparitions attack us, the spiritual herbs will be destroyed. This is a huge loss. Even if it's difficult, we have to try. We don't have many choices now." The Solar Dragon Race martial warrior shook his head. "Let's go back and discuss with the great elders and see how we should proceed with this matter." The formidable warrior from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters said, "That's good. There's nothing wrong with being careful." The Solar Dragon Race martial warrior said, "But we need to hurry. The Secondary Career Alliance's medicine is extremely important. It can reduce many casualties. We understand." The formidable warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters nodded and left in a hurry. The martial warriors from the Solar Dragon Race turned serious. He was worried. The Solar Dragon Race was the first to bear the brunt of the dark apparition's arrival in the 3 territorial domains. The entire race suffered a huge blow. So far, the Solar Dragon Race had suffered many casualties. Although most of them were below the cosmos realm, it was still a huge loss for the Solar Dragon Race. The Solar Dragon Race's territory was shrinking too. Mind you, these planets were their economy and source of resources. It was a huge blow to their race. What's more, the Solar Dragon territorial domain was the Solar Dragon Race's territory. Now that it was invaded by dark apparitions, it would be hard for it to resume its prosperity, even if the dark apparitions were chased away in the future. Large areas of the universe might become darkland and couldn't be used for a long time. Everyone knew that the harm caused by the dark apparitions' invasion was long-lasting. It was impossible to get rid of it within a short time. Most importantly, no one knew if they could chase the dark apparitions away. Every time the dark apparitions came, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. There were very few victories in the light universe. Resisting them was good enough. Chapter 3580, Light Universe Mobilization. Bloodslayer, it looks like the genius of the vampire race can't come too. The martial warriors from the solar dragon race were pessimistic. If this continued, the solar dragon race would inevitably decline. They were a renowned clan in the universe, but they were going downhill because of this accident. How could they accept this? However, they couldn't escape in this situation. They could only continue fighting to reduce their losses. Hence, no one hoped to get help from the outside world more than they did. They would do anything that was beneficial to the solar dragon race. They didn't have a choice. Zhulong Shuang are Zhulong Ye and the others back. An eternal level elder from the solar dragon race suddenly asked, "They're already on their way." When they heard the news, they immediately rushed back with the talents from the solar dragon race much earlier than the other talents from the 7 stellar academies. Another universe stage solar dragon race martial warrior said they should be here soon. Yes, the eternal level solar dragon race elder nodded in relief. How could the talents of the solar dragon race stay out of this calamity? Tell them to be careful. Don't let the dark apparitions meet them. The eternal level solar dragon race elder reminded them. All right. The universe stage solar dragon race martial warrior nodded hurriedly. The solar dragon race placed high importance in these talents who entered the 7 stellar academies. They were all martial warriors who had the potential to reach the eternal stage in the future. Nothing must happen to them. This war might be a catastrophe, but it might be a path for them to grow. If they could get through this, their future in martial arts would be limitless. The talents who rose from wars would definitely be renowned in the universe and become the focus of all the factions. The solar dragon race had high hopes for the talents who came back from Stellar Academy. After the formidable martial warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance returned to their temporary base outside the solar dragon planet, they immediately gathered with the Great Elders and the others from the Secondary Career Alliance. The Great Elders had been waiting for a long time. They were in a hall. When they saw the formidable warriors returning, someone immediately asked, "How is it?" This was one of the 3 Great Elders who organized the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, Great Elder Tambeli. "Tambeli, it's time to curb your impatience. Let the guests sit down and talk," an elder said helplessly. If Wang Teng was here, he would recognize that this was Great Elder Dan Chen. However, he was more tired than before. He didn't have his high-spirited, calm, and graceful vibe anymore. There was worry in his eyes. If the solar dragon race was on an irreversible decline, the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters had suffered a huge blow. Hence, the Great Elders in the Secondary Career Alliance had been under tremendous pressure recently, especially the 3 Great Elders who organized the exchange competition at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. They felt extremely guilty and couldn't escape the blame. Thus, during this period of time, the 3 of them had been traveling everywhere, trying their best to recover the losses of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters and minimize them as time went by. More and more dark apparitions arrived. They felt a sense of helplessness. They had a feeling that the 3 territorial domains were going to fall soon. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters wouldn't stay in the 3 territorial domains either. They would have to find another place. But this wasn't easy. The 3 territorial domains were invaded by dark apparitions. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was originally part of the 3 territorial domains. If they left now, what would others think of the Secondary Career Alliance? Thus, they couldn't leave just because they wanted to. Everything depended on the development of the situation. They would wait for the right time to appear. Look at me, I'm too impatient. Great Elder Tambeli slapped his head and invited the martial warriors to sit down. Great Elders, there's no need to be like this. We're on the same side. were on the same boat. The martial warriors waved their hands. The powerful martial warriors in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters had a close relationship with the Great Elders. They were like a large family, each doing their own job. There were no outsiders. Also, they were eternal-level martial warriors. Compared to the divine-level martial warriors like the Great Elder, they were much weaker. Hence, they didn't dare to boast in front of them. After the martial warriors sat down, they told Wang Teng the news they received from the Star Mecha King. For a moment, the hall was silent. The Great Elders in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters turned serious. They didn't expect to hear this piece of news. The situation is getting worse. Another Great Elder opened his mouth and said, "It was Great Elder Byers. He looked old, and it was obvious that he hadn't recovered from his injury." As he spoke, he suddenly started coughing. Cough, cough. The Great Elders and Eternal Stage Martial Warriors looked at Great Elder Byers with a frown. They were worried. There's no need to worry too much. Let's take one step at a time. The other factions won't allow the 3 territorial domains to fall, Great Elder Dan Chen said. Everyone nodded. This was what they wanted to say, too. The situation wasn't optimistic, but it wasn't hopeless. All the factions were gathered outside the 3 territorial domains and were thinking of ways to break the blockade of the dark apparitions. Many divine-level martial warriors were sent out. This was their confidence. The Solar Dragon Race hopes that we can ask other factions for spiritual herbs to make more medicines. An eternal-level martial warrior revealed the Solar Dragon Race's plan. Chapter 3581. Light Universe Mobilization. Bloodslayer, it looks like the genius of the vampire race can't come. 3. The Solar Dragon Race has a good plan. They want the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters to talk, Great Elder Byers said with a sharp gaze. However, in this situation, all the factions would definitely lend a helping hand. This was a huge matter in the light universe. No one could escape its implications. But where there were people, there would be conflicts of interest. This was inevitable. Even if a catastrophe was imminent, this couldn't be changed. Every faction had their own considerations. They would fight for their own interests. Thus, if the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters opened their mouths to the various factions, they would owe others some favors. If the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters no longer existed, there wouldn't be any favors. However, as long as the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was around, this favor would always exist. After the catastrophe passed, someone would mention it. This was the human heart. The Solar Dragon Race didn't want to owe him a favor, so they wanted the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters to open their mouths. However, they were exposed by Great Elder Byers. Of course, the Great Elders in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters weren't stupid. They could tell that. The Solar Dragon Race can't even save themselves now. They have suffered huge losses. "It looks like they are anxious, Great Elder," Dan Chen said. "You can't do this even if you're anxious." Great Elder Byers said angrily, "We can discuss this matter, but we need to ask them to work together. We can't let the Secondary Career Alliance be the wastrel. We're helping them to make pills for free. We're only collecting some basic fees. Isn't that enough?" Indeed. The Great Elder and Eternal-level martial warriors nodded. They had done enough in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. When dark apparitions came, they had never refused to give. There was no reason to let them do everything. The Secondary Career Alliance wasn't a charity. Don't worry. I think that the Solar Dragon Race wants us to take the lead. They won't sit back and do nothing. Based on my understanding of this race, they won't be so shameless. Great Elder Dan Chen said, "We can take the lead, but we need to discuss this matter together." Great Elder Byers said, "That leaves the transportation problem." Great Elder Dan Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Great Elder Byers wasn't harping on this matter anymore. They didn't have the time to waste on this matter. It would be great if they could solve it as soon as possible. We must send powerful martial warriors to participate in the transportation and keep it a secret. We can't let the dark apparitions know our intention. These spiritual herbs are precious. Nothing must happen. Great Elder Tambeli said. Great Elder Tambeli is right. An eternal level martial warrior nodded. If we want to protect the fleet, we need eternal level martial warriors. Won't eternal level martial warriors be too conspicuous? Great Elder Dan Chen frowned and asked. Great Elder Dan Chen doesn't think it's appropriate? The eternal level martial warrior was surprised. If there's no eternal level martial warrior, we might not be able to protect the transportation team if anything happens. I'm worried that we are already being monitored by dark apparitions. Great Elder Dan Chen didn't care about the other party's doubts and replied patiently. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Great Elder Dan Chen, are you thinking too much? How can the dark apparitions monitor us? Great Elder Tambeli asked. Have you forgotten about the Nether God race? Great Elder Dan Chen reminded them. Nether God race. Everyone's expression changed when they heard these two words. They turned serious. It's not just the Nether God race. There's also a terrifying race like the Devil Mind race. We must be vigilant, another eternal level martial warrior said. But that's hard to say, the eternal level martial warrior said. Who knows? We need to guard against them too, Great Elder Dan Chen said. What should we do? The eternal level martial warrior asked. Does Great Elder Dan Chen have a good idea? I have an idea, Great Elder Dan Chen nodded. I want to ask some universe-level talents to protect the transport fleet. Universe-level talents? Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what he was thinking. Wasn't it a little dangerous to ask a universe-level martial warrior to protect the fleet? Also, the Star Mecha King said that there were many talents from the dark apparitions too. If they deployed the talents from the light universe, they would be easily targeted by them. That's right. Great Elder. Dan Chen nodded firmly. Even if there are talents from the dark apparitions, it's better than getting targeted by Devil Titans. Once we send eternal level martial warriors, the dark apparitions will definitely send Devil Titans. Everyone felt that Great Elder Dan Chen's words made sense. In that case, we need to send some powerful talents. Great Elder Byers frowned. That's right. Great Elder Dan Chen suddenly sighed. He thought of something and said, It would be great if Wang Teng was here. He's a Cosmos stage martial warrior, but he's extremely powerful. No one is more suitable for this mission than him. That's right. Great Elder Tambeli had a complicated expression. He nodded in agreement and said, That fellow is surprisingly trustworthy. The eternal level martial warriors exchanged glances with one another. They had heard of Wang Teng too. He was mentioned frequently by the great elders over the past few days. This Cosmos stage martial warrior was able to catch the attention of immortal level martial warriors. He must be extraordinary. At least they had never seen such a talent. Chapter 3582, Light Universe Mobilization. Bloodslayer, it looks like the genius of the vampire race can't come, for. Unfortunately, such a talent seemed to have died. No one could find him. I don't know where he went. The people we sent previously couldn't find him, Great Elder Byers said worriedly. Even so, it wasn't hard to tell from his words that they felt that Wang Teng didn't die. The eternal level martial warriors felt helpless. They felt that these great elders couldn't accept this reality. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head. Besides being a genius, they need to open a secret passage. We can't let others discover it. The Solar Dragon race is most familiar with this territorial domain. Let them see if they can find a secret route, Great Elder Byers said. Then let the Talons bring the spiritual herbs and enter the Solar Dragon territorial domain through this secret route. Then, send some formidable martial warriors to reinforce them in the vicinity to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Great. Everyone temporarily agreed with Great Elder Dan Chen's decision. They kept quiet and started acting. In the end, the Secondary Career Alliance, the Solar Dragon race, the Mika race, and the various factions in the Tianlan territorial domain sent an application for help to the outside world. The application was approved quickly. Many factions immediately transported the spiritual herbs needed by the Secondary Career Alliance over. It would take some time to transport the resources to the 3 territorial domains. During this time, the talents from the various factions arrived. While the light universe was preparing for war, the talents from the dark apparitions had finally arrived. A huge black whirlpool spun slowly at the location where the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was at. There were numerous dimensional rifts around it, giving off a terrifying space fluctuation. Boom. Suddenly, explosions were heard. Numerous warships rushed out of the black whirlpool and arrived in the light universe. A large number of dark apparitions were stationed here. Strange warships of different shapes and sizes floated in the air, gathering together like a battle fortress. There were many void battle fortresses here. All of them were huge and gave off a terrifying dark aura. It was obvious that there were terrifying dark apparitions in these battle fortresses. The warships that flew out from the black whirlpool quickly flew towards the different void battle fortresses under the guidance of the dark apparitions. One of the bone warships flew towards a void battle fortress made of bones. However, if you looked carefully, you would realize that the void battle fortress was actually a collection of skeletal warships. From afar, they looked like a pile of bones. It was eerie and eerie. The skeletal warships that flew out from the vortex landed on a platform in the skeletal battle fortress. Then many skull-dark apparitions alighted from the warship. At this moment, the space above them started distorting slightly. A spiritual bone race dark apparition suddenly appeared in mid-air. A terrifying aura exuded from this spiritual bone race dark apparition. It was impossible to look at him directly. It was obvious that this was a Devil Titan. Greetings, Devil Titan. The spiritual bone race warriors were shocked when they saw this powerful martial warrior. They fell on one knee and greeted him. Get up. The Devil Titan nodded slightly. He glanced at the spiritual bone race talent below and suddenly paused. Huh? Where's Gush? Lord Devil Titan. Gush went to stop the vampire blood sun alone, a spiritual bone race dark apparition said. Stop the vampire blood sun? When did the vampire blood sun appear? The Devil Titan from the spiritual bone race was stunned. He threw out a few questions. My race has a good relationship with the vampire race. Why did he stop the vampire blood sun? The skull dark apparition immediately explained the vampire blood sun's identity. Then, he said, Gush suspected that this vampire blood sun was spying on him and caused a misunderstanding. Hence, he stayed back to ask, we really couldn't stop him. This sentence was ambiguous. Stopping the other party in the dimensional rift wasn't as simple as asking for an answer. They would definitely attack. This sentence was an eyesore for Gush. However, it wasn't that obvious, so no one could find any loopholes. The other spiritual bone race dark apparitions glanced at the spiritual bone race dark apparition with ambiguous expressions. It's not your fault with Gush's ability. You wouldn't be able to stop him. The Devil Titan waved his hand and continued. On the other hand, the vampire blood sun is surprising. I didn't expect such a talent to appear in the vampire race. However, it's a pity. If Gush acted, the vampire blood sun will be suppressed. This matter will affect the relationship between the spiritual bone race and the vampire race. The Devil Titan spiritual bone race martial warrior raised his bony hand and touched his bare chin. He was in deep thought. Never mind. Let's wait for Gush to come back. I hope that he won't kill the vampire blood sun. Ha 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 ha. In the end, he shook his head and decided not to waste his time on this matter. He even gave a strange laugh as if he found it interesting that the vampire blood sun was killed. Silence. The spiritual bone race dark apparition was speechless. This Devil Titan seemed to hope that Gush would kill the vampire blood sun. He was clearly worried that this would affect the relationship between the spiritual bone race and the vampire race a moment earlier. Chapter 3583. Light Universe Mobilization. Blood Slayer, it looks like the genius of the vampire race can't come. 5. How did it change so quickly? Was he enjoying the show? The spiritual bone race warrior who wanted to undermine Gush felt exasperated. It looked like the Devil Titan wouldn't punish Gush because of this. Damn it. Indeed, strength was everything in this world. If he was more powerful than Gush, the Devil Titan would be more lenient towards him. Lord Devil Titan, what should we do now? He calmed down and asked, Don't be impatient. Let's wait a while longer. You said that the Sheephead Devil Race, the Giant Devil Race, and the Devil Moth Race participated in the attack? The Devil Titan said, Yes. The spiritual bone race martial warrior nodded. 3 races? It looks like the vampire race will suffer a loss this time. The Devil Titan chuckled. Let's put the other matters aside and watch the show. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his body and landed on the bow of the bone warship. He sat cross-legged on the top of the skull and placed his hand on his chin. He looked at the vampire dark apparition's void battle fortress in the distance as if he was waiting to watch a show. At the same time, many dark apparitions knew about this and were secretly preparing to watch the show. The Devil Armor Race, the Lazy Mist Race, the Phantasma Race, the Devil Rock Race, and many other dark apparitions appeared outside their battle fortresses. Devil Titan Bloodslayer appeared in mid-air above the vampire battle fortress. He frowned. What were these dark apparitions doing? What a strange scene, especially the strange gazes that swept over from time to time. He had a bad feeling. The warships of the other dark apparitions had already arrived, but the vampire's warship hadn't arrived. This made him even more worried. He was in charge of guiding the vampire talents, but he only created a projection. The real body was in the light universe. At first, he thought that nothing would happen in the dark apparition's base. But something still happened. Bloodslayer, why isn't your vampire warship here yet? Did it break down halfway? Ha ha. A peal of laughter was heard from afar. Devil Titan Bloodslayer looked at the person who spoke and saw a tall and muscular giant devil race dark apparition standing in midair. He was looking at him mockingly with a smile on his face. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, ugly giant apparition. Who gave you the courage to appear in front of me? You're polluting my eyes, Devil Titan Bloodslayer sneered. What did you say? The giant devil race dark apparition's expression turned ugly. He stared at Devil Titan Bloodslayer with bloodshot eyes. What's wrong? Your brain isn't working anymore. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Devil Titan Bloodslayer said calmly, You are looking for death. The giant devil race dark apparition shouted, Boom! The space trembled and a powerful and evil aura erupted from his body. He was about to charge towards the Devil Titan. Momlan, we're here to watch the show, not to fight. Calm down. A voice was suddenly heard from the side. The one who spoke was a devil moth dark apparition. He flapped his wings and floated in midair with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was looking at Devil Titan Bloodslayer mockingly. The giant devil race dark apparition seemed to have thought of something. He gradually retracted his frightening aura and sneered. I almost went mad from anger. I came to watch the show today, not to fight with you. Ha ha, the show is about to start. A Devil Titan from the Sheephead Devil Race laughed strangely. Devil Titan Bloodslayer squinted. His expression turned colder as he glanced at the Devil Titan from the Devil Moth Race and the Sheephead Devil Race. What was the motive of these races? Did something happen to the warship transporting the vampire talents? This was the only thought he could think of. The warships of the other dark apparitions had arrived. Only the vampires and Sheephead Devil Race, the Giant Devil Race, and the Devil Moth Race hadn't arrived. After associating with the reactions of the giant apparitions and the Devil Moth Race, as well as the 3 Devil Titans from the Sheephead Devil Race, there must be something wrong with his brain if he didn't realize what was going on. Normally, based on his words, Momlan would have acted a long time ago. He wouldn't be able to bear with it. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's heart sank. Boom! At this moment, explosions were heard from the giant black whirlpool again. A few warships flew out, the giant Devil Race, the Devil Moth Race, and the Sheephead Devil Titan dark apparition's eyes lit up. Then they looked at Devil Titan Bloodslayer with meaningful smiles. There's a problem. Devil Titan Bloodslayer had a bad feeling. The warships of these three races lagged behind the other dark apparitions and only appeared now. The vampire's warship didn't appear. Ha 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 ha. Bloodslayer. It looks like the talents from your vampire race can't come. The Devil Titan laughed. I heard that your vampire race has a blood son. Looks like he's nothing special. He can't even lead a team properly. The sheephead Devil Titan cackled. I heard that the vampire blood son is only a mid-tier devil emperor. It looks like there's no one left among the vampires. The Devil Titan of the Devil Moth Race shook his head. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's face turned black. At first he was anticipating the arrival of the Blood Sun. After all the guy's achievements had reached his ears. Normal mid-tier devil emperors couldn't be compared to him, but now, Chapter 3584, Arrival of the Vampires. We're good. I killed Goosh, beaten up. One Devil Titan Bloodslayer's expression turned ugly when he saw the Devil Titan from the three races making things difficult for him and mocking him. He looked at the black whirlpool in the sky and hoped that the vampire warship would appear. Unfortunately, there wasn't any. The dark apparitions were stunned when they saw this scene. It looked like the vampires really fell for it. All the warships had arrived. Only the vampire warship hadn't arrived. The result was obvious. The Devil Titans from the giant devil race, the Devil Moth Race, and the sheephead race felt even more delighted. They received news that they were going to stop the vampires a long time ago. From the looks of it now, their plan had succeeded. This was all thanks to the spiritual bone race. The Devil Titan from the Devil Moth Race looked in the direction of the spiritual bone race's void battle fortress and suddenly said, "Gula, I have to thank the spiritual bone race this time." The spiritual bone race is participating, too. Many dark apparitions looked in the direction of the spiritual bone race. Their gazes turned strange as they pondered over what this represented. Was the spiritual bone race going to shed all pretense of cordiality with the vampires? This might be a good thing for the other dark apparitions. The vampire race had a good relationship with the spiritual bone race. They had many interactions with one another, so the other races were afraid of them. If the two races fell out, the other races would have an opportunity. Devil Titan Bloodslayer furrowed his brows even more as he looked in the direction of the spiritual bone race. His gaze landed on the Devil Titan sitting cross-legged on the top of the warship. Huh? What does it have to do with the spiritual bone race? That's just a small fight between the younger generations. I didn't give any orders. The Devil Titan shrugged and said innocently, I can't control a talent like Gush. There are people supporting him in my race. Gush, Devil Titan Bloodslayer's heart sank again. He had heard of Gush before. This guy was a famous talent of the spiritual bone race and had been renowned among the other races for a long time. He didn't expect this guy to target a vampire talent. At first, when he saw the three races working together, he still had some hope. However, after hearing that Gusha had acted, that hope was completely extinguished. The Devil Titan from the Devil Moth Race was a little disappointed. He wanted to drag the spiritual bone race down with him, but Gula was extremely sly. He pushed the blame to Gusha alone. You can't say that. If Gusha didn't contact the three races and provide us with important information, we wouldn't have attacked the vampires and things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. However, he wasn't willing to give up so easily. He blinked and spoke again. That's right. It's all thanks to Gush's information. The sheephead Devil Titan felt that this wasn't enough, so he opened his mouth and cupped his fists at Gula. He seemed extremely grateful. When that Gush comes back, the three races will send him a huge gift. This is our way of thanking him. Momlan, the Devil Titan from the giant apparition race, wasn't stupid, he chimed in. The ghost flame in Gula's eye sockets jumped. He sniggered and said, You can send the gift to him. It has nothing to do with the spiritual bone race. He decided not to admit it. Cooperating with the vampires was a matter for the entire spiritual bone race. They wouldn't allow it to be sabotaged so easily. The Devil Titan. Devil Titan Bloodslayer was unhappy, but he knew that he couldn't get to the bottom of this. He snorted and turned to leave. As for the three races in Gouche, it wouldn't take long for them to understand how terrifying the vampire's anger was. Boom. However, at this moment, an explosion was heard from the black whirlpool again. It spun furiously, and a blood-red beam of light shot out. Vampire warship. Exclamations were heard around them. If that coffin-like warship wasn't a vampire warship, what was it? The Devil Titan. Devil Titan Bloodslayer stopped in his tracks and stood in midair. His eyes shimmered as he looked at the vampire warship that suddenly appeared. The Devil Titan's expressions froze. The smile on their faces disappeared gradually, and they frowned as they looked at the vampire warship. The ghost flame's Gula's eye sockets jumped. He was extremely surprised. "Come down, the Devil Titan." Devil Titan Bloodslayer shouted softly. The warship only hovered for a moment before finding the right direction. It flew towards the vampire battle fortress and gradually stopped. As the coffin opened, vampire dark apparitions flew out and landed on the plaza of the vampire battle fortress. What's going on? The talents of the vampire race are all here. There doesn't seem to be any losses. The leader is the vampire blood son, right? He's wearing a blood-red faceless mask and is a mid-tier devil emperor. He's so easy to recognize. It's him. He looks fine. So, the Devil Moth Race and the other races made a huge blunder. Discussions were heard from all directions. They seemed extremely shocked and surprised. All the dark apparitions came to watch the show. They thought that the vampires would be at a disadvantage, but this was the result. The vampire talents didn't suffer any losses. They were all fine. So what was going on? The dark apparitions turned to look at the sheephead devil race, the Devil Moth Race, and the giant devil race. Their expressions turned strange. Shui? Jew? Devil Titan Bloodslayer's expression relaxed. He looked at the leader and opened his mouth. "Greetings, Devil Titan Bloodslayer." The blood god clone had already sensed the strange atmosphere after he brought the vampires out of the warship. He immediately saluted when he heard Devil Titan Bloodslayer's voice. Chapter 3585, Arrival of the Vampires. We're good. I killed Goosh beaten up. 2. Greetings, Devil Titan Bloodslayer. The other vampire talents greeted him too. Hello. Devil Titan Bloodslayer felt more at ease when he heard their energetic voice. A smile appeared on his face as he nodded. However, he was still puzzled and asked, "Are y'all all right? We're fine." The blood god clone understood the situation after a single thought. He smiled uncontrollably. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer burst out laughing when he heard this reply. He nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Compared to the relaxed vampires, the Devil Titans from the three races were in a bad mood. They had a bad feeling. They immediately looked at the three warships and shouted, "What are you doing? Come out!" There was a hint of anger in their voices. The cabin doors of the three warships opened. Dark apparitions flew out and landed on the empty ground of the void battle fortress gasp. There was an uproar when they saw the talents from the three races. Why are there only so few people left? The talents from the three races combined aren't as many as the vampires. No way, no way. I think I discovered something incredible. Is it really what I think? The three races tried to stop the vampires, but got defeated by them. Many questions appeared on the heads of the dark apparitions. They felt that they had guessed something, but they couldn't confirm it for the time being. They looked at the vampires curiously. The plot was much more exciting than before. If the talents from the three dark apparition clans were defeated by the vampires, it would be a huge piece of news. What's going on? The Devil Titan from the Devil Moth Dark Apparitions had an ugly expression as he stared at the Devil Moth Dark Apparitions below. He controlled his anger and asked, "Devil Titan." A Devil Moth Dark Apparition swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. There was fear in his eyes and he was stuttering. "Speak." The Devil Titan from the Devil Moth Race shouted in anger. Harris, you will scare the younger generations. You should talk properly. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer, sniggered. His tone was a little irritating. The blood god clone glanced at him secretly and felt that he had a bad sense of humor. However, it was all right. He would let the dark apparitions fight among themselves. He was a troublemaker now. He disturbed the peace of these dark apparitions. I'm reprimanding a junior. What does it have to do with you? Harris snorted. Whatever, there are so many people watching. I don't mind if you don't find it embarrassing. Devil Titan Bloodslayer sniggered. He was relaxed because the vampire talents were fine. On the other hand, there seemed to be lesser talents from the three races. Tell me. Harris's face turned green. However, he didn't have the time to care about Devil Titan Bloodslayer. He turned to look at the Devil Moth Race talent and asked indifferently, Sir, we failed. The Devil Moth dark apparitions didn't dare to hesitate under his cold gaze. He mustered his courage and braced himself. Boom! A powerful and evil aura erupted from the Devil Titan's body and bore down on the Devil Moth dark apparition. You say that again. His voice turned colder and colder. He didn't look at them as if they were from the same race. Instead, he looked at them as if they were dead. Anyone could feel the flames of anger that was about to erupt from his body like a volcano. Sir, the Devil Moth dark apparition trembled. He didn't know what to say. He was a high-tier devil emperor, but in front of a devil titan, he didn't have any courage. The Devil Titan could kill him with a single finger. Harris, aren't y'all here to watch the show? You don't have to fight. Devil Titan Bloodslayer fanned the flames and made sarcastic remarks. The muscles on Harris's face twitched uncontrollably. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? He seemed to have said the exact same thing to Momlin before. Yet the other party gave it back to him. He felt like vomiting blood. At the same time, the Devil Titan from the giant devil race and the sheephead Devil Titan had ugly expressions, too. They couldn't help but look at the talents from their races with cold eyes. An invisible force of presence bore down on him, the giant devil race talents. The sheephead devil race talents. Although they knew that they couldn't get away, they still felt fearful when they felt the aura of a Devil Titan. Their hearts trembled uncontrollably. What do you have to say? Momlin suppressed his anger and asked. Gulp! The talents from the two races swallowed their salivas. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The Devil Titan's expression turned even uglier. Actually, there was no need to ask further. The result was obvious. They just couldn't accept it. At this moment, laughter was heard from afar. Who? The two Devil Titans looked in the direction of the sound and frowned. Their gazes turned cold. When they saw the person who laughed, their gazes turned even colder. The vampire blood son. The person who laughed was the vampire blood son. The other dark apparitions looked over too. When their gazes landed on the blood god clone, they had different expressions. Chapter 3586. Arrival of the Vampires. We're good. I killed Gush. Beaten up 3. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer lowered his head and looked at the blood god clone in surprise. This fellow was quite bold. How dare he laugh in front of these two Devil Titans? What's more, in this situation, it was no different from mocking them. Brat, what are you laughing at? Momlin stared at the blood god clone with his crimson eyes and asked coldly. I'm laughing at the three races for being too weak. The blood god clone shook his head and continued calmly. 3 races attacked the vampire race, and this is it. Oh, right. There's also Goosh, the strongest talent of the spiritual bone race. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to do anything. He's all trash. Silence. Silence. The entire space turned eerily silent. All the dark apparitions turned to look at the blood god clone. They were astounded trash. Did he just call Goosh trash? The talents from the 3 races were devalued too. He was really daring. Wasn't this vampire blood son a little too arrogant? He was tempting fate by looking down on another race in front of a devil titan. Many dark apparitions didn't understand the blood god clone, but they had a new understanding of him now. Arrogant, impudent. Compared to the high-tier devil emperors who trembled in fear in front of devil titans, the vampire blood son was different. Gula, the devil titan from the spiritual bone race, stood on the void battle fortress that looked like a pile of bones. The ghost fire in his eye sockets flickered violently as his gaze landed on the blood god clone. He realized a problem. The vampire blood son led the vampire talents here. What about Gush? Originally, the vampire warship hadn't appeared for a long time. Now it was Gush-He who hadn't appeared. He remembered the vampire blood son's words and felt that something was wrong. Did Gush really lose to his opponent? Hence he had to escape. Was he unable to reach the light universe now? But how was this possible? How dare you? Momlan finally regained his senses. He stared intently at the blood god clone and snorted in anger. Boom! A powerful and evil aura erupted from his body and surged towards the blood god clone. The blood god clone squinted. The fifth-rank primordial bloodlust conscious circulated in his body and gathered above his head. It welcomed the other party's aura. Boom! An explosion resounded in the air. The blood god clone stood in mid-air under the terrifying pressure. He didn't move. His gaze was calm. He blocked it? Many Devil Titan dark apparitions were stunned when they saw this scene. The Devil Titan from the giant devil race widened his eyes in disbelief. A mid-tier devil emperor managed to block his aura. What the hell? Momlan, you're getting more and more childish. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer snorted. He waved his hand and the aura from Momlan dissipated. You're just a mid-tier devil emperor. How dare you talk back to me? What's wrong with me teaching you a lesson? Momlan said coldly with an ugly expression. Is there anything wrong with what he said? The Devil Titan Bloodslayer smiled calmly. The talents from the three races are indeed trash. The combined power of the three races can't stop the vampires. What a joke. Momlan was infuriated. He was so angry he didn't know what to say. Brat, where is my spiritual bone races, Gaucher? A voice suddenly sounded beside him. It was the Devil Titan of the spiritual bone race, Gush. The dark apparitions regained their senses when they heard this. Gush had never appeared. Could it be? The dark apparitions were astounded. They hurriedly looked at the blood god clone. Even Devil Titan Bloodslayer looked at the blood god clone curiously. He wanted to see what other surprises Xue could give him. I killed him. A calm voice came out from the blood god clone's mouth and echoed in the universe. All the dark apparitions were stunned. What did he just say? He killed him. Who killed whom? Who got killed? The dark apparitions were puzzled. They didn't understand the situation. The blood god clone made it sound so simple, as if he was talking about something extremely easy. It felt unreal. This was the most powerful talent of the spiritual bone race. Gosh, how could he be killed so easily? The difference was too great. Even the Devil Titans found it unbelievable, much less the normal dark apparitions. They couldn't react in time. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer, found it unbelievable too. His calm eyes widened slightly as he looked at the blood god clone. He seemed to be asking, "Are you trying to fool me?" The blood god clone felt helpless when he saw everyone's gaze. As expected, the most unappealing thing in the world was the truth. Repeat that. Gula stared at the blood god clone intently. All right. The blood god clone wasn't afraid of this devil titan from the spiritual bone race. He looked into his eyes calmly and continued. I killed Gaucher. He exploded, and his entire body disintegrated. Not even his bones were left. Lord Devil Titan, is my reply clear and detailed? Devil Titan Bloodslayer. This fellow was a little fierce. Xalanbo, Xanier, Zasiri, and the other talents hurriedly took a few steps back. They were afraid that this fellow would get beaten to death. If they got too close, they might be implicated. Chapter 3587, Arrival of the Vampires. We're good. I killed Goosh, beaten up. 4 gasped. The surrounding dark apparitions gasped in shock. They looked at the blood god clone as if he was a ghost. Thunder roared in their hearts. Impudent. How audacious. This vampire blood son didn't care about his life. How dare he speak to Devil Titan Gula like this? Not only did he anger the Devil Titans from the 3 races, but he also dared to anger this Devil Titan from the spiritual bone race. He must be tired of living, ha ha ha. Devil Titan Gula stared at the blood god clone for some reason. Suddenly he gave a sinister laugh as if he had heard something funny. Cough. Devil Titan Bloodslayer tried his best to suppress his laughter. He found this scene very interesting, but he immediately cleared his throat and said in a blaming tone, "Look at how angry you made Devil Titan Gula. Hurry up and apologize to him." Then he looked at the skeletal llama and said, "He's young and insensible. Will you lower yourself to his level?" "How can you blame me? Devil Titan Gula asked me, and I answered honestly," the blood god clone said pitifully. The dark apparitions were speechless. "Why are you complaining? How could there be such a shameless person in the world? You don't have to." Devil Titan Gula waved his hand and said, "You're right. How can I blame you? You replied in detail. I'm very satisfied. As long as the Devil Titan is satisfied." The blood god clone bowed. "You are indeed capable, since you're able to kill Goosh." Goosh looked at him intently and smiled. He didn't seem angry at all. "You're flattering me, Lord Devil Titan." The blood god clone appeared extremely humble again. The dark apparitions were speechless. They felt that this fellow was acting. "Does it mean that the most powerful talents from the 3 races died in your hands?" Devil Titan Gula scanned the faces of the sheephead devil race, the Devil Moth Race, and the 3 devil titans from the giant devil race. He continued, smiling. "That's right," the blood god clone nodded. "I killed them all," Xalanbo and the other vampire dark apparitions. They knew that he was boasting, but they couldn't help but respect him. Brave. The blood son was the blood son. If it was them, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of so many devil titans. Even Xalanbo felt inferior. "Brat, you're looking for death." Momlan couldn't control his anger anymore and shouted, "Lord Devil Titan, save us!" The blood god clone immediately hid behind Devil Titan Bloodslayer and shouted. Silence. The dark apparitions were in a daze. They didn't expect this arrogant fellow to hide behind someone and shout for help. Devil Titan Bloodslayer felt the corners of his lips twitching. However, he still blocked the Devil Titan's path and looked at him. He said calmly, "Momlan, you should calm down. It's really interesting to get angry at a junior. Also, you 3 races attacked the vampires first. You were weaker than us, so it's reasonable that you got killed by our blood son. If you're unconvinced, our Devil Titans can deal with all of you. If any Devil Titan from your races attacks a junior, don't blame us vampires for being merciless. We have as many Devil Titans as you." Momlan's face turned green and white when he heard Wang Teng's sarcastic words. His expression turned ugly. "Forget it." The Devil Titan of the Devil Moth Race, Harris, finally spoke again. He said calmly, "A loss is a loss. The Devil Moth Race admits defeat. However, you vampires should keep a close watch on your blood son. You might have a short lifespan if you act so arrogantly." "That's right. It's hard to predict life and death on the battlefield. Even the most talented warrior can die. The more arrogant he is, the less likely he can live." The Devil Titan from the sheephead devil race stared intently at the blood god clone and sniggered. "Thank you for your concern. I will remember it." The blood god clone popped his head out from behind Devil Titan Bloodslayer. Silence. The Devil Titans choked. They didn't know what to say. Why was this vampire blood son so thick-skinned? He was completely different from the other vampires. He was an anomaly. However, they didn't say anything. They glanced at the blood god clone one last time and disappeared in mid-air as if they had never appeared. The dark apparitions from the 3 races turned pale. They felt that their future was uncertain and panicked. They turned and left. The blood god clone squinted as he looked at their back view. No one knew what he was thinking. The other dark apparitions dispersed when they saw that the farce had ended. However, before they left, they glanced at the blood god clone uncontrollably. Today, they finally witnessed the ability of this vampire blood son. As someone at the peak of the mid-tier Devil Emperor stage, he managed to kill 3 dark apparition talents. One of them was the most powerful talent of the spiritual bone race, Gauche. This battle result was a little scary. What's more, he led the vampire talents to break the defense of the 3 dark apparitions and arrived at the light universe safely. How did he do it? Unfortunately, the battle happened in the dimensional rift. Those people were in a hurry, so they didn't stay to watch the battle. They didn't know what happened. Besides the vampires, only the dark apparitions from the 3 races knew what happened. Also, all the vampire talents behind the vampire blood son were obedient to him. No one stood up to refute him. This proved that he was right. Chapter 3588, Arrival of the Vampires. We're good. I killed Gush. Beaten up. 5. Anyone could see the fear and respect in the vampire talent's eyes when they looked at the vampire blood son. This was prestige. The vampire blood son had already established unparalleled prestige among the vampire talents. This was unbelievable. Even the top talents of their races couldn't do this. Let's take Gush as an example. Among all the talents of the spiritual bone race, there were many who were unconvinced by him. It was impossible for him to build such a terrifying reputation. The vampire race had witnessed the rise of an exceptional talent. Many dark apparitions felt emotional. At first, they wanted to laugh at the vampires. They didn't expect to witness the appearance of a talent. As the dark apparitions retreated, Devil Titan Bloodslayer floated down from the sky and looked at the blood god clone with satisfaction. Report the process. Yes. The blood god clone's eyes flashed as he reported. Devil Titan Bloodslayer's expression was calm, but after the blood god clone's report, he couldn't remain calm anymore. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. He used the Void Torrent Belt to trick and kill Gushi and the strongest talents from the 3 races. Then he used the blood god Altar to suppress the talents from the 3 races. He even asked the remaining talents from the 3 races to hand over their origin of soulfire. Good Lord, this fellow knew how to create trouble. His heart was really black. No wonder there were rumors that this fellow killed many ultimate stage, imperial-level star beasts in the undying Blood Sea. What an amazing young man. His ability to trick people had probably reached an inhuman stage. He could trick people any time and anywhere. It wasn't something a normal person could do. Well done. Not bad. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer, took a deep breath in his heart. His expression remained as mysterious as a Devil Titan as he patted the blood god clone's shoulder. Thank you for your compliment, Devil Titan. There's still a lot that I need to learn, the blood god clone said. Devil Titan Bloodslayer felt the corners of his lips twitching. Please don't. His ability to trick others was heaven-defying enough. If he continued learning, he might even be able to trick Devil Titans. Devil Titan Bloodslayer didn't know that the vampire blood son was thinking of ways to trick him. All right, get some rest. There will be a mission for you soon. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer, waved his hand and said, Yes, sir. The vampire dark apparitions were invigorated. They replied in unison. Mission? The blood god clone's eyes shimmered. He was filled with anticipation. He wondered what mission it was. He hoped that it wasn't a small mission. If he wanted to do it, he would do it big. Now it all depended on his ability as a troublemaker. Oh, right. All the dark apparitions probably view you as a talent they can't ignore after seeing how high profile you are today. They might take some actions to target you, especially the 3 races. Devil Titan Bloodslayer was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and spoke to the blood god clone. I know. I didn't mean to be so high profile today. They're bullying us. If we weren't lucky, we might have died in their hands. The blood god clone wouldn't admit that he wanted to ruin the relationship between the dark apparitions and the other races. He pretended to be angry and wronged. You're not bad. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer nodded. As the Vampire Blood Son, you're very competent. Perform well after the war ends. I will ask for merits for you. Thank you, Devil Titan. The Blood God clone sneered when he saw that the Devil Titan believed him. As expected, his acting skills had reached the neutralizing stage. He gave himself 12 thumbs up silently. You have to be careful of the spiritual bone race, too. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer, suddenly frowned. Although we are allied with the spiritual bone race, they lost an elite class talent this time. They might take their anger out on you. As long as they're not Devil Titans, I'm not afraid, the Blood God clone said. Don't worry, they won't dare to. After all, vampires are not to be trifled with. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer smiled and replied. That's good, the Blood God clone replied. Go ahead. The Devil Titan Bloodslayer didn't say anything else and disappeared on the spot. The Blood God clone stood on the spot and took a deep breath. He looked at the emptiness above him with a sharp gaze. Light universe, I'm back! He scanned his surroundings. There were broken pieces everywhere, and broken asteroids were floating in the air. Dark force pervaded the air, and it seemed to have turned into a dark, forbidden zone. This is the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Suddenly, the Blood God clone reacted. No wonder he found it familiar. It was the place where the dark apparition broke the seal. The battle was still vivid in his mind. The once prosperous Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters had turned into this state. It was a pity. A cold glint flashed past his eyes uncontrollably. However, no one noticed it. Your Highness, Blood Son. A voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Go and rest. I'll take a look around, the Blood God clone said without turning his head. Why don't I accompany you? I want to take a look too. I haven't been to the light universe for a long time. Euphelia smiled. She was the one who spoke just now. All right. The Blood God clone glanced at her and gave a meaningful smile. He nodded. Chapter 3589, Lightning Planet. Magnetic Domain, 5th Level Integration Phase. Lightning, Magnetic Cannon. Lightning Element Creature. 1. The Blood God clone and Euphelia strolled around the vampire's void battle fortress. Wait, there was a Zerosa beside him. The company of two beauties was enviable. To outsiders, this was normal. After all, one was the Vampire Blood Son, and the other two were famous beauties of the vampire race. It was normal for them to look around and get to know each other. They didn't know that the Blood God clone was using this chance to familiarize himself with the vampire's arrangements. He wanted to find some ways to make use of it. On the other side, in the depth of the void, Wang Teng was still roaming in that strange land, Magnetic Domain 300. Magnetic Domain 500. Lightning Constellation, Force 1200. The attribute bubbles floated in the air and were picked up by Wang Teng. They merged into his body. Huh? Suddenly, he gasped softly. This was the second time he picked up a special force attribute, ever since he picked up the Ice Constellation Force. What's more, it was Lightning Force. There's Lightning Constellation Force here. Wang Teng was astounded. He looked ahead. There were many attribute bubbles floating there. He roamed around this strange land for a long time. Inspiration would appear occasionally, but it was still complicated, and he couldn't gather them together. Fortunately, he had picked up many magnetic domains. They had reached the actualization phase. Magnetic Domain, 1300, 3000, third level integration phase. Third level integration phase. It went from the third level actualization phase to the third level integration phase. This was a huge leap. The appearance of a special force attribute shocked Wang Teng. He felt a tinge of hope again. He immediately executed his speed and dashed forward. Huh? Iseth was surprised. She didn't know why he was suddenly excited. Did he gain some enlightenment? Lightning Constellation Force 2300. Lightning Constellation Force 3000. Lightning constellation force 2,500. Magnetic domain 400. As he got closer to the area in front, the number of attribute bubbles increased. Wang Teng picked them up without any hesitation. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. Most of them were lightning constellation force, but there were magnetic domain attributes mixed in too. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard faintly. It sounded exceptionally conspicuous in this silent space. This is thunder. Iseth was stunned and glanced at Wang Teng uncontrollably. This fellow rushed over in a hurry. Did he sense the thunder here? At first she thought that he had some enlightenment, but from the looks of it now, the thunder attracted him. Was Wang Teng's lightning talent so powerful too? Wang Teng dashed forward quickly. At the same time, he activated his lightning spirit physique and lightning pupil to increase his sensitivity to lightning. He could even control lightning. Even if he went deep into a place with thick lightning force, he didn't have to worry about getting struck by lightning. Iseth was even more astounded when she felt the change in Wang Teng, as expected of the lightning talent. What's more, it was a special physique and pupil talent. How many physique talents did he have? Even as an immortal-level presence, she felt a little numb. In this short period of time she had seen Wang Teng executing many physique talents. Was this a talent a normal person could possess? It didn't make sense at all. Wang Teng didn't know what Iseth was thinking. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he looked ahead. Boom, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down and covered a large area. It was terrifying. Explosions were heard occasionally. Thick bolts of lightning would appear in the area from time to time. It was a majestic sight. There's ice element and lightning element. As expected, there are substances here. There's more than just force. Wang Teng thought to himself. After some time, he arrived near the lightning zone and stopped. This area is moving, Iseth suddenly said. Yup, Wang Teng nodded. He felt it too. He stood outside the area without moving, but the area was getting closer and closer. The violent lightning power kept spreading over Wang Teng could already feel the lightning force in his body. However, he remained calm. Lightning flashed around him. He wasn't afraid of the lightning force. Instead, he used it as nourishment and absorbed it into his body. Bolts of lightning snaked around his body, causing him to feel numb. It was quite comfortable. Let's go in and take a look. Wang Teng smiled and took the initiative to step in. In an instant, a large amount of lightning force was attracted and landed on his body. However, Wang Teng wasn't affected. He strolled among the lightning like the god of lightning. Iseth was flabbergasted. The lightning here wasn't strong enough to hurt her, but she couldn't walk on the ground like Wang Teng and disregard the lightning around her. Fortunately, when she came in, she asked Wang Teng to release her universe-level ability. If not, it would be even more troublesome. Lightning Constellation Force 3,500. Lightning Constellation Force 4,300. Lightning Constellation Force here is thicker. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. He felt the attribute bubbles he just picked up and was surprised. Boom. He continued walking deeper. The power of lightning got stronger. Thick bolts of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and slammed heavily on his head. Chapter 3590. Lightning Planet. Magnetic Domain, 5th level integration phase. Lightning Magnetic Cannon. Lightning element creature, 2, swoop, boom. In an instant, Wang Teng's body was covered with lightning, covering his entire body. Lightning crackled. However, he just smiled and activated his lightning spirit physique to absorb the lightning force to refine his body. Honestly, with his current physique, normal lightning force couldn't hurt him at all. Even the tempering effect was minimal. Boom. But before he could relax, he heard a violent explosion in front of him. The space started trembling. Wang Teng squinted. He noticed that the dark clouds in front of him were churning violently as if something was about to rush out. This time he was prepared. He used his space flash to evade the attack. Space fluctuated. His figure hadn't disappeared completely. Bang. The dark clouds exploded and a terrifying bolt of lightning shot out from behind the clouds. It shot straight towards Wang Teng and engulfed him in an instant. It left a long trail of purple lightning in the air and disappeared in the distance. And around this path, the space shattered and cracks appeared. Some distance away, the space fluctuated again, and Wang Teng's figure reappeared. It turned out that the previous guy was just an after-image. Fuck. At this moment, he looked at the lightning path with wide eyes and cursed uncontrollably. He still had lingering fears. Terrifying. The originally soft lightning force suddenly released a terrifying pillar of lightning. What's more, it was right in front of him. He had a feeling that even with his physique he would be in trouble if he got hit. That was dangerous. Iseeth stared at the lightning pillar in astonishment too. Her heart palpitated furiously. How did this bolt of lightning become so powerful? Wang Teng shook his head. He didn't understand either. Based on the power of the lightning around him, it was impossible for such a powerful pillar to appear. However, this place was a little strange. He hadn't figured it out, so he didn't know the exact reason. However, this pillar of lightning is quite interesting. It's very fast and can release a frightening power in an instant. Also, my lightning seems to be constrained by some strength and formed a straight path. Wang Teng regained his senses and pondered for a moment. He touched his chin and seemed to have noticed something. That's right. The pillar of lightning seemed to have some strength binding a large amount of lightning in an orbit, which adjusted and accelerated it, giving off a terrifying power, Iseeth said. Adjustment and acceleration? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He caught something. Normally, the power of lightning was scattered and rarely congregated. Only the lightning calamity was able to congregate during the eruption process. Hence, its power was even more terrifying. The calamity lightning was accelerating too. They were similar, however. The power of the calamity lightning was the power of heaven and earth. This one here wasn't the case. Boom. At this moment, the clouds in front started churning violently again. They seemed to be brewing something. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. The space in front of him fluctuated again and his figure started to blur. Boom. A thick and terrifying pillar of lightning appeared again. It shot past Wang Teng's position, leaving a purple lightning trail behind it. It disappeared in the distance. Wang Teng's figure appeared again. His gaze flickered as he looked at the path. Suddenly, a few attribute bubbles entered his vision. Lightning Constellation Force 3000, Lightning Constellation Force 4000, Magnetic Domain 500, Lightning Constellation Force 4500, Lightning Constellation Force and Magnetic Domain attributes. Wang Teng felt the attribute bubbles appearing in his body. He had a sudden thought. Oh, right, magnetic domain, magnetic force. His gaze landed on the path again, and he had a guess. However, he would need to observe for some time to see if it was true. After the second pillar of lightning disappeared, Wang Teng waited for a while. However, he didn't see the third pillar of lightning. Is it gone? He frowned uncontrollably. He found it strange. At first, he wanted to study it again. Why did it disappear so suddenly? Even 7 times wasn't even enough, not to mention just 2 times. The stamina wasn't good enough. Wang Teng shook his head when he didn't see any lightning pillars. Just as he was about to take a step forward, the dark clouds started churning again. It's here. Wang Teng's eyes lit up slightly, but his expression quickly froze. He realized that the range of the fluctuation seemed a little large. During the previous 2 times, the dark clouds churned and lightning pillars shot out instantly. However, this time, after tossing and turning for some time, the pillar of lightning didn't appear. Instead, it spread to a wider area, almost 3 times its original size. Boom. An ear-shattering explosion came from the dark clouds. The sound was many times louder than before. It shook the air and almost deafened Wang Teng. Oh my God, what a huge scene. Wang Teng felt goosebumps all over his body. His head turned numb. This wasn't a matter of dodging. The dark clouds covered a huge area. If the lightning pillar was as huge, where should he hide? unless he evaded the lightning pillar the instant it appeared. Be careful, Isith reminded him. She also felt how scary the lightning pillar was. The fluctuations it gave off caused the scales on her body to stand up. Chapter 3591, Lightning Planet. Magnetic Domain, 5th Level Integration Phase. Lightning Magnetic Cannon. Lightning Element Creature. 3. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a glaring purple glow erupted from the dark clouds. The power of lightning surged out instantly. Wang Teng felt that his ears were swallowed by the explosion. His vision and his face turned purple. Fuck! A shout came out of his mouth. Before he could think further, the power of space surged out and the space in front of him started distorting. Then his body was submerged by the pillar of lightning. Phew! 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 Some distance away, Wang Teng's figure appeared again. He was panting heavily as he stared at the pillar of lightning in front of him in astonishment. He could clearly feel the frightening power of lightning within. There was only a few meters between them. If Wang Teng was a step slower, he would have been submerged by the pillar of lightning. No, this wasn't a pillar of lightning. It was like a river of lightning gushing out from the dark clouds. It was terrifying. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He knew that this wasn't the time to lament. He immediately gathered his thoughts and released his spiritual kinesis to sense the lightning river in front of him. It was dangerous, but this lightning river was more suitable for enlightenment. There was ultimate purple lightning in Wang Teng's spiritual power. It stabbed into the lightning river like a sharp sword. Boom! He felt a tremor in his mind and a violent impact. The lightning river seemed to have appeared in his mind. It didn't feel good, but Wang Teng was willing to give it his all to understand the mysteries of the lightning. He had a vision. If he could grasp this power, it would be extremely useful. Wang Teng closed his eyes and used his spiritual kinesis to understand the power of the lightning river. However, the power within was extremely frightening. It kept surging over, almost destroying his spiritual power. Fortunately, with the protection of the ultimate purple lightning, he was able to resist a little. After all, the ultimate purple lightning was the power of calamity lightning. It was of a higher rank than the ordinary lightning. However, the power in the lightning river was too frightening, so this bolt of ultimate purple lightning wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Was tight. Indeed, it's the power of magnetism. Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He finally sensed a hint of special domain strength in the lightning river. This was the power of the magnetic domain. It bound the lightning inside, allowing a large amount of lightning power to erupt along a fixed path. The speed of the lightning also increased, becoming more and more frightening. At this moment, the lightning river dissipated gradually, and Wang Teng's enlightenment was interrupted. So that's how it is. Wang Teng opened his eyes slowly. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes, and a smile appeared at the edge of his lips uncontrollably. He raised his hand, and the power of lightning gathered in it. Then the magnetic domain spread out and constrained the power of lightning into a ball. Go. The next moment, Wang Teng flicked his finger, and the power of lightning turned into a small beam of light. It pierced through space like a beam of light and disappeared in the distance. Isith's pupils constricted. She looked at the attack in surprise. You understand the lightning attack here? More or less. Wang Teng smiled calmly. His magnetic domain had reached the 3rd level integration stage. If he instilled all his power into the lightning force, it would be able to release a terrifying power. That attack just now was enough to injure a mid-tier Devil Emperor at the peak of the Devil Emperor stage. Wang Teng had many plans for the execution of this attack, for instance. If he could get some lightning element battle techniques, the power would be even more terrifying. If he used a fixed trajectory and acceleration speed, the power would increase by at least 30%. Actually, Wang Teng had used this power before. At that time, he used the magnetic force to exert pressure on the giant rock, allowing it to plummet at a faster speed and release a more terrifying explosive power. However, at that time, his magnetic domain wasn't as powerful as it was now. What's more, this time he used the magnetic domain on the lightning force. There was a difference. One could say that everything worked. Sometimes all you needed was an opportunity. Those who understood would never understand what they didn't understand. Iseth felt complicated. She looked at Wang Teng intently. This fellow's epiphany was a little abnormal. It only appeared 3 times, but he understood how to use it. She was still in the process of understanding it. "Do you want to know?" Wang Teng smiled and asked when he saw Iseth's expression. Iseth rolled her eyes when she saw his proud expression. She turned her head away. As an immortal-level martial warrior, she wouldn't admit that her enlightenment was inferior. "If you want to know, beg me. I'll tell you." Wang Teng twirled lightning force around his hand and played with it as he smiled slyly. "Go away." Iseth's expression was cold as she tried her best to maintain her dignity. Wang Teng laughed. It was fun to tease an immortal-level female dragons. Iseth felt the corners of her eyes twitching. She felt helpless. In the past, she would have taught this young man a lesson, but she couldn't do it now. She could only pretend that she didn't see anything. If not, she would die from anger. Wang Teng didn't dare to truly infuriate her. He knew when to stop. He turned and looked at the dark clouds in front. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and walked in. Chapter 3592, Lightning Planet, Magnetic Domain, 5th Level Integration Phase, Lightning Magnetic Cannon, Lightning Element, Creature 4. The dark clouds kept spreading, but he didn't enter recklessly. He had been waiting for a long time, but there was no other danger besides the lightning pillar. He decided to enter and take a look. Iseth was invigorated. She landed on his shoulder again. Boom, Wang Teng went deep into the clouds. The explosions became more and more specific. He didn't stop and headed towards the source of the sound. There were attribute bubbles floating in the clouds. He was stunned. There are attribute bubbles here, too. He was a little surprised, but he still picked them up. Magnetic Domain 100. Lightning Constellation Force 2500. Lightning Constellation Force 18A. As expected, there were still the previous 2 attribute bubbles. Wang Teng went deeper. After walking for some time, a dazzling ball of purple light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was huge. Wang Teng stopped in his tracks and looked in front of him in bewilderment. Through his lightning pupil, he could see a thick lightning force ahead. However, he couldn't see anything else. He had no choice but to activate his real eye. His vision started to become clearer. Wang Teng was stunned as he passed through the bolts of lightning. A planet. It was another planet. Why did he say another? Wang Teng immediately thought of the ice element planet. He didn't expect to see a lightning element planet here. It looked like there wasn't just one such planet in this area. "Wang Teng, what's that?" Iseth frowned and asked. "A lightning element planet," Wang Teng replied honestly. "Lightning element planet." Iseth was stunned too. Wang Teng walked forward without any hesitation. However, as he got closer, he felt a powerful magnetic force. There's such a powerful magnetic domain on this planet. No wonder magnetic domain attribute bubbles always appear here. Wang Teng was surprised. At the same time, he saw many attribute bubbles floating on the surface of the planet. They were scattered everywhere. Pick them up. Wang Teng released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up. Magnetic Domain 200. Magnetic Domain 300. Lightning Constellation Force 3800. Lightning Constellation Force 3500. Magnetic Domain 500. So many. Wang Teng felt the friendliness of this place again. He didn't expect there to be so many attributes. Enlightenment of the magnetic domain appeared in his mind like strange runes. They were etched deep in his memory and turned into his enlightenment and experience. Suddenly, Wang Teng felt something shattering in his mind. His vision cleared up. The magnetic domain had a breakthrough. Magnetic domain, 2000, 5000, integration 5th level. 5th rank. Wang Teng was astounded when he saw the attributes board. He didn't expect his magnetic domain to reach the 5th rank directly after picking up all the attribute bubbles around this planet. Mind you, this was the 5th level integration phase. None of Wang Teng's domains had reached the 5th rank. They were at most at the 4th rank integration phase. No one expected the magnetic domain to catch up and reach the 5th-level integration phase. Wang Teng was elated. He stretched out his palm, and an indescribable special domain surrounded him. Bolts of lightning were attracted by it, forming a strange and dangerous electromagnetic field around him. Boom! Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and waved it in front. Bolts of lightning shot out in all directions like cannons. It was the same as the lightning pillar he executed in the past. However, this time he used his magnetic domain directly, so the power was undoubtedly more terrifying. Your domain? Iceth was astounded. Magnetic domain, Wang Teng said. Do you want to take a look? Magnetic domain? Iceth pondered for a moment. There was astonishment in her eyes. You have grasped this rare domain. Small matter, Wang Teng replied calmly. Iceth was speechless. She suspected that this fellow was boasting, but she had no evidence. Magnetic domains were indeed rare. Even though she had seen many formidable warriors and talents in the past, no one had grasped the magnetic domain. Yet, Wang Teng, a martial warrior at the peak of the cosmos stage, grasped this domain. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. If it was someone else, she would think that he was boasting. However, Wang Teng's talent was too monstrous. If he said that it was a piece of cake, it might really be a piece of cake. After all, he had already displayed enough of his talents. One more wasn't a problem. Most importantly, the other party was only at the cosmos realm, but he had already grasped this domain to such a high level. If she was right, his domain should have reached the integration phase. When he advanced to the heaven realm, or even the universe level, how far would his domain go, especially at the universe level? The power of domain would merge into the small world and undergo an incredible transformation. At that time, Wang Teng's small world would be exceptionally terrifying. Many primary rank martial warriors didn't know that the perfected stage of the domain and its power would affect the perfected stage of the small world formed by the universe-level martial warriors in the future. Chapter 3593, Lightning Planet. Magnetic Domain, 5th-level integration phase. Lightning magnetic cannon. Lightning element creature. 5. Many martial warriors only knew this after they advanced to the universe level. Unfortunately, it was too late. They had to spend a large amount of time to make up for their past shortcomings, but the result wasn't good. One was to lay the foundation firmly before building the high-rise buildings. The other was to build high buildings first and reinforce them when they realized that the foundation wasn't strong enough. They couldn't be compared at all. No matter how well the latter was strengthened, it couldn't be better than the former. Iceth felt that Wang Teng was a martial warrior with a strong foundation. She could already see the rise of a formidable warrior. Witness. She would be a witness. For some reason, when she thought about this, a ripple appeared in Iceth's cold and calm heart. This is a new battle technique. Aren't you going to give it a name? Iceth didn't reply to him. That's right. Wang Teng suddenly understood. He touched his chin and said, Let me think. Since it's a lightning attack using the magnetic power, why don't we call it the magnetic cannon? No, Iceth said coldly. Where's the lightning? Wang Teng was speechless. Was his naming so useless? He hesitated before asking, Lightning magnetic cannon? Not bad, Iceth replied calmly. Phew. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. He didn't have to change the name again and again, otherwise he would have a headache. Lightning magnetic cannon. Lightning magnetic cannon. Not bad. I'll use this name from now on. He muttered a few more sentences and felt more and more satisfied. This feeling of creating a new battle technique was quite refreshing. All right, stop boasting. Iceth was speechless. It was just a simple name. Was there a need to be so happy? Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He retracted the smile on his face and looked at the lightning planet in front of him. He took a step forward and turned into a beam of light. He passed through the layers of dark clouds above the planet and entered it. This planet was special. The entire planet was covered with dark clouds and filled with the power of lightning. The ground was desolate and every inch of it was cracked. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The ground was engulfed in lightning and burnt. Some bolts of lightning even seeped into the ground. Even the ground was filled with lightning. If he cut this planet open, he might realize that there might be lightning liquid in the core of this planet. This planet is a little different. Wang Teng glanced around him and exclaimed in surprise. He seemed to have sensed something. The vitality of this planet is quite strong. Iceth peered around and nodded. Wang Teng activated his real eye and scanned his surroundings. He noticed a hint of life in the dark clouds. Some of these life forces were scattered while others congregated into a ball and floated in the dark clouds. They looked like some kind of strange life form. His heart skipped a beat. He released his spiritual kinesis and pushed it into the dark clouds like an invisible hand. Boom! The next instant a bolt of lightning was pulled out by the invisible hand of spiritual kinesis. It was still struggling violently. This is lightning spirit. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows but immediately shook his head. No, it's not the lightning spirit. It's a special lightning element life form. If it matures for a few million years and devours a large number of similar life forms, it might become a lightning spirit. Chapter 3594, Lightning Force Sap. The transformation of the lightning spirit. 9 lightning calamities appear again. 1. Lightning element life form. Iceth looked at the purple ball of light in front of Wang Teng in surprise. Not only did this planet have the power of life, but it also gave birth to this special life form. It was still a simple life form that didn't even have intelligence, but the gap was huge. Having the power of life and giving birth to a life wasn't a simple upgrading process. It was a jump in the level of life. Even if some planets possessed the power of life, it was difficult for them to give birth to life. The factors needed were unimaginably complicated. The time it took to evolve was astonishing. In summary, every life form was special, unique, and a miracle in the world. Hence, to Iceth, it was astonishing that this lightning planet could give birth to life. Wang Teng sized up the lightning element life form in front of him. He scanned the structure of its body with his real eye and realized that it was indeed similar to the lightning spirit. He stopped hesitating and waved his hand. The lightning spirit appeared. Squeak, squeak. The lightning spirit stared at the blood god clone absent-mindedly and asked, "Master, why did you call me out?" Wang Teng passed the lightning element life form in front of the lightning spirit and smiled. "Do you want to eat it? Squeak?" The lightning spirit was invigorated. It looked at the lightning element life form in front of it, and 2 big eyes appeared on its jelly-like body. Then it stretched its jelly-like body and nodded like a human. "Eat. There's a lot here. Eat to your heart's content." Wang Teng waved his hand and pointed at the dark clouds above him. At this moment, he was like a pig farmer who found a piece of nutritious pig feed that had no owner. He immediately asked his pig to eat it. Eat and earn. There weren't many chances like this. Squeak! The lightning spirit was elated. After receiving its master's order, it turned into a beam of purple light and shot towards the dark clouds above. Then it remembered something, and a tentacle grew out of its body. It rushed towards Wang Teng and swept the lightning element life form away. Silence. Wang Teng felt the corners of his lips twitching. This foodie, why were his spiritual pets all foodies? He didn't understand. Iceth felt speechless when she saw the lightning spirit disappearing. She glanced at Wang Teng strangely. Wang Teng shook his head and stepped forward. He wanted to see if there was anything special about this lightning element planet. He strolled in the air and measured the planet with his feet. This was the ability of a martial warrior. In the past, when he was on Earth, he was just a martial warrior below the planetary realm. It was extremely difficult for him to step out of Earth. Now there was no obstacles. He could control a planet in a blink of an eye. The size of the lightning planet was the same as the ice planet. Also, this planet was filled with lightning constellation force and had an extremely powerful magnetic domain. Wang Teng walked past every inch of the planet as he picked up the attribute bubbles. The rise in his lightning constellation force allowed his lightning constellation force to remain full. He even kept many attribute bubbles in case of emergency. He did the same thing when he was on the ice planet. The magnetic domain was powerful. But after Wang Teng reached the 5th level integration phase, there were fewer attribute bubbles and lesser attributes. Fortunately, it could continue to rise. After walking around the planet, Wang Teng discovered some special places. There were a few huge cracks, as if they had been struck by lightning. They laid horizontally on the lightning element planet. Wang Teng stood at the edge of a crack and looked down. It was pitch black. Normal Cosmos Stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to see the bottom. However, he had the real eye so he could see further. As he zoomed in, a patch of purple light entered his vision. Thick lightning force flowed below. Lightning sap. Wang Teng immediately recognized the energy below. The lightning power was extremely thick. It turned into liquid lightning, liquid and flowed below the ground. Swoosh! Wang Teng leaped down and entered the dimensional rift. Magnetic domain enveloped his body, allowing him to shoot into the ground like a cannon. He was using himself as a carrier and casting the magnetic domain on his body. A strong gale blew past his ear. It carried the power of lightning and was about to enter Wang Teng's ear, but it didn't affect him. His gaze was calm as he looked down at the abyss below. He could feel the lightning power getting thicker and thicker. After some time, Wang Teng could already see the lightning lava flowing below. His eyes flashed and the magnetic domain on his body changed slightly. It turned into a pulling force, allowing him to float in mid-air and land slowly. Thud. He landed on a protruding rock and glanced around him. There was a strange look in his eyes. If I use this lightning liquid to refine my body, I should be able to strengthen it over time. Wang Teng could feel the extraordinary lightning power in the lightning liquid. The density was even more frightening than the dark clouds outside. He wondered how it was formed. This thick lightning force was an excellent place for normal martial warriors to train their bodies. Even for Wang Teng, who had a strong physique, it was useful. Gulp. At this moment, Wang Teng heard the lightning spirit's voice from afar. He looked up and saw a purple light closing in on him at high speed. Chapter 3595, Lightning Force Sap, the Transformation of the Lightning Spirit. 9 lightning calamities appear again. 2. Why did this little creature come down? He was a little surprised. Squeak, 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 squeak. The lightning spirit arrived in front of Wang Teng quickly. It braked and stopped its body. It almost bumped into Wang Teng's face. Wang Teng was speechless. He looked at the lightning spirit and asked, "What do you want to do, little creature?" Squeak, squeak. The lightning spirit's body suddenly stretched forward and pointed into the distance. It turned into a finger. Are you saying that there's something in front? Wang Teng was stunned as the owner of the lightning spirit. He understood what she meant. Squeak, squeak. The lightning spirit nodded fervently. Who did you learn this from? Wang Teng's gaze turned strange. This lightning spirit was more outspoken than before. In the past, it never did such small actions. Squeak. The lightning spirit betrayed the metal armor scorpion, metal armor flaming scorpion, and roundball. These 2 fellows? Wang Teng was speechless. But this was good too. The lightning spirit might be a little unreliable, but it was still normal. Its expression was clearer, and it was easier to communicate. Squeak. The lightning spirit noticed that he had no intention of reprimanding her, so it called him in a fawning tone and dashed forward. Wang Teng tapped his feet lightly and turned into a ray of light. The lightning spirit led the way and rushed into the distance through the huge crack. The crack extended all the way into the ground, and the area in front became dim. Only the lightning reflected by the lightning liquid lit up the ground. Wang Teng felt the lightning force getting thicker and thicker. There was a hint of vitality, too. He had a sudden thought. His speed increased exponentially, even surpassing the lightning spirit. Squeak, squeak, oh, oh, oh. The lightning spirit was stunned as it looked at Wang Teng's back view. Wasn't it supposed to lead the way? Why was its master ahead of it? Squeak. It shouted and chased after Wang Teng hurriedly. It mustn't get left behind. If it was late, there would be nothing left. The two rays of light shot through the ground at an extremely fast speed. No one gave way to the other. It was as if they were competing. Wang Teng turned around and smiled secretly. Instantly, his speed increased, and he used his space flash to widen the distance between them. Squeak! The lightning spirit was dumbfounded. Its master was cheating. How could he use space? Crack! Lightning flashed around his body and turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed increased tremendously. Wang Teng was astounded. He was only competing with the lightning spirit because he was excited at the sight of it. He didn't expect this little creature to be able to release such speed when it was forced into a corner. The lightning spirit was equivalent to the cosmos realm now. It was on par with Wang Teng, but its speed was definitely faster than a normal cosmos realm. Martial warriors, Wang Teng's speed couldn't be judged by the standard of a cosmos realm martial warrior. The lightning spirit was able to catch up with him, so it must be a monster too. After some time, there was no path ahead. Wang Teng stopped and looked around him. This was where the faint vitality came from. However, there was no path ahead. It was blocked by a thick stone wall. Wang Teng lowered his head to take a look. When the lightning liquid reached this area, it was already blocked. There seemed to be no path of retreat, but in his eyes he could see different things. His gaze flickered, and he plunged into the lightning liquid below. The lightning spirit wasn't slow either. It immediately followed him. Lub-dub, lub-dub. Two sounds were heard in the quiet underground. Two splashes were seen in the lightning liquid. Wang Teng and the lightning spirit disappeared. As he delved deeper into the lightning liquid, the power of lightning kept invading Wang Teng's body. If his physical body wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, there were benefits too. The lightning force was also tempering his body. On the other hand, the lightning spirit was like a fish in water. In a place like this, it caught up quickly. Wang Teng stopped fooling around with it. After diving into the lightning liquid below, he saw an underground passageway. The lightning liquid was flowing in that direction. Let's go. His eyes lit up. He entered the passageway and his surroundings turned darker. He couldn't even see his fingers. Fortunately, he wasn't affected. He ran along the passageway for some time. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of him. Wang Teng leaped and dashed out of the passageway. Bang! The path in front opened up, and he managed to break free from the lightning liquid. This is... He glanced around him in surprise. This was a huge underground space. The lightning liquid gathered to form a pool. Purple lightning reflected on the rock walls. It was a strange sight. Huh? Wang Teng suddenly gasped softly. Attribute bubbles floated above the pool. No one had been here before, so there were many attribute bubbles. Pick them up. He didn't hesitate. If there were benefits, he would pick them up immediately. Origin of life, 20. Origin of life, 30. Origin of life, 50. Lightning constellation force, 2,500. Lightning constellation force, 3,000. Origin of life. Wang Teng was stunned. There was an origin of life attribute here. He did sense that the vitality here was exceptionally thick, but he didn't expect the origin of life attribute to appear. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a beam of light. There was an inconspicuous ball of purple light in the lightning. It was all lightning, and there were attribute bubbles piled up around it, so he didn't notice it immediately. What is this? Wang Teng moved his body and immediately flew in that direction. Chapter 3596. Lightning Force Sap. The transformation of the lightning spirit. 9 lightning calamities appear again, 3. However, the moment he got closer, he realized that the lightning spirit had already flown over secretly. You little creature, are you trying to monopolize the food? Wang Teng released his spiritual kinesis and caught it. He pulled it over. Squeak, squeak. The lightning spirit revealed its 2 big eyes and rolled them around. It looked guilty. Wang Teng knocked its jelly-like body and threw it to the side. He ignored it and glanced at the ball of lightning in front of him. This is, when he saw what was in front of him, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He was astounded. A purple spiritual flower grew out of the lightning liquid. It looked like lightning. No, this was a spiritual flower formed from lightning. It wasn't a real flower. There was a ball of shimmering purple liquid in the center of the flower. It looked magical. Lightning force sap. Iceth suddenly shouted. She had been lying on Wang Teng's shoulder and sensing the changes around her. When she saw the purple liquid, she woke up in shock. Lightning force sap. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was surprised. He had heard of the lightning force sap before. It was an ingenious combination of the power of life and the power of lightning. It was an extremely rare treasure. No wonder Wang Teng felt that the vitality here was so thick. There were even origin of life attribute bubbles. At this moment his eyes were shimmering. The relevant information about the lightning force sap flashed past his mind. This lightning force sap could be used to make lightning element medicines. It could also be consumed directly to strengthen one's body. If the tempering effect of a normal lightning force was rather domineering, the tempering of the lightning force sap was peaceful. It wouldn't cause any internal injuries to the martial warriors either. It was a gentle tempering item. During the refining process, the energy in the lightning force sap could seep into the martial warrior's body and make it stronger. It complemented the refining ability, of course, to a saint-level alchemist like Wang Teng. The greatest use of the lightning force sap was to make pills. This was a rare ingredient that could make a divine-level lightning element pill. Wang Teng knew some Dan prescriptions. The effects of these pills were the same as the lightning force sap. If the efficacy was high, the effects would be even better. However, this was a test of the alchemist's mastery. This is good stuff. Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's mind. He immediately took out the container and filled it with the purple liquid. This container was made of special jade, and there were runes carved on it. It was specially used to store medicines and spiritual herbs. It could resist the impact of the spiritual herb's energy and prevent the medicinal effects from leaking. Hence, it was able to hold the lightning force sap. As the lightning liquid was collected, the purple spiritual flower dissipated at a visible speed in front of Wang Teng's eyes and returned to the lightning liquid. He found this scene a little strange. There were all kinds of strange things in this world. It was an eye-opening experience. Squeak, squeak. An anxious cry came from the side. The lightning spirit got agitated when it saw Wang Teng keeping the lightning essence. It circled Wang Teng and stared at the jade container longingly. So this thing attracted you. No wonder the lightning element life forms outside couldn't attract you. Wang Teng looked at the lightning spirit in enlightenment. He had found it strange. There were so many lightning element life forms outside. No matter how fast the lightning spirit was, it couldn't devour all of them at once. From the looks of it now, there was something better that attracted it. You're smart? You know that those lightning element life forms can't run away. Wang Teng tapped its body. It felt good. Gurgle, the lightning spirit, started acting cute. It was shameless. All right, all right. Don't you have other lightning force sap here? I'll share some with you, Wang Teng said. There was more than one purple spiritual flower in this pool. Hence, there must be more lightning force sap. Squeak. I'm not lying. I'll definitely give you some. After all, you made a contribution too. Squeak. Squeak. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. Squeak. If you complain again, I won't give you anything. Not a drop. Dog Wang Teng collected the lightning force sap while chatting with the lightning spirit. He also picked up attribute bubbles along the way. Iceth rolled her eyes uncontrollably. This fellow was amazing. He even fooled his own spiritual pet. She was 100% sure that Wang Teng wouldn't give the lightning spirit too much lightning force sap. After some time, Wang Teng picked all the purple spiritual flowers in the pool. There was enough lightning force sap for him to make a few furnaces of pills. Come, open your mouth. Wang Teng looked at the lightning spirit and prepared to fulfill his promise. Squeak. The lightning spirit was already craving for it. It opened its mouth wide and prepared to receive the lightning essence pulp. Wang Teng squeezed out a drop of lightning force sap and dripped it into its mouth. Sob, the lightning spirit swallowed it and felt lonely. It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. It looked at Wang Teng with an aggrieved expression. Tears almost fell out of its eyes. "Didn't you say that you will give me some? Is this it? It's all a lie. It's almost done. I'm saving it for pills. I'll make more for you in the future." Wang Teng consoled it. He felt that he had gone a little overboard. Chapter 3597, Lightning Force Sap. The transformation of the lightning spirit. 9 lightning calamities appear again. 4, Squeak. Really, I'm not lying. Don't you know what your master is like, Squeak? You don't believe me? Can't there be more trust between a human and a spirit? Squeak, squeak. All right, I promise that I will give you 1 pill when I make it. Squeak. No, that's a saint-level pill. It's good enough to give you one. Squeak, squeak. All right, I'm too soft-hearted. I'll give you 2. Wang Teng sighed. He looked as though he was bleeding. Squeak. The lightning spirit finally stopped. It shouted happily and plunged into the pool of lightning liquid below. "Where are you going?" Wang Teng asked. Squeak, the lightning spirit's voice came from the pool. "Go ahead." Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that it was going to devour the lightning element life forms. When the little creature realized that it couldn't get the lightning force sap, it shifted its attention back to the lightning element life forms and turned its sorrow into food. Xalanbo gave Wang Teng a look of contempt. How could he lie to his spiritual pet? "What's with that look? Do you think I can't see it?" Wang Teng glared at her. "You know," Xalanbo said. "What do you know? If I'm not in charge, I don't know how expensive the daily necessities are. There are so many mouths waiting for me to feed. How can I waste them?" Wang Teng said angrily. "You're just petty," Xalanbo uttered coldly. "I?" Wang Teng was speechless. This was an immortal-level female dragon. Shouldn't she be high and mighty? Why was she so sharp-tongued now? He was frustrated and decided to ignore Xalanbo. He turned and glanced around him. There was no lightning force sap left, so he left the pool. On the lightning element planet, space fluctuated, and Wang Teng's figure appeared. It was troublesome to go in, but it was much easier to come out. After all, he already knew the path. Wang Teng didn't leave in a hurry. He sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. The lightning spirit was devouring lightning force inside. He wondered what gains it would have. Time passed again in a blink of an eye. Half a day had passed. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly churned, and bolts of lightning congregated in a certain direction. Silver snakes danced wildly, and lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The entire planet became restless. Huh? Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. He was surprised. Is it going to achieve a breakthrough? The breakthrough of the lightning spirit came a little suddenly. He didn't expect this little creature to be able to achieve it here. It was equivalent to the cosmos realm. If it advanced again, it would be equivalent to the heaven realm when it was at the cosmos realm. The power it could release was terrifying. If it advanced to the heaven realm, an ordinary heaven stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to resist it. Boom! Lightning roared. Wang Teng could see a dazzling bolt of lightning floating in the dark clouds like a purple constellation. This was where the main body of the lightning spirit was. However, the lightning spirit had expanded many times. It had devoured a large number of lightning element life forms, allowing its life level to rise and change. This opportunity was hard to come by. It was impossible to find so many lightning element life forms in a normal lightning element area. However, there were many lightning element life forms born in the dark clouds on this planet. The number was terrifying. If some lightning element martial warriors saw this, they would go crazy. Unfortunately, only Wang Teng came to this place. No one could fight with him. Now, these lightning element life forms were nourishment for the lightning spirit. In this aspect, Wang Teng didn't treat the lightning spirit badly after all. If it followed a normal martial warrior, the lightning spirit wouldn't receive this treatment. At this moment, a terrifying pressure surged out of the lightning spirit's body. All the lightning around it were attracted over. Boom! Deafening explosions resounded in the sky. Numerous bolts of lightning appeared in the horizon like a catastrophe. If there were other life forms on this planet, this scene would probably make people feel despair. "This is a huge commotion," Iseth exclaimed. "Look at whose spiritual pet it is. A small commotion isn't good enough for my status," Wang Teng said proudly. Iseth was speechless. She wondered if the lightning spirit could withstand such a huge commotion. What was he so proud of? Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning congregated. A thick bolt of lightning shot towards the lightning spirit. This is lightning calamity? Wang Teng was stunned. A life form like the lightning spirit will naturally undergo a calamity after undergoing a life transition, Iseth said. It's at most a first-rank lightning calamity. "It's all right," Wang Teng nodded and said with relief. Iseth, he was so arrogant. This was a lightning calamity, not a simple lightning force. "Can you show some basic respect? That little creature has devoured a lot of calamity lightning." A wisp of ultimate purple lightning appeared in Wang Teng's hand. "Oh, it's all right then," Iseth said. Boom! The next instant, the bolt of lightning slammed into the lightning spirit's body. Countless bolts of lightning exploded on the surface of its body, creating a majestic sight in the sky. Coo screech, countless mouths seemed to have opened on the lightning spirit's body, swallowing the power of the lightning calamity and making it disappear without a trace. Iseth was flabbergasted by this calamity. She couldn't help but look at Wang Teng, Chapter 3598, Lightning Force Sap. The transformation of the lightning spirit. 9 lightning calamities appear again, 5. The master was abnormal. Even his spiritual pet was abnormal. Boom. The lightning calamity seemed to have received a provocation. Bolts of lightning congregated again and shot towards the lightning spirit. The power was more than twice as powerful as before. In an instant, the lightning spirit was struck by the lightning calamity again. It was engulfed in lightning. But then again, the lightning spirit was a life form formed from lightning, so its resistance to lightning was naturally higher than ordinary living creatures. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the ground calmly. He wasn't worried. After his grooming, resisting the lightning calamity was a basic task. It wasn't too difficult, even if there was a problem. He would act. He wouldn't let the lightning spirit perish. It wasn't easy to groom a lightning spirit. How could he let something happen to it? Boom! The second bolt of lightning disappeared, followed by the third. Before the lightning spirit could digest the power of the lightning calamity, it was submerged once again. This is the third lightning calamity. How many lightning calamities will your lightning spirit attract? Iseth asked curiously. 6, Wang Teng replied. 6? You seem confident in it? Iseth was surprised. What's wrong with that? 6 is the minimum. I'm afraid that if I say too many, you will say that I'm boasting, Wang Teng said. Iseth, boom, boom, boom. As he spoke, 3 bolts of lightning appeared simultaneously and struck the lightning spirit. Huh. Wang Teng squinted and looked up at the sky. He didn't expect 3 bolts of lightning to appear at once. This wasn't right. This added up to the 6 lightning calamities he predicted. Squeak. The lightning spirit's voice suddenly became agitated. It devoured the power of the lightning calamity frantically. But the 3 bolts of lightning were too powerful. It was overpowered by the power of the lightning calamity. Its body expanded 10 times bigger than before. It was like a balloon filled with air, as if it was about to reach its limit. Wang Teng? Something isn't right, Iseth said grimly. Wang Teng didn't reply to her. He stared at the lightning spirit in the sky without any intention of attacking. He believed in the lightning spirit. There were only 6 bolts of lightning. If it couldn't withstand that, the ultimate purple lightning he fed it would be useless. Squeak. The lightning spirit's voice became louder and resounded in the sky. Dazzling bolts of lightning shot out from its body and it started shrinking. Huh. Interesting, Iseth exclaimed. At first he thought that the lightning spirit wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. He didn't expect it to be able to release its full potential, so he increased the speed of absorbing the lightning calamity. This lightning spirit was indeed divine under Wang Teng's guidance. Wang Teng smiled. He was elated. The lightning spirit didn't disappoint him, but this wasn't the time to relax. The dark clouds hadn't dispersed. It looked like another lightning calamity was brewing. This lightning spirit was more extraordinary than he had expected. Boom. At this moment, the dark clouds seemed to have reached its limit. A bolt of lightning that was many times thicker finally shot out and slammed towards the lightning spirit. The lightning calamity on the lightning spirit's body was submerged again before it could disperse completely. The lightning spirit kept expanding and contracting. The bolts of lightning were absorbed into the lightning spirit's body. Wang Teng was astounded. This was the first time he saw the lightning spirit using this ability. Was it a new ability born after advancing to the heaven realm? Boom! The 8th lightning calamity didn't wait too long. It shot out and landed on the lightning spirit. 8 bolts of calamity lightning. Iseth raised her eyebrows. She finally saw it in a different light. It was just a surprise just now. There weren't many things that could surprise a divine-level martial warrior like her, and there were even fewer things that could make her view them in a different light. This lightning spirit that just advanced to the Heaven Lord stage attracted 8 bolts of calamity lightning. Its potential wasn't low. She had seen many special creatures, but only a few of them were able to attract 8 bolts of lightning when they advanced to the Heaven Realm. Now there was another one. The 8th one has appeared. Is the 9th one far away? Wang Teng asked. The 9th one? You're thinking too much, Iseth said. Just wait and see. Wang Teng smiled. The power of the 8th calamity lightning lasted for a long time. The lightning spirit's body expanded again. It was obviously supported by the power of the lightning calamity. The 9th calamity lightning didn't appear for a long time. The dark clouds seemed to have stopped brewing. Iseth looked at Wang Teng and raised her eyebrows slightly. She seemed to be saying, "Look, don't bite your tongue when you boast. It's embarrassing now. It's here." Wang Teng ignored her and looked at the dark clouds. His expression changed. Boom. An ear-shattering explosion resounded and echoed in the sky. Iseth was astounded. There's really a 9th one? She was astounded partly because of the 9th bolt of lightning, and partly because Wang Teng sensed it in advance, but she didn't. How is this possible? Oh, right. He has the heaven-earth calamity lightning. Iseth suddenly thought of this and felt a little depressed. She lost to a junior. This was embarrassing for an immortal-level martial warrior. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. She immediately looked up at the sky. The 9th bolt of lightning had already emerged from the dark clouds and congregated into a lifelike lightning dragon. It roared and charged towards the lightning spirit. Roar, Chapter 3, 599, Planetary Will, Devouring Origin of Life Energy, Physical Body Enhanced, Void Will 1, Roar, deafening explosions echoed in the sky. It sounded like the roar of a giant dragon and the roar of lightning. It was a strange sight. Wang Teng's expression finally changed slightly. The power of the 9th bolt of lightning was astonishing. Iseth turned serious too. She looked at the calamity lightning in the sky and the expanding lightning spirit. Could it handle it? 9 calamity lightnings. In her life, she had only seen one strange creature encountering 9 calamity lightnings when it advanced to the heaven realm. At that time, the strange creature almost died under the 9 bolts of lightning. The lightning calamity was only at the 1st rank, and it was nothing to her now. But to the lightning spirit that just advanced to the heaven realm, this was already a terrifying power of heaven and earth. If it wasn't careful, it might really die here. She couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Teng. He seemed a little serious, but there wasn't much worry on his face. She was extremely curious. Was he still confident in the lightning spirit even at a time like this? Iseth was puzzled. She didn't know where Wang Teng got his confidence from. However, she didn't know that Wang Teng wasn't confident in the lightning spirit. He was confident in himself. He had many ways to deal with the lightning calamity, so he wasn't worried. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying lightning dragon had already soared through the sky. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning spirit. What? Iseth was stunned again. This was completely different from a normal lightning calamity. Normally, the lightning calamity would strike the target directly. It rarely swallowed the target like this. It was as if the lightning calamity was about to devour the lightning spirit. Wang Teng's pupils constricted slightly. This situation had exceeded his expectation, too. There was indeed something wrong with this lightning calamity. Was it because this planet was special? This thought flashed past his mind. This was a lightning element planet. Lightning force could be seen everywhere, attracting 9 bolts of lightning. However, it was a little strange for the lightning calamity to devour a living creature. It was as if the lightning calamity had a life of its own. It knew how extraordinary the lightning spirit was and wanted to merge it into its body. "Aren't you going to act?" Iseth asked. "Let's wait for a while more," Wang Teng contemplated before replying. The lightning calamity didn't disappear. It was like a real dragon circling in the sky. There was a ball of dazzling purple lightning in its body. This was the lightning spirit. Wang Teng could see the lightning spirit's origin of life using his real eye, so he wasn't in a hurry to help. In his eyes, the lightning spirit and the lightning dragon were at a standstill. Both parties were devouring each other's energy and trying to merge it into their bodies. "This is amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone facing a calamity like this." Iseth lamented. "Ha ha 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 ha." Wang Teng laughed. "After all, it's a heaven and earth spirit born from lightning. It's comparable to the heaven-earth calamity." Lightning Iseth nodded. Wang Teng was right. It wasn't easy to breed a lightning spirit. It was as rare as a lightning calamity. They were all born from heaven and earth. But this was precisely why they were rejected by heaven and earth. They weren't allowed to exist, much less become stronger. Every time they advanced, they would suffer countless dangers. Most of them would die and return to the heaven and earth and the beginning. This was probably the reason why the lightning spirit was devoured by the heaven-earth calamity lightning. However, after this calamity, the lightning spirit's future would be different. Before it reached the universe level, its ability would be at the peak of the heaven realm. Roar! The giant lightning dragon kept circling in the sky. Lightning flashed around its body as if it was refining something. There was a huge purple ball of light within the lightning dragon's body. It was releasing the power of lightning too. From afar, it looked like a dragon pearl. Roar! The lightning dragon roared continuously as if it was alive. There was a hint of impatience in its voice. As the calamity lightning turned intelligent. Wang Teng's eyes widened slightly. Iseth frowned. She looked at the lightning dragon and sized it up for a long time. Then she pondered and said, "It's probably the power of life on this planet that allowed this calamity dragon to possess a weak consciousness." "No, that's not right. Rather than saying that it has a consciousness, it's more accurate to say that the consciousness of this planet has descended on the lightning dragon's body. I think I finally understand why this lightning calamity is so special." Her eyes lit up. She was enlightened. "Are you saying that there is a consciousness on this planet?" Wang Teng's eyes widened as if he heard something unbelievable. The planet had a consciousness. This was extremely rare. It was hard to find a planet like this in the entire light universe. There was something strange about this place, but thinking about it carefully, what Iseth said made sense. The power of calamity lightning was a manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. This planet could be viewed as a world, so the will in the lightning dragon's body came from this lightning element planet, right? If the entire planet was a huge lightning element life form, how was it different from the lightning spirit? Fuck! When he thought about this, Wang Teng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It was as if he was sitting on a giant, but he didn't notice anything. He even sat on the other party's body and watched the show. Chapter 3600, Planetary Will. Devouring origin of life energy. Physical body enhanced. Void will, too. He didn't know that the other party was secretly observing him. Just thinking about it made his head tingle. Don't worry, the consciousness of this planet should be very weak. If not, the lightning dragon wouldn't have been at a standstill with the lightning spirit for so long. "It would have devoured your lightning spirit," Iseth said.
"Yes."
Wang Teng nodded. However, he was still worried. He glanced at the lightning dragon in the sky and rose into the air. He soared through the sky and entered the void. He looked down. Purple golden light shimmered in his eyes. He activated his real eye to the maximum and looked at the lightning constellation carefully. He didn't discover anything in the past, but he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to see the clues after making his guess. This is Isieth laid on Wang Teng's shoulder and stood up slowly. She was astounded when she saw his strange gaze. Wang Teng scanned the planet inch by inch. Most of his attention was fixed on the core of the planet. As expected, an inconspicuous ball of origin of life entered his vision. This ball of origin of life was special. There was only a faint dot in the center, but there were countless branches spreading throughout the entire planet. In the past, Wang Teng felt that there were signs of life everywhere on this planet, because these branches were scattered all over the planet. They were like the meridians of a human body, inconspicuous and yet able to give off vitality like wisps of life. After Isieth's reminder, Wang Teng finally treated the entire planet as a whole and discovered this strange connection. His gaze flickered as he looked at the planet below. He touched his chin. He glanced at the lightning spirit and the lightning dragon again. They were still at a standstill. "What do you want?" Isieth knew that he was up to no good when she saw his expression. "What do you think will happen if I absorb this planet's origin of life?" Wang Teng asked excitedly. "Isieth, you are inhumane." "I don't know, but you can try." "He wants to devour my lightning spirit. As its master, there's nothing wrong with me devouring him, right?" Wang Teng said in a dignified tone. "Isieth." Wang Teng stopped hesitating. He didn't know how long the lightning spirit could last. The faster he settled it, the faster it could overcome the 9th lightning calamity. Boom. In an instant, he dashed towards the planet below. Beams of light shot out from his body. They were the teeth of the great black devil horn python. These fangs congregated together. Under the control of his spiritual kinesis, they turned into a strange drill and spun at high speed. Then they slammed onto the planet. Boom. A huge hole appeared on the ground and rushed towards the core of the planet. Wang Teng followed closely behind and rushed into the hole. This time he was extremely fast. He barged through the ground and used brute force to break through all the obstacles in front of him. He didn't care if he would destroy everything here. As Wang Teng got closer and closer to the core of the planet, it sensed Wang Teng's intention. The origin of life started to fluctuate. Boom! The entire planet vibrated. The land around them closed up and stopped Wang Teng from moving forward. Boom! Wang Teng remained calm. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He pointed forward and spat out a word. The sharp teeth that looked like drills started spinning at a faster speed. With the help of the metal domain and magnetic domain, a terrifying power was released. Boom! The ground was torn apart instantly. It couldn't resist Wang Teng's spiritual attack at all. His metal domain had reached the 4th level of the integration phase, and his magnetic domain had reached the 5th level of the integration phase. Its power was astonishing. The energy fluctuation of the origin of life in the core became more and more violent. The branches of life force scattered around the planet started to constrict, thickening the origin of life in the core. Boom! At this moment, a bolt of lightning shot out from the core and struck towards Wang Teng along the ground. Calamity lightning. The lightning from the ground was calamity lightning, too. They were both first-rank calamity lightning, but they couldn't be compared to Wang Teng's third-rank ultimate purple lightning. "You're showing off in front of an expert." Wang Teng was surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. He smiled coldly and pointed in front again. The ultimate purple lightning shot out from his hand like a lightning battle spear. It contained terrifying power. Boom! The 2 bolts of lightning collided. Numerous bolts of lightning exploded. The rocks around them couldn't withstand the attacks of the 2 bolts of lightning. A large hole was formed from the explosion. At the same time, the calamity lightning underground couldn't withstand Wang Teng's ultimate purple lightning either. It was blasted away instantly. The presence of the ultimate purple lightning didn't decrease. It continued plummeting towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The origin of life below seemed unwilling to give up. Multiple bolts of lightning shot out and slammed towards Wang Teng again. Wang Teng didn't attack again. The ultimate purple lightning and the calamity lightning had already collided. Boom! One calamity lightning after another struck Wang Teng's ultimate purple lightning, attempting to block its path. However, the ultimate purple lightning cut through the calamity lightning like a hot knife cutting through butter. It shot right into the ground. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.